Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Mayo. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Kangaroo Island in my electorate is a gem. It's a hidden gem. It's what I think one of Australia's best kept secrets. It has a population of around 5,000 people, and it's quite a large island. It's around 4,500 square kilometres. So to put that into, I guess, context, around 150 kilometres by about 50 kilometres in depth. It is a remote place to live, and when Mayor Michael Pengilly let me know last week that Centrelink services would be stopping on the island because the current agent Mobo notified Services Australia that they would be ceasing Kangaroo Island contract this coming Friday, I really sprung into action, and I'd particularly like to thank the Minister for Social Services for being so open and helping us to provide a solution to this, because Centrelink services, when you are in a remote location, when you are on an island, when you can't just drive to the next Centrelink service, is incredibly important. And so I just really wanted to notify the people on Kangaroo Island what's happening. So I immediately wrote to the Minister and said, what can we do to fix some issues here and make sure that we can continue Services Australia services on the island, noting that we have a very elderly population and, as I said, a very remote population. Now, Services Australia will shortly be putting out communication materials to the KI community about the process and how they can best support people. They will be sending a specialist Services Australia team to the island between the 22nd and the 26th of June with an aged care specialist officer and a financial service information officer to support people face to face. And this is going to be a critical and important service, and I thank the Minister and the Minister's team for helping us with this. Now, it's not a mobile service centre, but it's really important to note that typically those buses that come into town normally on this day, a day or two, but they will be staying for the entirety of the week while we work on a more permanent solution. And they're also going to be consulting with the community about what the future needs of what it should look like when you are having Centrelink, Services Australia services there on the island. So we're going to be doing everything we can to see what flexibility there is to maybe provide some interim services while the next services stands up after the Mobo contract. But I particularly, again, like to acknowledge the Mayor Michael Pengilly for reaching out to me and also to Minister Katie Gallagher for their great work in trying to ensure that we have a continuity of services on Kangaroo Island. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I rise today to recognise Alan Beveridge, OAM, who is an icon of surf lifesaving in my electorate of Whitlam. It is no surprise that Alan has been honoured with life membership of the Warilla Barrack Point Surf Lifesaving Club. He has been a patrolling member of the club for over 50 years, and he served as patrol captain, club captain, treasurer, vice president, and he was president for almost 30 years. Over many decades, Alan has also coached both junior and senior members of the club and officiated at local, branch, state and national carnivals. He is renowned for his readiness to provide guidance, encouragement and leadership. Alan's dedication to surf lifesaving beyond his own club has resulted in his appointment as a life member of both the South Coast branch of Surf Lifesaving Australia and Surf Lifesaving New South Wales, and he has received the National Service Award from Surf Lifesaving Australia. Alan was named Shellharbour Citizen of the Year in 2022 in recognition of his tireless dedication to the local community and surf lifesaving, and the following year he was awarded a Medal of the Order of Australia for his services to lifesaving. On behalf of the people of Whitlam, I thank Alan Beveridge for his extraordinary dedication to the vital service of lifesaving and everything he has given back so generously to our community. Speaker, I rise today to recognise Lake Illawarra Cricket Club, known affectionately as the Lakers, which has its home ground at Howard's Fowles Oval in my electorate of Whitlam. I had the great pleasure of attending the club's 80th year presentation night at Warilla Bowls and Recreation Club this month, which included the induction of 3 new Life members, Tim Hoare, Kylie Hoare and Ryan Smith. Life membership is the club's highest honour, recognising exceptional service, unwavering commitment and lasting impact over many years. Since it was formed in 1945, Lake Illawarra Cricket Club has won an extraordinary 24 club championships, 45 first-grade premierships of various kinds and 37 premierships across lower grades. But the Lakers do not measure success by adding up these competition victories or the number of final series they have qualified for or matches they have won. They measure success by the community they have created. Not just the people who play cricket for the club, but the volunteers who coach the juniors, prepare the ground, work behind the canteen and sit on the committee, and the lasting friendships that are built between these volunteers. By this important measure, Lake Illawarra Cricket Club is an outstandingly successful cricket club and community organisation. I congratulate the Illawarra Cricket Club on 80 years of success, both on and off the pitch, and I wish them all the very best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we all saw it the other day. They blew up Liddell, or blew up the stacks. Absolutely incredibly stupid. Why didn't they refurbish them? Why didn't they use all that ingenuity that they have? Apparently they can change the climate, but they can't refurbish a power station. They used to produce 2,000 megawatts. There was a 2,000 megawatt power station, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, but we are spending $42 billion on Snowy Hydro 2.0, which is 2,000 megawatts for 3 days. Just while we're on Liddell, they were supposed to put $5 million from the Regional Precincts and Partnerships Program. Mayor Jeff Drayton, who's actually the chair of the Labor branch there, it said that you scribbed on the deal, just forgot about it. Just once more, just completely unbelievable. You say things, you never do them, and people are let down. Oh, they're going to build a big precinct there to make solar panels. That's just another load of rubbish. It's never going to happen. We're just being told not the truth. And then we go to other things, the inland rail, we got rid of that. You came up with a fantastic figure, $31 billion. It's just that no one can put any meat on the bone, can't tell us how that adds up to $31 billion. Just say it. They say go to the Axel report. I did. One line, $31 billion, no details. Completely unbelievable. There's nothing that substantiates the validity of the Labor Party's capacity to get themselves around the numbers. It's all just a load of garbage. Blow your nose on the budget. It's just not worth it. We go to other things in our electorate. Apparently, we can't find the money, $5 million for Mayor Jeff Drayton, but you can find $18.2 billion for the swindle factories, for the intermittent power precincts, your solar panels, your wind towers, and we're building the transmission lines all across the place. You're turning New England into an industrial dump for an intermittent product that's unreliable and hellishly expensive. Chiswick, where we want to do something smart, then Chiswick, CSIRO, would be confirming with them their funding. But we're not. At this point in time, they believe their funding's been pulled. Everything about this has no vision for the regions. Everything about this is misinformation. Everything about this is opaque or not the truth. And of course, let's remember what we're doing with capital gains tax. We had record insolvencies in small business, over 34% increase in small business insolvencies in the last 12 months, so ASIC says. That's because people take risks and sometimes they lose. They lose their shirt. And that's why we reward them when they win. But no, we don't believe in reward. We believe in creating a stupid nation, a lack of entrepreneurship, a lack of hope and a lack of vision.
And I call the Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy.
Yesterday, the corridors of Parliament House were filled with something we need more of in public life. Young people with optimism, purpose and a determination to shape Australia's future. I had the honour of hosting the first ever Maronite Youth in Parliament Summit, and it was a reminder of the enormous contribution that the Maronite community makes to our country. In my electorate of Parramatta stands the Our Lady of Lebanon Co-Cathedral at Harris Park, the largest Maronite church in the Southern Hemisphere. and one of the great centres of Lebanese-Australian life. For more than 4 decades, it has been where families gather, traditions are passed on, faith is kept alive, and community is built. Maronite Australians have helped shape modern Australia, and Western Sydney would not be the same without them. Last year, we brought Maronite leaders into Parliament, and this year, we brought the next generation. Led by Bishop Antoine Charbel Tarabay, Maronite Youth Australia and the Lebanese ambassador, the summit gathered 30 young Maronite Australians from across the country, including many from Parramatta, to speak directly with political leaders about the future they want to see. And the conversations could not have been more important. They spoke about strengthening Australia's social cohesion, supporting Lebanon and the Middle East at a difficult time, creating opportunity for young Australians, and ensuring that their generation has a genuine voice in national life. For many Lebanese Australians, the events unfolding in Lebanon are not distant headlines. They are deeply personal. Families in Parramatta carry that worry every day. That's why giving young people a seat at the table matters so much. Because multiculturalism in Australia is not about asking people to leave part of themselves behind. It's about recognising that our country is stronger because of the cultures, faiths and histories that people bring with them. Many of the young people at this summit were born and raised here. They're proudly Australian, proudly Lebanese, proudly Maronite, and those identities enrich our national story. The summit was joined by the Prime Minister and senior ministers, the Speaker of the House, and colleagues from across the Parliament, a powerful sign that the government values and respects the Maronite community. These young leaders spent the day inside our democracy, attending question time, working alongside parliamentary staff, and developing a formal communique with practical policy ideas for government. They also presented the Prime Minister with a cedar tree to be planted at the Lodge, a symbol of endurance, hope, and the deep roots of this community. These are young Australians stepping forward to lead in community life, in business, in public service, and beyond. Their voices deserve to be heard, and their ideas deserve a genuine response.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Well, Speaker, no less than 24 hours ago, Chris Bowen, a minister of this crown, lied to the Australian people. What's the order? I withdraw. The Minister of the Crown misled the Australian people. He said in question time that power prices in Australia are down in all jurisdictions. Well, he forgot the great state of South Australia. The default market offering shows that prices are up again. This is the state with 80% wind and solar. 80%. And he attributed the cost reductions to more renewables. Well, South Australia, 80%, prices are up. We have the highest prices in Australia and some of the highest prices in the world, depending on how you measure it. It is unbelievable. More misleading. Speaker, I also rise to raise my concerns for older Australians in my electorate of Grey. They are facing a financial blow. Under Labor's proposed cuts to private health insurance rebates, over 23,000 residents will be hit with premium hikes of up to $807 and double that for couples. We tell Australians to take responsibility for their health and be self-sufficient as they age. Yet this government is shifting the goalposts yet again. Right when their incomes are reducing and their need for specialty care is increasing, Labor is hitting older Australians where it hurts. Private health covers over 26,000 people, covers over 26,000 hospital admissions annually in Grey and contributes $111 million to that care. With an average patient of 61 years old and almost a fifth of these admissions being cancer-related, this cover is not a luxury, it is indeed a lifeline. And if seniors are forced to abandon these policies, they will be pushed directly into our already struggling public hospital system. And if this happens, our regional wait lists will explode, and our exhausted local doctors and nurses will be left to pick up the pieces yet again. I stand with the over 65s in my electorate. I urge everyone in grey to sign the Hands Off Our Health Cover petition so we can fight this terrible decision by Labor together. Speaker, two trips up north, residents are speaking about the condition of the roads in northern South Australia, and they feel abandoned. The impacts of prolonged road closures are severe. Inaminka tourism has plummeted from hundreds of visitors a night to just 11. Pastoralists can't move stock, risking prime cattle and sheep in a time when feed is good. Thank you, Speaker.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change, Energy and Emergency Management.
Deputy Speaker, my community shares what I think is Australia's defining national characteristic, namely the value we place on shared wellbeing and our preparedness to take on the difficult task of making change in the cause of greater fairness, inclusion and sustainability. Now, that's a nice thing to say, but what does it mean in reality? Well, it means we're prepared to change arrangements that are skewed away from people trying to make a go of it and skewed towards those of us who are already doing reasonably well. It means we don't accept the situation where home ownership is drifting out of the reach of younger Australians. It means we don't accept a situation where the tax treatment of income from wages is less generous than the tax treatment of income from investments. And what it requires is the courage to change. It requires strength of character in all of us to deliver on our values. Because if we say about ourselves that we support change for the greater good, then we need to make that true in our conduct. Now, there's no question that our tax system has elements that aren't as effective or as fair as they could be. The only question is whether we're prepared to do something about it or not. And Deputy Speaker, in a period of substantial global turmoil, the Albanese government has shown from the start that we accept the responsibility given to us by the Australian community to deliver sensible and necessary reform. We've done that with the Stage 3 tax cuts. We've done that with changes to increase superannuation overall and to make sure that super tax concessions are shifted to benefit people with low super balances. We've done that with reform to the PRRT and the introduction of a gas reservation scheme to make sure that Australian households and businesses can get fair-priced Australian gas while we drive the clean energy transition. But we know there's more to do, and in this budget we're seeking to make further change in a careful and consultative fashion. Since the Howard government decided to change the capital gains tax arrangements in 1999, house prices have grown twice as fast as wages. That has fed into the housing crisis. It has created an investment distortion that is making housing less and less affordable while contributing to broader intergenerational inequity. And if this distortion isn't fixed, then house ownership will drift further and further away from younger Australians. If we're not prepared to make sensible change, then the position of working people, which is the significant majority of Australians, will deteriorate further. Well, Deputy Speaker, we are prepared to make the case for positive reform, and I've heard from so many people over the years who rightly expect their government to take responsibility for tackling problems that are embedded in the status quo. That's what they expect, that's what they should expect, that's what we are responding to. That is not the easy path. Change is not the easy path, but we're not here to do what's easy. We are here. We are charged with a responsibility to shift the dial in the direction of fairness, which is better for all of us, which is what Australian governments should deliver, which is what the Albanese government is delivering.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Anzac Day is an important date each year where the country stops to honour and reflect on the sacrifices and bravery of those who fought for our freedoms. And we thank those who continue to serve to protect the Australian way of life, our democracy and our freedoms today. It was heartwarming to see commemorative services held on Anzac Day in each and every corner of my community, with thousands of local residents attending to pay their respects. And I was honoured to attend and commemorate with our local Anzacs at the Lilydale Dawn Service, the Mount Evelyn Gunfire Breakfast, Wandon, Montrose and Mooroolbark services before heading to the local football at Mooroolbark and then finishing the day at Seville. And thank you to the Dandenong Rangers, Hillsville, Lilydale, Monbulk, Mount Evelyn, the Upper Yarra, the Upwey Belgrave, the Warburton and Yarra Glen RSLs for their services, the Rotary Club of Wandon, the Seville War Memorial Committee, the Millgrove Residents Action Group, the Mooroolbark Umbrella Group, Peter Adams and the Kalorama Committee, Max Lamb, the Mooroolbark Football Club, the Seville Football Club, the Upwake Tacoma Football Netball Club, the Olinda Ferny Creek Football Netball Club and the Yarra Junction Football Club for their continued dedication to remembering those that paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country. It was also a privilege to attend many Anzac commemorative services held by local schools, community organisations and football clubs in the lead up to and after Anzac Day. And thank you to the Lilydale Memorial Park and our local schools, Belgrave South Primary School, Lilydale Primary School, Bimbadine Heights Primary, Yering Primary, as well as the Upper Yarra School Service, which included Wesburn, Milwarra, Wooriolik, Warburton, Upper Yarra Secondary, Seville Primary, Don Valley, Yarra Junction, St Joseph's and Launching Place. Thank you for the invitation to join you and pay our respects. And each year in the lead up to Anzac Day, it is an honour to hold the Don Parsons Memorial Anzac Creative Writing Prize for all grade 5 and 6 students across the Casey electorate. And now this competition pays tribute to the late Don Parsons, the late president of the Lilydale RSL, who made a significant contribution to our community, and the hundreds of entries were so well received, and it was heartening to see so many local school students pay tribute to our Anzacs through their writing. It was wonderful to visit these schools, to meet the winners and the finalists of the competition who were selected by the local RSL presidents. Congratulations again to the winner Matilda and finalist Jonathan, both from Rolling Hills Primary School. Finalist Tali from Wandon North Primary School and finalist Lara and Kyla from Montrose Primary School. Thank you to all the students who participated in the competition.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. For more than 40 years, the urban camp in Parkville has opened its doors to people from all across Australia, welcoming them in to experience the very best of Melbourne. Urban Camp turns the traditional camp on its head, inviting kids from the country into the city to experience what Melbourne has to offer, and in the same way that kids from the city head into the bush. I recently had the pleasure of visiting Urban Camp, what stood out to me was the heart of the place. It was more than just a place for kids to sleep. It was a gateway to Melbourne. It opened Melbourne up to school students, to sporting groups, community groups and disability groups, to regional families and interstate visitors. It brought children into Melbourne to visit our theatres, our museums, our laneways, our sporting precincts, and connected it with organisations like the Big Issue Classroom, helping young people engage with stories of resilience, disadvantage in ways that stay with them long after they returned home. That is what makes it so special. A sporting group can come into the city and watch a game at the G or feel the heart of Melbourne Sporting Precinct. For a disability community, it might be a young person building confidence away from home for the first time, learning new skills, making friends and gaining independence in a safe and supportive environment. It also provides support for families and carers, giving them the opportunity to recharge in the knowledge that their loved ones are supported. Programs like this strengthen not only the individuals, but the entire families and communities that love them. That is what Urban Camp does. It makes the possible practical, and that matters. Because fairness is not only something we talk about in this place, it's something that families should feel in their everyday life. Each year, Urban Camp welcomes thousands of visitors through its doors, and each year it operates at capacity. That tells us the need is real. It tells us schools and community groups are looking for an affordable way to experience Melbourne. It tells us regional and interstate communities want to be part of culture and sporting education life in our city. And it tells us that Urban Camp has built something trusted, but it also tells us there's an opportunity to do more. Urban Camp wants to expand so it can welcome more groups, more students, more community organisations and more visitors into Melbourne. And I support that work because Melbourne is a city that welcomes people in. That is the Melbourne I love, a city of laneways and libraries, of footy scarves and theatre curtains, a city that says, come in, have a look and be a part of this. So thank you to Urban Camp and for the work you do, and thank you for the kids that have come to enjoy Melbourne.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right across the Fisher electorate, there are tradies, cafe owners and small business operators who are watching this government with deep suspicion. Small businesses make a vital and multi-layered contribution to the Australian economy. As drivers of innovation, wealth creation and employment for millions of Australians, these businesses are built on personal risk, years of sacrifice and a genuine stake in the places and people they serve. And now Labor is telling thousands of them that the structure they built their livelihood around is a vehicle for avoiding tax. The Prime Minister stood before the Victorian Labor Conference last weekend and asked contemptuously whether Australians sit around the kitchen table thinking about setting up a trust. Well, the answer, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, is yes. Many of them do. Not because they are wealthy, not because they're rorting the system. They did it because their accountant sat across them when they were starting out and said, here's your company structure and here's the trust that protects your family home if things go wrong. The ATO's own data shows that 60% of all trust distributions flow to beneficiaries earning less than $120,000 a year. These are not hedge fund managers. They are mums and dads trying to keep their dreams alive and trying to protect their assets. COSBOA has warned that the restructuring costs will fall hardest on the smallest operators, the very people who are least equipped to absorb them. And the irony is that the genuinely wealthy, with their complex structures and advisors, will find their way through. The 30% minimum tax does not distinguish between sophisticated tax planning and a family that uses a trust for the same reason they have a lock on their front door. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a second group being caught in this net, and their situation is even more troubling. A wills and estates lawyer from my electorate has written to me about testamentary discretionary trusts. These trusts only come into existence because someone has died. They exist to protect inheritances for children, widows, disabled beneficiaries and vulnerable adults. There are fewer than 11,000 of them in Australia. This is a tax on grief, and the idea that traumatised families must now engage lawyers and accountants to restructure an estate while still processing their loss is nothing short of cruel. The Coalition will oppose these measures. The people of Fisher deserve a government that honours what they have built and protects what they have lost, not one that sends them yet another tax bill for it. This government, when they run out of money, they come after yours.
And I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recent footage of the Israeli government minister Itamar Ben-Gvir taunting detained flotilla activists heading to Palestine highlights both the arrogance, brutality and disregard for international law by the Netanyahu government. My understanding is that there were 2 recent interceptions of the flotilla, which consisted of 70 boats and 3,000 participants from 100 countries, including 17 Australians. With them was a dedicated medical fleet of 1,000 healthcare professionals carrying vital supplies to support Gaza's decimated healthcare system. Credible reports, including first-hand accounts from flotilla activists, alleged violence and degrading sexual abuse towards some of those detained. If the treatment of the flotilla members was perpetrated by any other country, there would be universal outrage throughout the community and across this chamber. But because it is Israel, there has hardly been a murmur. There are also allegations that dual Australian-Israeli citizens have returned to Israel and participated in Israeli military operations that are now the subject of war crimes investigations. One can only imagine the brutality and cruelty of how Palestinian prisoners are treated, and I do not dismiss allegations of sexual assault, rape and torture of Palestinians in Israeli detention centres, as has been reported time and again, and which Israel continues to deny. Simultaneously, the Israeli settlements in the West Bank continue in breach of international law and international condemnation. I commend the Albanese government for joining with several other Western countries in calling for, and I quote, the government of Israel to end its expansion of settlements and administrative powers, ensure accountability for settler violence and investigate allegations against Israeli forces, respect the Hashemite custodianship of Jerusalem's holy sites and the historic status quo arrangements, and lift financial restrictions on the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian economy." End of quote. Deputy Speaker, these are not the words of radicals, but of the leaders of 9 Western countries. I also note that Israeli ministers Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir were sanctioned last June by the governments of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Norway and the United Kingdom for inciting extremist violence and serious abuses of Palestinian human rights. However, there needs to be stronger measures taken because whilst the Israeli government has the backing of the USA, it will continue to ignore global opinion and international law.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Is the Albanese Labor government waiting for older Australians to die so they don't have to provide them with support at home? Right now, more than 230,000 Australians are waiting for aged care services. The average wait time is 12 months and 5,000 people have died on that waiting list. This is a national disgrace, which the Prime Minister might recall he actually called the coalition government when the numbers were nowhere near like it. The government has been secretive about data on wait times, dumping update data in the Senate on budget night, hidden apparently. Labor has kicked critical price protections down the road and clearly cannot manage the system. As usual, Labor is good with the spin and shocking at governing. I want to thank Jonathan Lee and Sky News for sharing Mallee constituent stories in his excellent investigative report. The Minister tried to head it off with a snap media release, but like Labor's budget, his spin fell flat. Steve Willman is a physiotherapist in Mildura who has raised serious concerns about patients who are being consistently charged $215 for 1-hour consultations through their home care package, despite the consultation being charged at $75 by Steve. He is outraged with very good reason because people's packages are running dry and services are running out. Elderly Australians are being slugged with hidden, inflated costs, eroding the very funding intended for their care. Brent Janeski shared the story of his father, Ian, a deaf man assessed for functionality on the phone. Why does Labor think this is okay? This is a system so out of touch it cannot even deliver appropriate assessment. Wendy Shelton is caring for her husband, Serge, who lives with dementia. She is battling delays, rising costs and restrictions on funds while trying to keep her husband safe at home. This is a government that is out of touch. Julie Lewis, assessed as high needs in my electorate, these are all from my electorate, who has contacted every provider within 250 kilometres for services, no one can help her. Everybody's books are closed. She's been told the wait list for services is 12 months. Older Australians deserve transparency. The Albanese Labor government is failing them and the Minister must do better.
I'm going to give the call to the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. It was great to join with the Australian Jasmine families and spend time with families to see some of their wonderful activities in action. The opportunity to engage and learn more about the social, cultural and family programs organised by Australian Jasmine families made for a very enjoyable afternoon. What stood out most was seeing people of all ages come together through song, through dance, activities and conversation and the sense of connection. It was a reminder that communities are built through shared experiences, traditions and relationships. Australia has been shaped and strengthened by generations of migrants from around the world. The cultures, language and traditions families bring with them contribute to the diverse Australia we all share today. Gatherings like these play an important role in helping people connect, support one another and maintain strong community ties. Community organisations such as AJF help preserve culture and tradition and create opportunities for people to build confidence, connection and a sense of belonging within the broader Australian community. Thank you again for the warm welcome extended to me and for the important work you do in bringing families together and strengthening community connections every day. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful work of the Turkish sub-branch of the RSL Victoria for its dedication and ongoing commitment to bringing the community together in commemorating Anzac Day. Each year, Branch President Ramazan Altantash and his wonderful family devote considerable time, care and effort to ensuring this important occasion is marked with dignity and meaning. Their dedication plays an important role in preserving the traditions and values that Anzac Day represents, while creating opportunities for people from all backgrounds and generations to come together in reflection and remembrance. This work not only honours the service and sacrifice of the Anzacs, but also reinforces the deep friendship and mutual respect between Australia and Turkey, a bond forged through history and remembrance and strengthened through enduring friendship. The commemorations they help lead are a powerful example of remembrance, recognition and respect, ensuring that the spirit of Anzac Day continues to be carried across generations and communities while highlighting the enduring connection between our two nations. Anzac commemorations across my community reflected on the strength of the human spirit as we remembered those who made the ultimate sacrifice. They also served as a reminder of the importance of unity, compassion and service to others, values that continue to shape and strengthen our communities right across Australia today. Thank you for your contribution to representing the legacy of Anzac Day and strengthening the spirit that this National Day of Remembrance represents.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mackay has recently proven that when the regions are given the baton, we don't just run with it, we lead. Earlier this month, the 2026 North Queensland Games brought thousands of athletes to Dawson to compete across 40 different sports. The execution of these games was a gold medal moment, proving that our local spirit has the stamina to host the world without breaking a sweat. Our regions are match fit for the ultimate big league, the Olympics. Should cricket be confirmed in the 2032 Games, Mackay is positioned as a leading contender. In the hunt for Olympic sailing success, the glistening waters of the Whitsundays would be the ultimate natural stadium for this event. The athletes who are representing us in the 2032 will be those competing at regional events, just like the NQ Games. Because the true power of events like this is found in the hearts of the athletes who clear the hardest and highest hurdles to compete. Deputy Speaker, on a personal note, I was proud to watch a member of my staff return to the Masters Athletics after facing a brutal battle with cancer. Stepping back into the circle for the first time since chemotherapy, she claimed silver in the hammer throw. It was a true milestone moment, and for the athletes like her, the bling is brilliant. But the real glory lies in the courage to get back on the field. I applaud every single athlete who came to Mackay. They didn't just compete, they showed us the very best of our regional spirit, and they proved that the road to 2032 begins in our backyard. Deputy Speaker, while the North Queensland Games showcased the pinnacle of elite athletic endurance, you haven't seen anything until you've witnessed the high stakes, high drama of the Norm Perry Memorial Duck Race in Ayr. This is Ducks for Bucks at Plantation Creek, where the competition is fierce. The sack races are brutal, and the fashions on the field are judged on creativity and style. Forget the Melbourne Cup, the real race that stops the nation happens in the bountiful Burdekin, where duck number 223 stormed down the creek to take the crown. Beyond the old-fashioned fun, this timeless tradition floats on regional heart. It's driven by community pride and is a mighty good cause. Every duck in that water was raising vital funds for Ronald McDonald House, supporting families when they need it the most. My hat goes off to the Rotary Club of Ayr for organising another quacking success and proving that regional generosity always makes a massive splash.
Fantastic, thank you. And I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the House, Minister for Health and Ageing.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. That is a hard act to follow indeed. But like many members, I want to rise to acknowledge the service history of my electorate, a Federation seat, the electorate of Hindmarsh, particularly reflected through the Anzac services that took place late last month. I was honoured once again to serve as the MC at the 2026 Semaphore and Port Adelaide RSL Dawn service. This was the largest crowd I remember in almost 20 years of playing that role at that service. Well over 10,000 people turned out from the local community. I want to thank them for showing their support for that local RSL sub-branch and for returned servicemen and women and families, particularly of those who made the ultimate sacrifice from the western suburbs of Adelaide. I want to acknowledge the President of the sub-branch, Derek Meadows, Daryl Mundy, who is on the committee, who year after year puts in the hard work to organise this very significant community event, and all of the officers of that RSL. I also want to acknowledge the Henley RSL, the Largs sub-branch, the Seaton sub-branch, the Plympton Glenelg sub-branch and the Port Adelaide Naval Association for their work. Our community has a very long history with armed services, dating back before Federation in 1901, particularly with the construction of Fort Largs and Fort Glanville in the 1870s and 1880s, which were designed to protect Adelaide's shipping lanes into Port Adelaide against Russian attack, which was the major preoccupation that the colonies had at that time. But that role with the Defence Force has continued right through the ensuing 150 years or so. I want to share one little-known story about that association from the Second World War. In 1941, two seamen who were stationed at the Port Adelaide Naval Base as part of the Navy's mine clearance program were sent down to Beachport to disarm a German mine that had washed ashore in that part of South Australia. Able seaman Thomas Todd and able seaman sadly did not return to Port Adelaide that day after discharging their mine disarming duties, and their loss marked the first Australian deaths on Australian soil during World War II as a result of enemy activity, in this case the laying of mines on our coast. And over the decades, our western suburbs have continued in that tradition, both before World War II and after, now culminating in the role that Osborne plays, particularly in the construction of our shipbuilding and submarine capabilities, which will be there for decades to come.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Deputy Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge the extraordinary life of Cecilia Sis Saunas, OAM, a woman whose remarkable longevity and unwavering commitment to her Plantagenet community leave a legacy few could ever match. Sis Saunas passed away on the 19th of April at the remarkable age of 103. Hers was a long life filled from beginning to end with service, generosity and an enduring belief in the importance of community. One of 6 children born to Collie and Alice Moyer in 1922, Sis was raised on the family farm in Amelup. In 1941, both of her parents were tragically killed in a road accident on the Calgon River Bridge. In July 1943, Sis married Frank Saunas and bred Santa Gertrudis cattle on their Merryup farm and grew apples on their Muir Highway orchard. Sis became not just a resident of the district, but one of its most recognisable and respected figures. Her service to the community spanned more than 8 decades. She was a member of the Mount Barker Golf Club for 70 years, serving as ladies' captain, president and patron, and was still playing at the ripe old age of 100. She was a foundation member of the Plantagenet Village Homes, a dedicated hospital volunteer and a constant supporter of local sporting clubs, church and community activities. Sis exemplified what it means to give back, and her contributions were rightly recognised over the years. In 1992, she was named Citizen of the Year for the community service in the Shire of Plantagenet. received the WA Volunteer Service Badge in 2013. And in 2021, she was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia, one of our nation's highest honours. Yet perhaps her greatest achievement was as a loving mother of 3, grandmother of 6, great-grandmother of 12 and great-great-grandmother of 4. I know she was a role model to countless generations, setting the example of a life grounded in kindness, humility and a genuine willingness to help others. On behalf of the broader O'Connell community, I extend my heartfelt condolences to her family and loved ones. In celebrating a life so well lived, we are reminded of the profound impact that one person can have. Celia Saunis OAM will be deeply missed by all who loved her, but her legacy will endure in the community she helped build and in the generations she inspired.
Ballet. And I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was a pleasure to recently attend the Mother's Day breakfast hosted at Bexley North Public School. The morning brought together students, parents, carers and teachers to celebrate really the important women in our lives who provide endless love and support to the next generation. And what stood out, Deputy Speaker, to me the most was learning about the school's impressive student parliamentary program. Students take on leadership roles, including the position of Prime Minister, with a ministry set up as well, and they actively participate in debating ideas, presenting and drafting motions, and voting on initiatives that impact school life. And I was very much inspired to see young people developing their confidence, teamwork, and public speaking skills at such an early age. And I had the opportunity to speak with some of the students about my role as the federal member for Barton and share some insight into how our parliamentary system operates. And programs like this help bring civics and democracy to life in a very practical and engaging way. So I want to thank you, Ms Danielle Scott, the principal, the PNC, teachers, parents, and also the students for organising such a wonderful event and for really fostering a future community leaders with such enthusiasm and care. Deputy Speaker, I recently also had the pleasure of attending an annual dinner of the St George and Sutherland Medical Research Foundation. And it was an evening that highlighted the extraordinary work undertaken in our local health network. I want to sincerely thank Pam Brown and all the members of the board for their dedication, leadership and passion in supporting medical research that changes lives. Their commitment ensures that researchers at St George Hospital and Sutherland Hospital can continue groundbreaking work that improves patient outcomes and strengthens our healthcare system. I particularly want to acknowledge Professor Emad El Omar, who's the director of the Microbiome Research Centre in Kogarah, whose internationally recognised work on the gut microbiome in advancing our understanding of disease prevention and human health. And I also want to congratulate the grant recipients recognised on the evening, Dr Joyce Chu, Dr Michelle Fitzmaurice, Thiz Sun Jayawaradana and Dr Jennifer Wen Yin Lim. Their dedication and expertise and research excellence gives our community hope for a healthier future. And someone like myself, who is also a scientist by trade, I know the importance of investing in research, innovation, and evidence-based medicine. Behind every breakthrough are passionate researchers working tirelessly to improve and save lives. Our community is incredibly fortunate to have such talented people, Deputy Speaker, contributing to the world-class medical research here in St George and in Sutherland. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, we're all trying to summit a different horizon in our lives. Many young Australians are looking to the future with confidence and should be. But of course, few would say the pathway to success is scaling Everest. Not Bianca Adler from St Leonard's College. Since she was little, she was summiting the tallest mountains in the world and it's her dream to achieve 8,849 metres of ice and altitude between her and the top of the world. She had tried to summit once before and had gotten within 400 metres before sadly being turned around. She spent months acclimatising to Nepal and rotating around camps through Nepal. She didn't face it alone. Her family, her school community and her years of coaches and mentors gave her the tools, the belief and of course the preparation to do something truly extraordinary. So on Monday the 20th, Bianca Adler
stood on the top of the world, becoming the youngest Australian ever to summit Mount Everest, something that should make her incredibly proud. So on behalf of the entire Parliament of Australia, congratulations, Bianca, on your record feat. Our community is cheering you on for what you have done, but also for what is yet to come. Keep going. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, one of the most important things is to encourage young Australians to become self-starters and to get on with their life and achieve great things. Every time people open a new small business, they are encouraging commercial hope and encouraging others to be able to get ahead and to back themselves in. This isn't a speech about the budget, Deputy Speaker, though it could easily be, but let's talk about good news for a change. Because what we know in the Goldstein electorate is there are so many self-starters and small businesses that want to get ahead. And so the Sandy Street Art Project and Bayside City Council set out to solve and encourage young Australians to be able to get ahead. Last Saturday in Melrose Street in Sandringham, they ran the Young Creators Market, a real market with real stalls and customers and 12 to 18-year-olds discovering what it actually feels like to run a business before they've even finished Year 12. There I met so many different young creators, from those creating crocheted items for sale to young people who go to their friends' birthday parties and bend balloons. And I even have now in the Goldstein office in Federal Parliament some of Felix's smoked salts. He both smokes the salt, it goes beautifully on food, I can confirm that, but he also plants trees as an offset. There were many guides and stallholders there who shared what they learned about setup costs, product ideas, and how to make things commercially work out. It worked, I was there, and of course it was something that I should be immensely proud of. So to all the young creators, keep going, we believe in you.
And I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It has long been my passion and commitment to listen to, learn from and empower younger generations. It is why I became a youth worker, and it is why, as the member for Dunkley, I pledged in my first speech to do all I can to support young Australians and ensure their voices are heard and listened to, and that they have the skills and confidence to lead change into the future. That commitment is what inspired the inaugural Dunkley Emerging Leaders Program, which concluded last Friday with a presentation event showcasing the passion of young people from our community. Throughout the program, we heard from an extraordinary group of 18 to 25-year-olds emerging leaders who explored their sense of purpose, their why, and identified the change they want to see in the Dunkley community. Their insights, empathy, and determination was genuinely inspiring. Through the program, participants explored leadership, change-making, and conflict resolution, while also learning the often understated importance of kindness and respect. In doing so, they grew in confidence, strengthened their self-esteem, and developed a deeper understanding of how they can contribute positively to our community. I want to sincerely thank the Speaker of the House for working with us to mentor the group. His stories and reflections demonstrated the power of authentic leadership and the importance of seeing people beyond the tip of the iceberg. I also thank Senator Darmanin, Rod Glover, and the many special guests who contributed their time and experience to guiding these young leaders. When we create opportunities, young people engage, and this group rose to the challenge. I've been incredibly inspired by the calibre and by the thoughtful ideas they shared for the future of Dunkley. The value of this program was reinforced through a recent event hosted by the Committee of Frankston-Mornington Peninsula, where 100 young leaders from schools across the electorate discussed the challenges they face, the impacts of social media, artificial intelligence, housing affordability, and cost of living pressures were common themes. These issues are complex, considerable, and in many ways unprecedented, with young people talking about how these issues impact their mental health and well-being. The world our young people are navigating is volatile and unpredictable. But, Deputy Speaker, the leaders I met showed me they are ready for that challenge. They are keen to work collaboratively, authentically, determined to lift others up as they go.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the great thing about the internet is a sense of humour, and I've been seeing all these jokes and memes, and can I just say I'm not a big fan of the AI-generated images of the PM, but business is so frustrated. They're putting up these images where you've got the Prime Minister. The one I saw this morning is there's a guy on the building site digging a hole, and he's got the PM holding his arms around him, and this theme goes on and on. But what the message is, they're now saying the PM Albanese in the Labor government is basically owning 50% of their business simply due to the high taxes and also, in particular, the capital gains tax changes, the trust changes, and obviously for those investing in negative gearing. And it makes it really tough if you've planned ahead in the small business, whether it be a person who may be in a hairdressers, or could be a butcher, whatever it is, or tradie, in particular tradies in the Latrobes have been hit really hard, where you've arranged income splitting on the accountant's advice, and now you've got the situation where, and I spoke to people yesterday, especially from my multicultural communities, they're all going and seeing their accountants at the moment. So they're booking and seeing the accountant once, obviously have to pay for a fee seeing the accountant, but the accountant's saying, hey, we're expecting some sort of changes and to come back. And if the Labor members don't think this is going to hurt them when it comes to small business, in particular multicultural community, I can tell you now the feedback I'm getting is absolutely red hot. And they are really concerned about the changes they need to make, which for their future, when they've taken and planned ahead maybe 10 years. And it's of great concern now. I know that the Labor members, and I've heard the Treasurer and the Prime Minister speak about how all this is going to benefit young people and make it fairer. But I asked them to listen to the interview with their own Treasurer, the Daily Australian Editor-in-Chief, Billy Fitzsimmons, and was asking questions to the Treasurer where he obviously didn't have a clue about the impacts on young people, and concerns were raised by her in questions about facing high rents, mortgages and financial uncertainty. And data suggests they're thriving but live lives of telling stories. It's going to make their lives so much tougher in the future. So I just say to the Labor members, you're going to have to change this, in particular for the trusts, because you're hurting so many small businesses right across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Minister for Communications and Sport.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Last week, as the federal member for Lily, I was very pleased to have the opportunity during National Volunteers Week to recognise the exceptional service of 40 volunteers across our Northside community. The annual Lily Volunteers Awards breakfast, which was held at the Geebung Bowls Club, is our way of saying thank you to volunteers, to leaders, to mentors and to organisations whose work is often performed quietly behind the scenes, but whose impact is felt right across Lily. Through service, leadership, advocacy and practical support, each recipient has made a meaningful difference. It was wonderful to honour young recipients like Clara Scott, aged 11, of Chermside West, who has already contributed hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer service to her community through school events, through reading support, through the Chermside Historical Society projects, through scouting and through parkrun. Or Archie Dutchke. Each week, 16-year-old Archie gives his time to Auskick at the Astley Hornets, encouraging younger children as they build skills, as they build teamwork and confidence through sport. His reliability and quiet leadership have made him an invaluable part of the team at the Astley Hornets, and we appreciate him. In contrast, we also honoured 16 Northside residents for the Elaine Darling Lifetime Contribution to Volunteering Award, who have collectively given hundreds of years of service to their respective communities and organisations. People like 90-year-old Mavis Baxter, from Wavell Heights, who began volunteering at the tender age of 16 at Norths Rugby League Club and has continued serving her community for decades across sporting and historical organisations like Nunda Amateur Swim Club and the Nunda Historical Society in her later years. Her lifetime of selfless service, including recognition through life memberships at several organisations, reflects a remarkable legacy of contribution to her community. Or the late Beverly Donaghy. For 3 decades, Bev was a driving force behind the Boondall Synchronised Swimming Club. As president, she helped shape the club, she helped promote the sport locally and beyond as an international team leader for Australia. We celebrate Bev's extraordinary contribution and we farewell her with gratitude. At the awards breakfast, we also welcome some of the nearly 30 not-for-profit organisations who will share in over $66,000 thanks to the 2026-2027 Lily Volunteer Grants Program funded by the Albanese Labor Government. The successful applicants were selected from nearly 60 expressions of interest. The Lily Volunteer Grants recognises the vital role volunteers play in building resilience and cohesive communities. Grants of up to $5,000 will be delivered via the Department of Social Services to help community organisations to support their volunteers. Congratulations to all the award winners and to the successful grant applicants. We really appreciate you.
I thank the Minister. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded and I call the clerk.
Government business, further statements on the Women's Budget Statement.
Are there any statements? And I call the member for Lyne in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the October to December 2025 period, 46% of patients were T4, T5, that's low acuity, to Manning Base Hospital. But the T2 treatment time that were on time in terms of servicing was 35.1% and T3 was 39.2% treatment on time. Now, let me compare this to Maitland Hospital. Now, Maitland has an urgent care clinic. In fact, a commitment that I made and my Liberal Party colleague in the seat of Patterson made at the last election. Now, in comparison at Maitland Hospital, there were 39.6% of presentations that were T4 and T5, yet the T2 treatment on time was 79% and T3 was 60.1%. I mean, just in those figures alone, you can see the benefit to the hospital, to ED, when you have an urgent care clinic available for those low acuity, for people that could go and see a GP if one was available. Now, in my pre-budget submission to the government back in January, under portfolio funding priorities health, the Tari Urgent Care Clinic was the #1 priority. I talked about what redirecting suitable T4 and T5 presentations to an urgent care clinic would mean. They would relieve pressure on the ED, and we can see that from those Maitland statistics. Free ED spaces and clinician time for high acuity presentations, reduce overall waiting times and the proportion of patients staying greater than 4 hours, reduce ambulance offload delays by clearing ED capacity and reducing bottlenecks, improve patient experience with faster treatment for low acuity problems in an urgent care clinic model, and make better use of workforce nurse practitioners, GP procedural skills who can manage many of the T4, T5 problems at lower cost than an ED. And I went on to say in my pre-budget submission, redirecting even 30 to 50% of those annual presentations to an urgent care clinic would remove 5,000 to 8,500 presentations per year from the ED. That's 13 to 23 per day on average, delivering noticeable improvements in ED capacity and wait times. Now, that exact same language I have said in numerous letters to the Minister, laying out the case for an urgent care clinic in my area. Now, let me give some more context, because people, I know, what about Taree? I know is a bit of a catch cry in the Parliament, and I know many people from across the chamber now know where Taree is, but I want to give some more context to why I'm so passionate about getting this facility in my electorate. Taree has an Indigenous population of some 12.7%. There are a lot of Biripi and Warramai people who live in the Lion electorate, who live in and around Taree, from a population across the Taree, Greater Taree area of about 25,000 people. So, you know, not only for the broader population, but specifically for a population with a significant Aboriginal population, this is a facility that would be of significant benefit and use to them. The other context I want to give is the state of our public hospital in Taree. Now, I grew up in around Taree. As I've said, I went to school in Taree, and we were very proud of Manning Base Hospital back in those days. But I looked on the New South Wales Health Department. They don't even call it a base hospital anymore. It's now called Manning Hospital. And there has been, and thanks to the Nationals, when we were in government in the state, New South Wales State Parliament, we put money aside, a significant amount of money for redevelopment at what I'm still going to call Manning Base Hospital. Now, recently, there has been significant concerns in the community about the state of the redevelopment, and questions have been put to Hunter New England Local Health District about these concerns, about the future of the Stage 2 redevelopment, and frankly, they have been less than forthcoming. The community is, and I'm reading from an article from the local paper here, the community has waited more than 5 years for the promised Stage 2 upgrade, but since the administration building was demolished in July 2025, there appears to be no activity on site. And the health district has ignored questions regarding whether hospital bed numbers will be slashed from 112 to 84 and whether floors 3, 4, 5 and 6 of the existing hospital will be closed on completion. Now, the Manning Great Lakes Community Health Action Group and their president, Eddie Wood, these are experienced health professionals who are actively fighting for health services in our area, has raised these concerns and are bitterly disappointed about the response from the New South Wales Labor government and from the local health district. And what he said in this article, and I'll read it here, what we're actually getting after 10 years is an incomplete building that does not meet the original Stage 2 plan to meet the needs of our area. It is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. We're already so short of beds, it's causing bed block. So I want the Parliament, I want the government and the Minister for Health to understand my impassioned plea for an urgent care clinic is not just on the basis of having a service for T4 and T5, but in the context of the serious concerns the community has about the state of health services in Taree and the area. Now, interestingly, Deputy Speaker, I had a retired doctor come and speak to me only last week in the electorate, and he had been a GP in the area for well over 40 years. He's now retired, but he has his career as a GP has basically spanned a very significant part in our area. He enlightened me that under a former coalition government in the Howard years, we actually had an after-hours GP program that was funded, and that he in fact received that funding for his clinic to provide after-hours, fully bulk-billed, no appointment needed care. And what he said to me in 2 words, it worked. It worked for the people of the Manning. And from the horse's mouth, somebody who knows the value of an urgent care clinic, not just for his own business, but for all the people of Taree and the Manning area, that an urgent care clinic works in our area. We desperately need it, and he agreed. And in fact, I met another doctor from a clinic in Tuncurry only last week as well, and he too is impassioned about getting an urgent care clinic for the Foster Tuncurry area project that I'm so grateful that my colleague Tanya Thompson, the member for Mile Lakes, has been successful in securing state funding for an urgent care clinic under their model for Foster Tuncurry. So she's fighting on that battle, and I'm fighting on the federal funds to come for the urgent care clinic for Taree. So I've written to the Minister for Health, the Honourable Mark Butler, after the announcement prior to the budget saying that there will be additional funding and they're locking in, and the urgent care clinic model, and I thank the government for that commitment. But the fact of the matter is, I asked him, is there funding for Taree? I can't be much clearer. I can't make the case any more clearly to him. Is the budget commitment providing funding for an urgent care clinic for Taree? As I've said, there is not a clinic between Coffs Harbour and Newcastle. Now, it's pretty hard for me, let alone for my constituents, to have to sit here and hear colleagues on the other side get up and say, we're about to get our second or we're about to get our third urgent care clinic. And as I said earlier, are we not Australians? Are we not equal citizens in the eyes of this government? An area of low socio-economic means, an area of great need in terms of the number of GPs we have per head of population. The case I've made in terms of the challenges that we have at Manning Base Hospital. I mean, surely the Minister cannot ignore the need on the Mid-North Coast. Surely he is not so cruel to take joy in announcing more urgent care clinics in electorates that already have them and denying one for the people of the Mid-North Coast. Now, there is Labor. I've got to say, there are Labor members in the Lyne electorate. I think Labor got 20% of the vote. I mean, what message is he sending to them? Come on, Minister, we need an urgent care clinic. Thank you.
I thank the member. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm really pleased to be able to speak on the 2026-27 Women's Budget Statement, which is a statement that not only reflects a set of policies, but also a vision for the kind of country we want Australia to be. And that is a country where women are safer, where women are healthier, a country where women are paid fairly, valued properly, and given every opportunity to participate fully in our economy and thrive in our society. We know that when women do well, Australia does well. Yeah. And that is exactly why the Albanese Labor government has made gender equality a central issue to our government and a core economic priority. As the Women's Budget Statement itself says, creating greater opportunity for women is central to building a stronger, more productive and more resilient nation. Labor has a proud history here. It was the Hawke Labor government that introduced the world's first Women's Budget Statement in the 1980s. And it was the Albanese Labor government that restored it in 2022, because we understand that budgets are not gender neutral. The decisions made in this chamber shape the lives of Australians differently, and good governments must recognise that reality. We have a caucus made up of a majority of women, one that is reflective of Australia and our communities. That's why our government introduced gender-responsive budgeting, ensuring that gender equality is considered in budget decisions and embedded at the centre of economic policy. The results are already being seen. Women's labour force participation reached a record high in 2025. The gender pay gap has fallen to an historic low of 11.5%. Women's full-time ordinary earnings have increased by more than $290 a week since May 2022. Australia's global ranking for gender equality has risen dramatically, from 43rd in 2022 to 13th today. Those outcomes did not happen by accident. These outcomes came about through deliberate decisions, ones directly informed by women around the table in our government and in our communities. These deliberate decisions include decisions like cheaper childcare, expanding paid parental leave, backing pay rises for aged care workers and early childhood educators, and the decision to make gender equality an object of the Fair Work Act. For too long, Deputy Speaker, women's work was undervalued. There is, of course, still a lot of work to do for real sustained equality, but it is a focus of this government, and we are determined to do what is necessary to achieve that real and sustained equality. For too long, the sectors dominated by women, care, education, community services, were treated as secondary to the economy, when in reality they are foundational to it. Our government understands that care work is nation-building work. Through our government, we're finally seeing that reflected in policy and in outcomes for workers. The Women's Budget Statement highlights the government's investments in early childhood education and care, including the continuation of cheaper childcare reforms, the Building Early Education Fund and the 3-day guarantee that commenced earlier this year, saving households on average $1,490 each year. These are reforms that make an enormous difference for women balancing work and caring responsibilities, and of course have impact on their families and their communities. Too many women through history have faced impossible choices, and still do, between career progression and family responsibilities, between paid work and unpaid care, between financial security and flexibility. Our budget continues the work of breaking down those barriers and of making decisions less difficult for families. We recognise unpaid care as real work. This is work that sustains families, sustains communities, and sustains the economy itself. Housing security is also fundamental to women's equality and safety. Unfortunately, we know that it is women, particularly older women, who are one of the fastest growing groups of people experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness in Australia. Our government is addressing this issue by investing in social and affordable housing, supporting renters through increased Commonwealth rent assistance and helping first home buyers into the market. And for women and children escaping violence, this budget continues critical investment in crisis and transitional accommodation. No woman should have to choose between violence and homelessness. The Women's Budget Statement rightly and clearly places gender-based violence at the centre of the national conversation. It states clearly that gender equality cannot be achieved while women continue to experience violence and abuse in their homes, workplaces, communities and online. This is a truth we must face honestly, no matter how confronting. Nobody, of course, should lose their life to violence. And every woman living in fear is a failure of the systems around her. This is a system failure. She has been failed. Unfortunately, there are no simple solutions here, but despite that, there must be determined action. Our government has now invested more than $4.4 billion under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. This includes support through the Leaving Violence program, additional frontline workers, investment in prevention and early intervention, and measures to address systems abuse and economic abuse. Importantly, this budget also supports the first standalone First Nations-led national strategy to end family, domestic and sexual violence, recognising that lasting change must be community-led and must be culturally informed. The Women's Budget Statement also reflects something that many women have said for years, which is that women's health issues have often been ignored, dismissed, and certainly have been underfunded. We know that for too long women's pain has been minimised, women's conditions have been overlooked, and women's health outcomes have suffered as a result. Our government is changing that. Our landmark women's health investments continue in this budget, from cheaper contraceptives to expanded endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, menopause support, bulk billing investments, and improved access to Medicare services. These reforms matter because healthcare should work for women at every age and every stage of life. And it also reflects the principle that women deserve to be listened to. We know that representation matters in this place. That's the system our democracy is built on. So it follows that when women are in rooms representing our communities where decisions are made, outcomes improve. We are more representative. Policies become more responsive. Institutions become stronger and democracies become fairer. I spoke earlier this year about the importance of different voices being heard in positions of leadership and decision-making. I said then that positive change happens when women's voices are included in the rooms where decisions are made. This parliament is now the most gender balanced in Australia's history, with women making up nearly half of parliamentarians at the opening of the 48th parliament. And this progress really does matter, because young women and girls should be able to look at this parliament, at all institutions indeed, and at leadership across the country and see themselves reflected there. Representation alone is not enough though. We must continue the work of dismantling the structural barriers that hold women back economically, socially and politically. Around the world, we're seeing women's rights challenged and rolled back. We're seeing growing misogyny online. We're seeing new threats emerge through technology, exploitation and disinformation. And this tells us that progress cannot be taken for granted. Earlier this year, reflecting on International Women's Day, I spoke about the activism of Zelda Deprano and her belief that progress builds person by person, voice by voice, to build a strong movement. And that spirit of collective progress is at the heart of the Women's Budget Statement. We understand that equality is not achieved in one budget, one parliament or one generation. It requires sustained effort, requires persistence, and it requires governments willing to make choices that shape a fairer future. Our budget contributes to that effort. We invest in women's safety through this budget, women's economic security, women's health and care. And I'm really proud to speak on this statement in the House today, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. And I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Delivering for women matters for everyone. When women are safe, healthy, supported and economically secure, families are stronger, communities are stronger and the economy is stronger and Australia is stronger. A rising tide lifts all boats. I welcome that this government has continued the Women's Budget Statement. Gendered analysis of the budget was abandoned by my predecessor, Tony Abbott, and restoring it was an important step. But analysis is not enough. This budget was largely underwhelming for women. This Women's Budget Statement rightly identifies many of the key problems, from the gender pay gap, women's safety, unpaid care, financial insecurity, and the compounding disadvantage faced by First Nations women. But the measures funded in this budget do not meet the scale of the challenge. In too many areas, the budget repackages existing announcements, applies selective gender analysis, and celebrates progress against benchmarks that are far too low. And there is no published gender analysis of the NDIS reforms that will divert some 160,000 participants to Thriving Kids by 2030, despite the enormous implications for women, often providers, who remain the majority of carers. And climate change, which disproportionately affects women in disaster recovery areas, in housing insecurity, in unpaid care and community resilience, does not even get a mention in the Women's Budget Statement. These are serious omissions if the government wants to seem legitimate in this statement. There are some really important measures in this budget that I do want to commend in relation to gender equity around child support. So I welcome the government's investment of $182.6 million over 4 years, with $19.6 million ongoing to improve payment compliance within the child support scheme. It's long overdue and an issue I've raised on many occasions because unpaid child support keeps women and children in poverty. And as a former family law barrister, I can say I have seen firsthand the impact and the problems within this system. Child support is too often weaponised after separation, and the government has acknowledged that in this budget. So it's important to know the facts. There's around $2 billion in unpaid child support across Australia. Those payments are owed by 229,000 parents, and about 83% of recipient parents are women. So overwhelmingly, this unpaid child support impacts women. And let's be real, it impacts children because ultimately it is what the children need to grow up healthy and have their needs met. Single Mother Families Australia has also highlighted the scale of the problem. Nearly 300,000 families lose approximately $810 million annually in family payments due to the child support income that may never be received. So that's a structural failure. The maintenance income test can be harsher than the income test applied to wages or investment. A mother is often treated by the government as though she has received child support from the former partner, when in reality that money has never been paid or arrived. Too often, mothers are left with unpaid child support from an ex-partner, and then the Commonwealth seeks to recover a debt from them through the family support payments because they say because it has arisen from their former partner's delay in disclosing their income or attempts to minimise their income to avoid paying child support. And in this context of domestic and family violence, it's deeply concerning that the system can effectively facilitate financial abuse. Parents should not be forced back into conflict, unsafe contact or repeated administrative battles with an abusive former partner simply to secure payments their children are owed. Where there is a debt owed to the Commonwealth because child support has not been paid or under-declared for too long, the Commonwealth should recover that debt from the parent with the child support liability, not, as it currently does, from the parent to whom that debt is owed and already carrying on the care and the overwhelming burden of care. This measure in the budget is an important step forward, but it is not the level of reform needed to make this system safe and fair. I've discussed this issue with the Minister. They are well aware of the problem and more must be done to rectify this systemic abuse that is occurring, essentially facilitated by the Commonwealth. Now, violence against women. The area where the budget falls most seriously short is keeping women and children safe from violence. Domestic and family violence is a national crisis. Women and children escaping violence need safety, secure housing, legal support, trauma-informed services and long-term pathways to rebuild their lives. The budget includes $62 million a year to continue action on gender-based violence. Now, you'll hear from many members of government big numbers extrapolated over numerous years. What you need to do is break it down on a per-year basis to understand the real shortfall. This increase of $62 million a year is compared to violence against women is estimated to cost the Australian economy $21.7 billion every year. So consider the discrepancy of the scale of the commitment. The Women's Economic Equality Task Force has estimated that $128 billion could be added to the economy by boosting women's workforce participation and productivity. So why are we still underinvesting in the very services that keep women safe and support women's economic security and productivity? The Women's Legal Service Australia has warned that services are already forced to turn away around 1,000 women a week. And in the same day the budget was announced, Domestic Violence New South Wales reported a 49% increase in high-risk referrals to services by New South Wales Police. This year alone, 29 women and 9 children have reportedly been killed by violence from people they knew, including 5 women and 2 children in the week following the budget. And yet frontline services remain chronically underfunded. If every budget is a reflection of priorities, if this government is serious about ending violence against women in a generation, it must provide secure long-term funding for frontline services, including women's shelters, legal clinics, counsellors, crisis accommodation and perpetrator intervention programs. It means listening to organisations calling for at least a 50% increase in frontline service funding just to meet existing demand. We can't keep funding fragmented responses without interrogating the system that continues to fail women and children. We need accountability and we need funding that matches the scale of the crisis. And this is where we have to call out the government and the Prime Minister around the response to now over 112,000 people who have signed a petition for a royal commission into domestic violence. The Prime Minister, when pressed, said, "We know what keeps women in these relationships, we know what's required, and we need to get on with the action, and we don't need a royal commission." Now, if the government knows not what needs to be done, the real question is, Are they doing it? Are they doing it to the scale of what is really required? And that is what a Royal Commission can expose. It can force states and territories together with the federal government for some accountability around what is really happening. It's too easy to say, we know what needs to be done and we're doing it, because you're not. You have not changed the laws around alcohol, you have not impacted gambling, you have not impacted the drivers. We need the accountability that only a Royal Commission can provide. Now, and I need to say, and I accept and understand that many in the industry are tired of providing evidence to various inquiries and that there are hundreds of outstanding recommendations. But again, we need that accountability that a federal Royal Commission can show of how many of those recommendations have not been implemented. Now, this budget delivers no targeted relief for women in poverty. Lifting income support would have one of the most immediate impacts on women's economic security. The government has said no one left behind, that this is a budget about fairness, but the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee has repeatedly called for income support to be increased and that will have an impact on Women's Economic Equality Task Force. So, the Australian Bureau of Statistics say there are more than 1 million one-parent families in Australia. Most are single mothers and 1/3 of single-parent families are living below the poverty line. Yet JobSeeker remains below 50% of the minimum wage. Income support remains too low, too conditional and poorly designed for women experiencing coercive control or financial abuse. For example, a woman in an abusive relationship may be disqualified from support because her partner earns a sufficient wage, even if she cannot access that income or benefit from it. That is dangerous policy blind spot. It ignores the reality of financial abuse and coercive control, and that poverty can trap women in unsafe relationships. If the government is serious about women's economic security, it has to lift income support and decouple it from relationship status. The structural pressures that keep women in poverty, unaffordable childcare, insecure housing, unpaid care, low-paid feminised work, inadequate support for single parents, that needs to continue. You can pat yourself on the back if you want, but there are so many other areas that need to be addressed. Women cannot leave violence if they cannot access housing and those kind of supports. So, if you're genuine about leaving no one behind, address these issues.
I thank the member. I understand the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into the Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. I thank the member for Pearce. And the member for Pearce's speech has now been accepted and will be incorporated into Hansard. I thank the member for Pearce. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Women matter and their voices matter. That's what I heard growing up in a house full of 7 girls and a brother. Mum was a true role model. She was a powerful voice on social justice issues in our community. I've been surrounded by women teachers, coaches, mentors, friends who guided me and lifted me when I needed it. But despite this, I navigated a world that was built for men. Now, this isn't a criticism at all. It's just a reflection of our society and the norms and the infrastructure that underpinned it. Women make up half our population, yet our issues were often misunderstood, dismissed or ignored. And as I reflect on my decades of life, the good news is the world is changing in a very positive way. We know that women getting elected matters because we can drive the change that women need from within. But I want to say to all women across the country and in Brisbane that you matter, that the Labor government is listening and we are delivering for you. Australia's Women's Budget Statement is more than just a financial document. It's a reflection of what we value as a nation and how seriously we take gender equality. In fact, it was a Labor government that introduced the world's first women's budget statement back in the 1980s under the legendary Prime Minister Bob Hawke. And in 2022, the Albanese government brought it back. For decades, women in Australia have faced structural barriers that impacted their financial security, career progression, health outcomes and retirement savings. Women are still more likely to undertake unpaid work, earn less over a lifetime, experience domestic violence and retire with significantly lower superannuation balances compared to men. but reforms and investments made since 2022 are already improving the lives of women across Australia and will continue to do so into the future because of budgets like this. Women's labour force participation has reached a record high in 2025. The gender pay gap is at a historic low of 11.5%, and women's full-time average weekly earnings have grown by almost $300 a week since May 2022. Deputy Speaker, that's an 18% increase. Australia has achieved its highest ever international ranking for gender equality, up at 13th, up from 43rd only 5 years ago. These gains reflect deliberate choices to put gender equality at the centre of government decision-making. Deputy Speaker, the Women's Budget Statement exists because budgets are just not gender neutral. We get it. This is our 5th Women's Budget Statement, and it reflects our sustained commitment to making gender equality a core economic priority. Every funding decision, it doesn't matter whether it's in healthcare, childcare, taxation, housing, workforce policy, it affects men and women differently. At its core, the Women's Budget Statements have focused heavily on key areas such as affordable childcare, paid parental leave, women's health, domestic and family violence prevention, housing security and workforce participation. And one of the most significant investments has been in early childhood education and childcare. In December 2024, this Labor government took the steps towards universal childcare, announcing a 3-day childcare guarantee and $1 billion to build and expand childcare centres. Now, childcare is not simply a family issue. I mean, it is, but it's also an economic issue. When childcare costs become unmanageable, women most often are the ones who reduce their working hours or they leave the workforce entirely. This does not have to happen now. I look at Ellie, a Brisbane local. She's recently had a baby. She's on government paid parental leave with a solid plan to get back into the workforce. Another major focus has been paid parental leave and superannuation reforms. As I said, historically, caring responsibilities have disproportionately fallen on women. But what this does is it results in less super in retirement. That is why the government introduced reforms which include changes to the low-income superannuation tax offset, payment of superannuation on government-funded paid parental leave, increases to the super guarantee and super being paid on payday. Deputy Speaker, the Women's Budget Statement also acknowledges the devastating national crisis of domestic violence and ending it is a national priority. Men's violence against women remains distressing and it's an unacceptable reality. Gender equality cannot be achieved without women being able to feel safe in their homes, in their workplaces, in their communities and online. The government is putting money into this. To support this, the government has invested more than $4.4 billion under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. I acknowledge comments made by those earlier in the House. There is more work to do. But since that investment, 10,000 victim survivors have received financial and other support through the Leaving Violence program in its first 5 months of operation alone. An additional almost 500 frontline workers have been employed across Australia to support victim survivors, and almost $1 billion has been invested in emergency accommodation, frontline services, legal support and prevention programs. Now, investment in these services recognise that women's safety is fundamental to women's equality. Programs like these have helped Karen, a local Brisbane woman who was escaping domestic violence. She eventually found a place of her own where she was safe and she could live her life her way. She no longer has to ask when to use the washing machine. She can leave the dishes to tomorrow. She can live her life in her home in safety and security. Deputy Speaker, importantly though, this statement also highlights women's health. For too long, areas such as reproductive health, menopause, endometriosis, maternal care have all been underfunded and or overlooked. The landmark 2025-26 budget women's health package strengthens Medicare to better support women at every stage of their life. It's already delivering real benefits, including cheaper medicines, more choice, and expanded access to women's health services, all designed to improve women's health outcomes into the future. Some key outcomes are 33 specialist endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. More than 380,000 women have accessed new, cheaper contraceptives, and that's in the first year alone. 430,000 women have accessed new menopausal therapies, and Australia's first national menopause awareness program will launch this year. This is making a real difference in the lives of women. You know, I was at O Week earlier this year, and a student who had no idea that her contraceptives will now be $7.70 literally jumped for joy when she heard the news. And there was also a lady I met while door knocking whose menopausal medicines are now covered by the PBS. She was so happy. She said to me, I can now afford those meds, and it means that I can now go outside. I feel confident enough to walk outside my front door. These are real stories of real people doing better because of this Labor government's focus on women's health. This budget also continues investment in bulk billing, Medicare urgent care clinics and mental health support, building on the progress already made to improve women's health care. Increased fundings in these areas represent progress towards a healthcare system that better reflects women's real experiences. However, while progress has been made, challenges do remain. We have to acknowledge that. Women continue to be overrepresented in low-paid industries such as nursing and aged care. The gender pay gap still exists. Housing affordability continues to disproportionately affect single mothers and older women. In fact, First Nations, migrant women, women with disabilities, women in rural and remote communities often face even greater challenges. A women's budget statement should not simply celebrate announcements, though. It must hold governments to account. Real equality requires long-term investment, not short-term headlines. It requires recognising unpaid care work. It requires safe workplaces. It requires economic security. And it requires policies designed with women, not merely for women. Ultimately, the success of a women's budget statement should not be measured just by the dollars allocated, but by the outcomes achieved. Are women safer? Are women healthier? Are women more financially secure? Are women genuinely equal in opportunity or representation? We are seeing encouraging results, but there is always more work to do. Deputy Speaker, the majority women Albanese government continues to invest in women, putting them and gender equality at the heart of Australia's economic plan and making women's lives safer, fairer and more equal. When women and girls stand equal, families are stronger, workplaces are fairer, communities thrive and society becomes safer for everyone. This is not about doing something special for women at the expense of men. It's about building our society. We have more work to do, but I'm proud to be part of a Labor government who is delivering for women across Brisbane and Australia.
I thank the member. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, 84 years ago, not a single woman had been elected to this place. Just over 60 years ago, not a single woman had been appointed as a minister in this place. 17 years ago, we hadn't yet had our first woman Prime Minister. And 12 years ago, there was no women's budget statement. And there was no women's budget statement not because that was something that had never happened before. Indeed, as the member for Brisbane said, what Labor introduced in the 80s under the Hawke government was the first women's budget statement. No, 12 years ago it didn't exist because the coalition government abolished it. And in 2022, when the Albanese Labor government came back to power, we brought it back. This is the Albanese Labor government's 5th women's budget statement. And if you've been paying attention over that time, you'll know that for this government, the women's budget statement isn't mere rhetoric. It's about doing something meaningful. It's meaningful action and it's measurable outcomes. It's a measure of our economic policy, but also a reflection of our values as a society. It outlines and tracks our progress towards building a future where women are safe, where women are supported and empowered to fully participate in every aspect of our economy and our community. And ultimately, it illustrates Labor's commitment to putting greater equality and gender equality at the centre of economic policy. And Deputy Speaker, can I say that when we talk about economic policy as it relates to women, when we talk about this women's budget statement, it's not a favour to women. It's not just a boost for women. It actually has a profound impact on our economy as a country. It has a profound impact on how well our economy goes and how much it grows. Because we know that when women participate in the economy, that our economy goes better. We know that when women participate in the economy, that it boosts our GDP. We know that when women participate in the economy, we see economic growth. We know that when women participate in the economy, we see economic diversification. We know that when women participate in the economy, we close the gap on superannuation. And we know that when it comes to business, that when women participate at the highest levels of business and corporates, that they make more profit. This ain't a favour, Deputy Speaker. It's something that will make our nation stronger. The Women's Budget Statement focuses on 5 key priority areas to advance gender equality: addressing gender-based violence, recognising and valuing both unpaid and paid care, strengthening economic equality and security, improving women's health outcomes, ensuring women's leadership, representation and voice in decision-making. These challenges, they're not soiled. They don't fit neatly into separate boxes. But these challenges are inherently what we must address if we are to make sure that women's participation in the economy is stronger. They are deeply connected. One woman's economic security is affected by her unpaid care responsibilities. Another woman's capacity to lead is shaped by whether she feels safe from violence. And a different woman's health challenges affect her ability to work and to participate in everyday society. Recently, I attended a Mother's Day breakfast at the C&K Arnwood Place Community Childcare Centre in Eckerby, in my electorate on Brisbane's south side. It was a lovely morning with Director Crystal Sisson and her team, as well as parents, carers and children. As a mum of a toddler whose daughter also attends childcare, I can relate to the stories that the parents at that breakfast were sharing. From the struggle to get out of the house on time in the mornings, through to the tension that can exist between the demands of work and the childcare hours available. In fact, in 2024 to 25, the lack of available childcare was the main barrier for 43% of women who wanted to work or who wanted to work more hours but couldn't. Difficulties with accessing early childhood education and care are also linked to higher rates of part-time work among women, and women's disproportionate concentration in part-time work has significant long-term impacts. Around 1/3 of the gender pay gap is driven by time spent out of the workforce and disruptions to continuous full-time employment due to caring responsibilities. The Albanese Labor government has been working towards narrowing the gap between women and men in part-time and flexible work. And since 2023, more than 1 million Australian families have benefited from cheaper childcare. Since January this year, Labor's 3-day guarantee has meant that every family eligible for the childcare subsidy is now guaranteed a minimum of 72 hours of subsidised early childhood education and care each fortnight. I like that word guarantee because it means certainty. It means that families can plan. It means something that they can rely on. And it's given women, particularly those with irregular or non-standard working arrangements, such as seasonal or intermittent employment, exactly that, a guarantee, not just for their work, but for their family. By improving both affordability and reliability of access, it provides important support to low-income families and single-parent households, most of which are led by women. The key to women's economic equality and security, a core economic goal for this government. We need women's workforce participation. Measures like the 3-day guarantee are an important part of this interconnected story. And Labor has implemented other crucial reforms to increase labour force participation and to decrease the gender pay gap. I'm talking about tax cuts, talking about wage increases in highly feminised sectors such as childcare and aged care, expanded paid parental leave, superannuation with parental leave, and stronger workplace equity laws. These have all had a very important part to play in the fact that more Australian women are participating in the workforce than we have ever seen in our country's history. In 2025, women's labour workforce participation hit that record. However, it still remained below that of men. And that's why in the 2026-27 budget, this government is committing to implement structural reforms aimed at progressing gender equality and removing barriers so that women can earn more, retain more of that income, and build long-term financial security. One of these structural reforms is the requirement for Commonwealth public sector and private sector employers to be transparent about their individual gender pay gaps and their plan to meet equality targets. This is about making sure that people put on the table the actual figures. It's about making sure that there's accountability in the system and that you don't just get to talk about women's equality, you don't just get to bust rhetoric about it. You need to show your numbers and you need to share them with the public. And that is what Labor has done to ensure that there is a driver of accountability there, that people have to put up and put their cards on the table. Deputy Speaker, women represent over 61% of the 2.7 million Australians who are covered by modern awards. The Albanese Labor government has supported an increase to award wages since 2022, emphasising that women are far more likely to rely on award wages. And over this period, the national minimum wage has risen by more than $175 a week. That's $175 each and every week, and it makes an impact, particularly at a time when we know cost of living is really hurting families. The new Working Australian tax offset will implement a permanent annual tax offset of up to $250 from the 27 to 28 income year. Deputy Speaker, this will benefit 6.3 million women workers. And when coupled with the instant tax deduction of $1,000 for work-related expenses, it's going to benefit over 3 million women. Deputy Speaker, I've just touched the surface of what's contained in the Women's Budget Statement. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for Women and thank her and her team for continuing this important work. It broadens the conversation, but there is absolutely more to do.
I thank the member. Are there any questions? And I call the member for... Are there any statements? I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I sat down with the gorgeous Amelia for a coffee in Camp Hill. Amelia is a young parent raising her child, trying to start up a brand new small business and doing what so many women in our community do every day, holding many responsibilities at once. She's thinking about her child's future, her family, her business, her time, and the pressures that come with trying to build a good life. As we spoke about family, work, and the daily reality of running a small business, I was reminded how important it is that public policy meets people where they are at. For young parents like Amelia, for example, paid parental leave is part of the support that helps families navigate those early months with a little more security, time and breathing room. Across Griffith, I hear echoes of Amelia's story all the time, from women at school gates, mobile offices, community events, local cafes and small businesses, from students working while they study, from carers supporting older parents, and from volunteers keeping our local organisations going. They talk to me about safety, services close to home, wages that reflect the value of their work, and a government that sees the full contribution women make to our economy and to our communities. Those conversations are at the heart of the Women's Budget Statement. The Hawke Labor government introduced the first women's budget statement in the 1980s, and in 2022, the Albanese Labor government brought it back. For too long, budgets were treated as though they affect everyone in the same way. But decisions about tax, wages, childcare, paid parental leave, healthcare, housing, superannuation and safety can land very differently in women's lives. We brought back the Women's Budget Statement to make those impacts visible and to ensure gender equality is built into economic decision-making from the beginning. Good policy depends on seeing the whole picture: paid work and unpaid care, financial security and safety, health and housing, opportunity today, and retirement security tomorrow. And we are seeing the results, Deputy Speaker. Since 2022, women's average weekly earnings have grown by almost $300 a week. More than 1 million families have benefited from cheaper childcare. Australia has recorded its highest ever international ranking for gender equality, moving to 13th in the world, up from 43rd when we came into government. Since 2023, women have also saved more than $647 million across 139 million prescriptions, including through cheaper medicines and expanded access to contraceptives and menopause therapies. That is meaningful progress, and we are ensuring progress reaches women in their daily lives, at work, at home, in caring roles, in study, in business, and in moments when they need safety, dignity and support. In Griffith, I see what women's leadership looks like every single day, Deputy Speaker. At the Women's Creative Centre in Greenslopes, who last year celebrated 50 years, welcoming generations of women to learn skills, share knowledge, make things with their hands and build friendships. I've seen it in the leadership of Mama Saba OAM, who founded the Eritrean Australian Women's and Family Support Network in West End, helping people from refugee, asylum seeker and migrant backgrounds build skills, confidence and community. I've seen it in organisations like the Immigrant Women's Support Service, led by Mitra, and from Deb Kilroy OAM and her team at Sisters Inside, two incredible organisations that support women through some of the hardest moments in their lives with dignity, expertise and so much care. I've seen it from Tamara and Sue, just down the road from my electorate office at the Queensland Country Women's Association, our state's largest and most widespread women's organisation. And I have seen it in all of our local sporting clubs and communities, including the Southside Eagles, who I joined with the other weekend, where women and girls are claiming space on the field, building confidence, backing each other, and helping shape the future of women's sport. These local stories show why the Women's Budget Statement is so needed. When we talk about gender equality, we are talking about real women, real communities, and real organisations doing this work every single day. Deputy Speaker, this budget provides practical support for women and families. From July 1, every Australian taxpayer will receive more tax cuts to help with cost of living pressures. And on top of those cuts, we're delivering a new $250 Working Australians tax offset. We're introducing a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses without receipts, which will benefit around 6.2 million working women. For a woman earning around the average wage of $81,000, the combined benefit of our legislated tax cuts, the new tax offset and the instant tax deduction could mean she is nearly $3,000 a year better off from 27-28 compared with the 23-24 tax settings. Cheaper childcare has already helped more than 1 million families, and the 3-day guarantee will give families access to 3 days a week of subsidised early childhood education and care. Paid parental leave, something that I discussed at length with Amelia, is also being expanded to reach 6 months from July this year, where eligible families with a baby born or adopted from July will be $14,000 better off than they would have been in May 2022. These reforms recognise something women have known for a long time. Care is work and care supports work. When families can access affordable early learning, when parents can share care more fairly, and when women are supported to return to work on their own terms, the whole economy benefits. We're also investing more than $1 billion in the Support at Home program, supporting women both as unpaid carers of many old people and as the majority of people who use the aged care services. We are continuing our record investment in women's health. Our government's historic $792.9 million women's health package is already delivering better outcomes, including cheaper medicines and better access to contraceptives and menopause therapies. In this budget, we are strengthening Medicare mental health centres, where women make up more than 57% of users. We're also investing in perinatal mental health through our expansion of perinatal mental health centre, including at Gidget House in Greenslopes, at the Greenslopes Hospital, which is in my electorate, which has been supporting my community with free individual psychological counselling services for expectant, new and potential parents. At local women's health forums in Griffith that I have held over the last couple of years, I have heard women speak about the importance of being listened to, believed and supported when they seek care. Whether it's in reproductive health, menopause, mental health, pelvic pain, eating disorders or perinatal care, women deserve health services that take their experiences seriously. Women's safety remains a central priority, Deputy Speaker. We now invested more than $4.4 billion since 2022 towards the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. This budget also includes $218.3 million to support Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the first long-term First Nations-led national strategy to end family, domestic and sexual violence. We're providing $61.2 million for the 500 Workers Initiative to support the frontline family, domestic and sexual violence response workforce, and $11.7 million to continue the family violence and cross-examination of parties scheme. We're also delivering the most substantial changes to the child support system in nearly 20 years, which will reduce the weaponisation of the child support system and help protect women and children from financial abuse. Deputy Speaker, we know there is more work to do, but progress for women has not happened by accident. It happens when women are in the room, when women are heard, and when women help shape the decisions that affect their lives. Under this Labor government, we have a gender equal cabinet, and women proudly make up 56% of the Labor caucus. For too long, women were expected to carry the consequences of decisions they had little power to shape. Women are now in the room, not as tokenism, but as leaders, decision makers and equals. When women help shape the budget better reflects the lives of the people that it is meant to serve. When our parliament looks more like the communities we serve, our democracy is stronger. In Griffith, I will keep listening to the women who shape our community every day, because their experiences should guide the decisions we make in this place. When women are safe, paid fairly, able to access healthcare and able to participate fully in work and community life, our whole community is stronger. That is the purpose of this women's budget statement, and that is the work this Labor government will continue to do.
Member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I stand here proudly, the member for Lalor, sent here by my community to represent them, to represent all of them. I stand here as a proud member of the Labor government, as a member of the Labor Party and the Labor movement, a movement dedicated to equality, a movement dedicated to fairness, a movement that wants to see equity for all Australians, and gender equity is at the core of that. Now, I know from my years as a teacher, I know from my years as a principal, I know from my years playing sport, that we measure the things that will help us get better. We measure the things that we think are important. And that's why the women's budget statement is so important and a bedrock of a Labor federal government. Yeah. Because we know that if we don't measure the road to gender equity, we'll fall off the road to gender equity. Because I know that when I coach under 16s playing netball, that I need to set targets around the number of intercepts I want to see from the goal defence, the shooting accuracy I want to see from the goal shooter. I know that in my classroom I need to say to a student, you're capable of an A+ on this exam, and together we're going to get an A+ on this exam. Because if you don't set targets, you don't reach them. I stand here proudly as a woman in the federal Labor government to say that this tradition of setting targets and working hard to meet them delivers a budget with gender equity at its core. At the core of the 5 budgets handed down by the Albanese Labor government, Australian women have been a clear focus. In this budget, our 5th budget, and our 5th Women's Budget Statement, we've reported the significant progress made towards gender equality since we came to government in 2022. It is essential that we invest in women and we get it right. In a community like mine, the highest number of 0 to 4-year-olds in the country, lots and lots of young families, lots and lots of young couples starting out together, understanding that they're in an equal relationship, sharing responsibility for parenting, sharing responsibility for financial security, sharing the responsibility of making that mortgage payment or saving for that deposit. These are all really important things in my community. And what's really important in my community too is that when women have economic security, then they can make real choices for themselves and their children, alone or in partnership with a partner. They are free to do both. They are in relationships not because they need them, but because they want to be there. That is critical in a journey to gender equity. Women on average are earning $291.60 more per week than they were in 2022. This is because of measures put in place by this government. More than 1 million families have benefited from our investments in cheaper childcare. Earning more and keeping more of what you earn is a bedrock for this government, and we've worked hard to get there. We've expanded paid parental leave, meaning eligible families will be $14,000 better off than they would have been in May 2022. And important and critical superannuation reforms are working to improve retirement outcomes for women and close the retirement income gap, something we also need to set some targets around. Our continued commitment to reducing the cost of medicines has saved women over $647 million on medicines and provided them with increased PBS access to contraceptives and menopause therapies. And who could believe that it was 30 years since a new contraceptive was put on the PBS and 20 years since a new hormonal menopausal therapy had been put on the PBS. This is the work of this Labor government. We've provided 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. Again, why? Because we measure things we care about, that we know that economic arguments often carry the day in this place. So let's start measuring. Let's start measuring the economic impact of domestic violence and have that as part of the arsenal in the conversations to reduce domestic violence. Eligibility has expanded for the parenting payment single, increasing Commonwealth rent assistance by over 50% and ending Parents Next. And Australia is now ranked, as we've heard before, 13th internationally for gender equality. It is our highest ever ranking. We are setting Australian women up for success, which in turn sets up Australian families for success and sets up our children for success. The 2026-2027 budget has built on this progress, made our investments larger than ever. We're making lasting change for generations to come. The $250 Working Australians tax offset will benefit 6.3 million working women from the 2027-28 income year. And around 6.2 million women will benefit from changes allowing Australian workers to claim an instant tax deduction of up to $1,000 for work-related expenses. 182.6 million will deliver significant changes to the child support system. And since 2022, $4.4 billion has been invested in the national plan to end violence against women and children. This budget includes further investments, $218 million to support Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence, 26 to 36. $61 million for the 500 Workers Initiative, supporting the frontline family, domestic and sexual violence workforce, and $11.7 million to continue the Family Violence and Cross-Examination of Parties scheme, which provides legal support for those in family law matters involving family, domestic and sexual violence. Now, I've spoken often about the endometriosis and the pelvic pain clinics around the country, and particularly the one in the heart of my electorate in Werribee, where it joins the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic on the same site, which is great for families, great for women, mostly seen by children, busiest times on the weekend post-sport. And we've got money in this budget for Thriving Kids, a joint investment of $4 billion with states and territories to establish the program. A $2 billion investment will provide Medicare Healthy Kids Check, a health assessment subsidised by Medicare to ensure the health and development of children aged 3 and referring them to appropriate support if required. This is critical for families, critical for mums, critical for children. Improved practice around early childhood development and culturally appropriate support through national workforce measures is also supported here, as is more support for children with autism and their families. We're also growing the National Immunisation Program vaccination in pharmacy in a push to increase childhood vaccination rates. I know parents in my electorate will welcome these investments because they provide reassurance that every family deserves. And obviously, this budget locks in Medicare urgent care clinics permanently, an absolutely incredible thing for a community like mine, and we've improved bulk billing rates with 82% of GP clinics in Lalor now bulk billing. That's 82% of GP clinics in my community. And we're levelling the playing field by reforming negative gearing and capital gains tax, making it easier for Australians to buy their first home. This sort of stability is life-changing, as is testament for the over 5,000 people in my electorate who've already secured a home with a 5 deposit scheme, and to think about the single parents who are doing so on a 2% deposit scheme is really going to make a difference in communities like mine. So where to next? Where does Labor look next on this road to gender equity? Well, efforts on the gender pay gap are important, and they've seen us gaining ground on that equality target. But the pay gap is the easiest to measure. Superannuation is another target we need, as is an income gap, because income, as we found out this budget, many of us, is not just what you earn in your job, but it may be what you earn from your assets, and an asset gap. What's the target there? Can we measure those things into the future to make a real difference on our road to equality? Because, as I said before, we measure what we care about, and while the road to economic equity may be long, we've shown that smart targets and targeted measures work, that women in the cabinet room works, that women in the caucus works, that women in Parliament works. To the women in my electorate, to those with children, to those without children, to women over 65 in my electorate, to those struggling to put food on the table, to those doing as much as they can, catching early trains to work, getting on a train at 6 a.m, getting off a train at 6 p.m, picking up the kids from childcare before you go home with your partner, perhaps, to cook dinner and get ready for the next day. To all of you, this government has your back.
Yeah. Member for Gorton.
Deputy Speaker, I stand here today on the backs of Aussie women who have worked hard for the rights and opportunities that I and all Australian women are afforded today. I'm really proud to follow my friend, the member for Lalor, a wonderful representative for women in Melbourne's western suburbs. I stand here alongside a majority female Labor caucus, the largest female representation in any government in Australian history, led by Australia's first gender equal cabinet. Deputy Speaker, we are a government who wants to give women choice and opportunity, safety and security, and financial independence. It's not just something we talk about, it's something we act on. Back in the 80s, Labor introduced the world's first women's budget statement. The Libs cut it, and in 2022, the Albanese Labor government brought it back. And with our women's budget statement, we continue to carve out change for Australian women by making sure to evaluate the impacts budget measures will have on Aussie women and reporting on significant progress towards gender equality since 2022. The women's budget statement is an essential part of ensuring gender equality is at the core of our economic agenda. So let me tell you a little bit about the impacts of our budget will have on Aussie women, Deputy Speaker. Because at the heart of our Labor government is greater opportunity for women by investing in women's health outcomes, closing the gender pay gap, and delivering cost of living relief. When it comes to women's health, for too long, Not enough has been known about women's pain and conditions like endometriosis, and not enough has been done. We're changing that. Thanks to this Labor government, more than 380,000 women have accessed new, cheaper contraceptives in the first year on the PBS. More than 430,000 women have accessed new menopausal therapies. We have opened 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics right across the country, including in Melbourne's western suburbs in Werribee. And 100,000 people have received a new menopause and perimenopause health assessment. It's all part of this Labor government's health package, including the opening of urgent care clinics in my community, in Sunshine and Melton. And with this budget, we are making our urgent care clinics permanent. And it's because we know women's healthcare matters. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate, the suburbs of Rockbank, Aintree and Truganina have the second highest birth rate in Greater Melbourne. That means we're a young community, a community full of families, and a growing community as well. And when babies come along into a family's life, women take breaks from work. Historically, women have taken on the burden of unpaid care. About 68% of primary carers are women, taking long career breaks to take on the unpaid household labour. And it means women earn less. It means women face more obstacles towards career progression, loss of future earning potential. And it means women retire with less super. The gender super gap is about $50,000 for Australians nearing retirement. And my electorate in Gordon is amongst the highest Victorian electorates for unpaid super. For Aussie women, this just isn't good enough. And it's why we're expanding paid parental leave to 26 weeks from July this year. And it's why we've introduced superannuation to paid parental leave. Thanks to the work of this Labor government, the gender pay gap is sitting at a historic low at 11.5%. We've also expanded eligibility of the 3-day guarantee, giving families access to 3 days a week of subsidised early childhood education and care. This is about relieving women of the primary care burden and giving women that opportunity to return to work. We've already seen more than 1 million families benefit from cheaper childcare investments. And let me be clear, these changes are positive for the entire household, because when both parents have access to paid parental leave, it gives the entire family that freedom of choice and opportunity. In the long term, facilitating women in sharing the care burden and returning to work increases overall household earning. Everyone has a young family in their life who will benefit from this. For me, it's my sister-in-law, and my cousin Hayley from Taylors Hill. And across my community in Melbourne's western suburbs, it's the hundreds of families who are experiencing these changes. It's no coincidence that Australia's first ever gender equal cabinet has made big steps in confronting the cost of living barriers that women face. Because when women are at the table making the decisions, we get better outcomes for women. As well as the unpaid care roles, women also take on a significant amount of the paid care sector, like childcare and aged care workers, which is why we've introduced pay rises for early childhood and aged care workers, stronger minimum wage and award wage settings, and important workplace reforms. And it's working. Women are now earning, on average, $290 more a week than in 2022. And with an instant $1,000 tax deduction, women are expected to make up 54% of the beneficiaries. And women's safety remains a priority, ending violence against women. To date, the government has invested over $4.4 billion under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022 to 2032. Under the National Plan, more than 10,000 victim survivors have been provided with financial and other supports through the Leaving Violence program in its first 5 months of operation. 496 additional frontline staff supporting victim survivors have been employed across Australia, and $985.7 million in funding has been provided to states and territories to support frontline service delivery. There is no simple solution, but we need to better support women and children who have experienced violence so they can recover. It's about working to prevent and address sexual violence, about activating more systems and more services to intervene at the earliest opportunity, to disrupt violence and strengthen safety. The second action plan is guiding a coordinated whole-of-system response across governments, communities, employers, schools, health and justice systems, as well as frontline and prevention services to identify high-impact solutions to prevent and end violence and hold perpetrators to account, because it takes a whole-of-system approach. We are also investing $182.6 million to deliver the most significant changes to the child support system in nearly 20 years. And these changes include historic reforms which will work to reduce the weaponisation of the child support system and protect women and children from financial abuse. Reforms will also help parents navigate the system, improve the accuracy and timeliness of support payments, and crack down on those avoiding their child support obligations. Deputy Speaker, our government remains committed to making gender equality a core economic priority. Through significant structural reforms and sustained investments since 2022, the government has strengthened the foundations for lasting change. When everyone feels safe and valued, has choices, and is able to participate fully in our economy and our society, Australia is stronger, more productive, and more resilient. Everyone stands to benefit from reforms that create fairer systems, structures, and attitudes. When women are involved in decision-making and policy design, outcomes are better for everyone. I am proud that we are seeing to significant structural reforms, and I am proud that we are putting in sustained investments since 2022. Better for men, better for women, and better for Australia. Thank you.
I call the member for Bonner.
Deputy Speaker, 4 years ago, the Albanese Labor government made a promise to the women of Australia that your economic security, your safety, your health would be at the centre of every decision we make. Not as an afterthought, not as a sidebar, as core economic priority. Today, I stand here to tell all of the women in Australia that we kept that promise. And with this budget, we are going further. Because here is what we know to be true. When women thrive, Australia thrives. When women are paid fairly, our economy grows. When women are safe at home, our communities are stronger. And when women have access to healthcare, our nation is healthier. This is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. This is a budget for every Australian woman, every mum, every nurse, every teacher, every engineer, every woman working 2 jobs to keep the lights on, every woman who has ever been told that politics doesn't speak for her. This budget is for you. Before I talk about where we are going, let me take a moment to acknowledge where we have come from, because the numbers tell a powerful story. Women's labour workforce participation is now at a record high, 63%. The gender pay gap has fallen to a historic low of 11.5%. Women's full-time wages have grown by almost $300 a week since May 2022, an 18% increase. And on the world stage, Australia's international gender equality ranking has jumped from 43rd to 13. That is not an accident. That is the result of deliberate, sustained Labor policy. We didn't get here by luck. We got here by choice. And the choice is to put women first. Deputy Speaker, let me talk about every woman's pay packet, because this budget delivers real, meaningful tax relief that will be felt by millions of Australian women. We are introducing a new $250 working Australians tax offset. Around 6.3 million women will benefit from this from the 27-28 financial year alone. But that's not all. Combined with the 3 tax cuts we've already legislated and the $1,000 instant tax deduction, the average Australian female worker earning around $68,000 a year will be up to $2,494 better off per year compared to where she was under the old tax arrangements. That is more money towards groceries, rent, kids' expenses, or simply having a little bit of financial breathing room for the first time in years. And critically, our tax cuts are designed to particularly benefit part-time and lower income earners, which means they are designed to benefit women because we know that women disproportionately work part-time, often because they're carrying the weight of caring responsibilities. Our tax policies recognises that and make sure that we're levelling the playing field. There is one issue in this budget I want to speak about with the weight that it really does deserve. Every week in Australia, women are being killed. Every week, women are trapped in homes that are not safe. This is an absolute national emergency, and this Labor government is treating it like one. Since 2022, we have invested over $4.4 billion to deliver the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, the most of any government ever. Over 10,000 victim survivors have been supported through the Leaving Violence program in just its first 5 months. We've added 496 frontline workers to the domestic and family violence and sexual violence sector right across the country. And we've provided nearly $1 billion to the states and territories for service delivery. Because every woman deserves to feel safe in her home, on the streets, online, at work, everywhere. Deputy Speaker, ending violence is not just about physical safety, it is also about financial safety. Right now, across Australia, there is a $2 billion in outstanding child support debt. $2 billion owed to single parents, the vast majority of them women. Former partners who refuse to pay what they owe to their own children. In this budget, we are investing $182.6 million to fix the child support scheme and stop it being weaponised as a tool of financial abuse and control. We are making it easier to move to agency-collected arrangements where there are greater protections. We are giving Services Australia the power to stop vexatious and harassing behaviour, and we are making sure that perpetrators cannot hide their income to minimise what they pay. This will protect 478,000 women receiving child support and around 1 million children. These are real families, real lives, and they deserve a government that has their back. Deputy Speaker, I also want to speak directly about the disproportionate burden of violence faced by First Nations women, because any serious plan to end gender-based violence must start with them. In February this year, we launched the first ever standalone First Nations-led national domestic and family and sexual violence prevention strategy titled Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, developed in genuine partnership with the First Nations community. And it is backed by $218.3 million in new funding, investing in a national network of Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to deliver specialist community-led family safety services. Because lasting change must be driven by First Nations communities, and this government listens and then it acts. Deputy Speaker, for too long, women's health was treated as a footnote. Conditions that affect millions of Australian women were under-researched, underfunded and too often dismissed. Labor changed that. Today, 33 specialist clinics for endometriosis and pelvic pain are open right across Australia. More than 380,000 women have accessed new, cheaper contraceptives for the first time since their PBS listing. And 430,000 women have now accessed new menopausal hormone therapies. This budget continues to invest in bulk billing, Medicare urgent care clinics and mental health support, because good health is not a privilege, it is absolutely a right. 2 clinics servicing my community of Bonner, the Carina Carindale and also the Redlands Clinic. Over 8,000 people already through those doors since they opened in December. This week, we also launched the first ever National Menopause Awareness Campaign, because it is long past time that we talked about menopause and perimenopause in an open and honest way without shame. Deputy Speaker, women in Australia carry a disproportionate share of unpaid care work, and that has a direct cost to their careers, their wages and their retirement savings. Labor is changing this. From 1 July 2026, the paid parental leave scheme reaches 6 full months. 6 months to bond with your baby without being forced back to work before you or your child might be ready. We're investing $4.7 billion into cheaper childcare and introduced the 3-day guarantee. So far, 80,000 more children are now enrolled in early childhood education and 52,000 more educators are working in the sector, supported by a 15% pay rise. Because childcare workers, overwhelmingly women, have been undervalued for too long. Labor is fixing that. Deputy Speaker, there is another statistic that should make every Australian woman angry. Women retire with, on average, significantly less superannuation than men. They live longer, they earn less over their lifetime, and they've had their super cut off every time they have paused to raise a child. Labor is fixing this as well. Superannuation is now paid on government-funded paid parental leave. The superannuation guarantee is increasing. We've reformed the low-income superannuation tax offset, and we're ensuring super is paid on payday. So employers can no longer delay payments that belong to you. Deputy Speaker, I want to close with this. No budget can be perfect, but this budget is proof of something powerful, that when a Labor government is in office, women's lives are better for it. Record participation in the workforce, a shrinking pay gap, 6 months of paid parental leave, tax relief in millions of women's pockets. 33 endometriosis clinics now open. Over 10,000 domestic violence survivors given the help they need to leave. These are not talking points, they are lives changed, and this Labor government will continue to put women first.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the clearest lessons in public life is this: when women are around the table, things change. They change because women bring lived experience, practical thinking, and an unshakable focus on the everyday realities families face. They ask different questions, they see different pressures, and they push for different priorities. For example, on Monday, the federal government launched the Menopause and Perimenopause campaign to better understand the signs and symptoms of menopause. That matters in every parliament, but it matters especially when we talk about domestic and family violence. This issue is not something happening elsewhere. To someone else, it is happening in our suburbs, in our streets, in our schools and in our communities. It affects women and children in Dunkley, just as it does across the country. And that is why I am proud to stand with a majority of Labor women in this government that understand that women's safety must be at the centre of the budget, not an afterthought, not a footnote, but a national priority. And this morning, I was very fortunate to sit with the Minister for Social Services and the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence to talk about a range of consultations that will be rolled out over the next second half of the year to talk about the impact of domestic and family violence and how we build a second plan to address this scourge on our communities. This budget shows what that looks like in practice, how we work with people in the community and support women. Since coming to government, $800 million has been invested into women's health. More than $4 billion has been invested to address gender-based violence, strengthening legal assistance with $3.9 billion in new funding. This funding has boosted 1-800-RESPECT by $41.8 million and builds on the introduction of 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave. This leave and these measures support the first ever nations-led plan to end family violence against women. And it continues the full implementation of respect at work, including a legislated positive duty. These are not small changes, they are structural changes. They acknowledge that violence against women is not private, it is not inevitable, and it is not something governments can ignore. This budget also recognises something women in my community know too well. Violence is not just physical, it can also be financial. It can be coercive. It can continue long after a relationship ends. That is why we are investing $183 million to make the child support system both safer and fairer. Right now, there is around $2 billion in unpaid child support debt in Australia. And women make up around 83% of recipients. The average debt is nearly $8,700. For many families in Dunkley, $8,700 is significant, particularly with the cost of living. It is money for braces for a child, school excursions, sports registration fees, music lessons and groceries. Food on the table. These reforms are the most significant changes to the child support system in nearly 20 years. They will crack down on financial abuse, reduce the scope for weaponisation of the system, and help ensure more children and families get the support they are owed. That matters deeply because economic security is safety, as is a fair system. Housing is safety too. Everyone should have a safe place to call home, especially women and children experiencing domestic and family violence. That is why this budget includes support that helps women leave unsafe situations and rebuild their lives. We are investing $59.4 million over 4 years for community housing providers, supporting young people at risk or experiencing homelessness. Girls and young women make up 66% of homelessness service users, and many of those young people have also been affected by gender-based violence. This builds on a broader action we are taking, a 50% increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, $1 billion for crisis and transitional accommodation for women and children, and the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, and 30,000 new social and affordable homes. In communities like Dunkley, I hear about the need for housing. The stress is real. I hear about it from young mums, grandparents raising children and women trying to start again after trauma. A woman cannot plan for her future if she does not have a house over her head. So housing security is not separate from women's safety, it is fundamental to it. This budget also continues our record investment in women's health, because too often women's health has not been taken seriously enough. So far, women have saved more than $647 million across almost 139 million prescriptions on the PBS. And this budget includes an additional $2 billion to strengthen Medicare. We have 33 endometriosis clinics opened under this government, along with $2.7 million to improve access to long-acting reversible contraceptives like IUDs and implants. Health matters, safety matters, but so does opportunity. Since 2022, the women's workforce participation has reached a record high. The gender pay gap is at its lowest ever recorded level. Women's average weekly earnings have grown by almost $300 per week. More than 1 million families have benefited from cheaper childcare. Australia's global gender equality ranking has improved from 43rd to 13. Those outcomes do not happen by accident. They happen when gender equality is treated as a core economic policy. That is why the Women's Budget Statement matters. A Labor government introduced the world's first Women's Budget Statement in the 1980s, and in 2022, the Albanese Labor government brought it back. It outlines the impact new budget measures have on women, and through gender-responsive budgeting, every proposal is tested against its impact on women as part of the budget process. That means asking who benefits, who misses out, who is safer, who has more opportunity, and who still needs support. This is how we make gender equality part of our economic agenda, not separate from it. And it reflects something we should be proud of: representation. Our government is majority women. 56% of the Labor caucus is women. When more women are in the room, the national conversation changes. Women's safety, health, the unpaid work of care, and the financial pressures on single mothers are all taken more seriously. I know this not only as a parliamentarian, but as someone who has spent decades working alongside women in community life. Before coming to this place, I founded the Women's Spirit Project in Frankston. It grew from a simple belief that women who have experienced disadvantage, trauma and abuse deserve more than a crisis response. They deserve connection, confidence and the chance to rebuild. Through the Women's Spirit Project, I witnessed the strength of women who had long been made to feel alone. When they were offered support instead of judgment, community instead of isolation, and opportunity instead of barriers, real change followed. I saw women regain confidence, rebuild connections, and begin to imagine a different future for themselves and their children. Women are not asking for slogans, they are asking for action. They want safe homes, fair pay, affordable healthcare, reliable childcare, and systems that protect rather than entrench disadvantage. And above all, they want a government that understands the reality of their lives. This budget also helps with the cost of living, which is critical for women's economic security. In Dunkley, it matters. It matters to the women I meet at the schools. It matters to women from every corner of this country. This budget says women should be expecting better, they should expect safety, and they should expect fairness. And under a Labor government, that is exactly what we are delivering.
There being no further members, I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Appropriation Bill number 1, 2026 to 2027. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Ryan.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the Federation Chamber that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Appropriations Bill number 2, 2026 to 2027, and the Appropriation Parliamentary Department Bill number 1, 2026 to 2027. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To the Honourable Member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my first speech in Parliament, I did mention that one of the biggest challenges facing leaders right now is the need to address intergenerational inequality. And I think everyone in this chamber should be motivated to provide at least the same opportunities and aspirations to our younger generation as what we had. Now, that thought is the ethical proposition that underpins this bill. I talked to many people across my Brisbane community, parents, students, young professionals, and many more, all who want to see a better future for our next generation. But what I hear is, we're working hard, it's tough to get ahead, this system isn't working for us. And they are right. The status quo is not working, especially regarding the big Australian dream of owning your own home. That's why we have to make a change. We have to reform the system that is holding people back. And if we look at the big reforms of our time, Medicare, superannuation, NDIS, etc., it's been a Labor government that's had the guts to make the big decisions to deliver structural reform. And with this bill, we're doing that yet again. Why? Because it goes to the heart of our core values, values of fairness and opportunity for all, and because our system is just not working. As the former Prime Minister Paul Keating said, leadership's always been about two main things: imagination and courage, and that's what this bill is. Deputy Speaker, we know Australians are doing it tough at the moment. That's why our priority in the 2026 budget is to continue to roll out responsible cost of living relief for people across Brisbane and Australia. This budget is about making our economy more resilient and introducing big reforms that start to address intergenerational unfairness, especially when it comes to housing. Now, Deputy Speaker, we know that the conflict overseas is pushing up prices here, the servo station at the supermarket. And when we first came to government, we inherited $1 trillion of debt, bigger deficits and stagnant wages from the coalition. And since then, every single budget we have found savings, and this budget is our most responsible yet. The budget is nearly $45 billion stronger than the mid-year update and $264 billion better than what we inherited. We've found more savings in this budget than any on record. We found $64 billion in savings, and this means we can provide real cost of living relief for Australians through cheaper fuel costs, funding for hospitals, free healthcare, cheaper medicines and more tax cuts for working Australians, while still managing the budget bottom line responsibly. As a portion of the economy, debt is below what we inherited from the coalition. That's a fact. This budget strikes the right balance by delivering a stronger budget position, lower deficits and less debt every year, while supporting households and businesses during these tough times, especially with global uncertainty. Deputy Speaker, this budget delivers more tax cuts for workers, takes the sting out of petrol prices, helps more Australians get into a home, provides more funding for free hospitals and cheaper medicines, and supports higher wages. We're helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn through another round of permanent tax cuts with the $250 working Australian tax offset and the $1,000 instant tax deduction. All up, we're cutting income taxes 5 times in 5 different ways, putting nearly $3,000 a year into the pocket of a worker on an average income by 2028. Now, on top of providing tax relief to workers, we're also helping keep costs down. We're cutting the tax on fuel by more than half. Without this, the people in my electorate in Brisbane and across Australia would be paying around 26 cents a litre more for their fuel. That's around $50 every time you fill up. We're reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge, and we're giving the ACCC more power to crack down on price gouging, scammers and unfair trading practices. We're also increasing maximum penalties to corporations who do the wrong thing to $100 million and providing almost $68 million to strengthen enforcement. We're making more medicines cheaper, securing free healthcare visits with our Medicare urgent care clinics being a permanent part of Medicare. And this includes our new urgent care clinic in Kelvin Grove, which I'm very proud to have delivered. We're increasing Medicare low-income levy, which means that over 1 million Australians on lower incomes will continue to pay no or a very low Medicare levy. Deputy Speaker, since we came to government, we've proudly backed higher wages for 3 million Australians' lowest paid workers every year, which has led to an increase in the national minimum wage of over $9,000 a year. Now, helping with cost of living, we know it's tough, is our top priority as a government, and it really is one of the top priorities in this budget. By contrast, the Coalition went to the last election with higher taxes for every taxpayer and spent the last parliament opposing sensible and responsible cost of living relief for Australians. Another fact. Deputy Speaker, this budget is also about helping people like Mary Kate in my electorate buy their first home, or even Karen get into a home of her own, having lived in shared accommodation following years of unstable living. In Brisbane, we have helped more than 2,200 people into their first home with the 5% deposit scheme. We're taking decisive action in the budget to boost housing supply, make our tax system fairer, which currently favours investors at the expense of first home buyers. This will help more Australians into home ownership and help on our work over the last 4 years to deliver more houses. I don't know about others in this room, but the access to affordable housing has been something that is raised with me constantly throughout the electorate. And that's why we're making a big choice to change negative gearing towards new homes and changing the capital gains tax. It would almost be delinquent of us not to do something different. Despite what you're hearing online, people will still be able to invest in the housing market. Investors can still negative gear. However, this will be for new builds, which supports our nation building. It's estimated that these tax reforms will unlock an additional 75,000 homes for first home buyers. If you put it all together, Labor's plan is a housing system that works for Australians. We're helping Australians buy a home, levelling the playing field for first home buyers and making the system fairer. Combined with our 5% deposit scheme and our help to buy, we're shifting the scales in favour of aspiring first home buyers. We're also building 100,000 homes just for first home buyers. We're also building homes more quickly. We're tackling housing shortages from every angle, investing another $2 billion in enabling infrastructure so we can speed up the housing approvals and cutting red tape and increasing the skilled construction workforce that we need to unlock another 65,000 homes. We're banning foreign investors from buying existing homes, and we're extending that ban on foreign investors, doing this until mid-2029, again helping more Australians into a home. We're also making rental fairer and more affordable. We're continuing to work with the states and territories to get renters a better deal by strengthening renter protections and expanding long-term rental supply. We've boosted the Commonwealth rent assistance by more than 50%. Deputy Speaker, we're backing Australians doing it toughest. We're supporting young people at risk get into secure housing with additional investment in crisis accommodation. And we're doing this through the National Youth Housing Supplement. And we're continuing to deliver more social and affordable homes through the Housing Australia Future Fund, including in Brisbane. Now, we're coming at this housing challenge from every responsible angle, Deputy Speaker, and this budget builds on our ambitious housing agenda. Our housing plan is pro-aspirational and it is pro-investment. Deputy Speaker, we're reforming the tax system for workers, businesses and future generations through the most significant tax reform package in more than a quarter of a century. Again, this package is pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. Our reforms include reducing the tax burden for over 13 million workers, supporting 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market, delivering over $3.5 billion in new measures that lower taxes for businesses and reducing compliance costs for businesses by $540 million a year. This is about tax relief and tax reform to make our economy work in the interests of Australians, more businesses and future generations. It's about helping workers, it's about helping first home buyers, it's about helping businesses so that more Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn and get ahead. Deputy Speaker, I do want to talk about negative gearing. We're reforming negative gearing and capital gains tax to help more Australians buy a home, encourage investment in new housing supply and productive assets, and help fund new tax cuts for workers, and importantly, make the tax system fairer and more sustainable. This is all about backing the Australian ambition of owning your own home and encouraging investment in new homes. We're limiting negative gearing for residential property from 27-28 so it can only be used for new builds that add to housing supply. And we're replacing the 50% CGT discount with the inflation-adjusted indexation from 1 July 2027 to restore taxation of real gains as well as a minimum tax on realised gains. We're not abolishing it, we're changing it. If you hear what's going on sometimes in the online media, you would swear to God it was disappearing, but that's not the case. The fundamental problem that these changes are trying to address is that people who earn an income through their labour are paying a lot more than those who earn an income through assets. Approximately 82% of the population earn their income through labour versus the 5% from capital gains. It's just not fair. Right now, it's too hard for many Australians to get into the housing market and get ahead. Housing prices have risen 400% in the last 2 decades or so. They've gone from 4 to 8 times incomes over the past 20 years, and ownership is down 7 points for young people. Just 44% of Australians aged 24 to 34 own a home of their own. Our reforms will help level the playing field for first home buyers and encourage investment flows to where it's most productive, including new housing supply. We'll work with the states on further reforms to cut red tape and support home building. We know more needs to be done. These reforms strike the right balance. It's part of the government's reforms to make the tax system better, simpler and fairer for workers, home buyers and businesses. Deputy Speaker, those opposite want to keep younger Australians down and want to continue locking them out of the housing market. They showed their true colours voting against our cost of living measures, including our tax cuts. They've said they will vote against tax reform, the tax reforms that are being introduced in this bill, and if they get passed by the Parliament, they'll repeal them when they're in government. What we are doing is making fundamental change to support our communities and get more people into a home of their own. We are helping with cost of living through this bill. And I want to say to the young people across Australia and in the Brisbane electorate, this government wants to support you, give you the best opportunities in life and to give you a fair crack. That's the Australian way and that's what we'll always fight for. And as I said in the start of this speech, as leaders, we have a responsibility to ensure the next generation can live a life that they're proud of, a life that is no worse than ours. Hopefully, with ambition, it's better. It requires us to set the building blocks for opportunity, the same opportunities that we had. This budget lays down the foundations to deliver just that, and I'm proud to be part of a Labor government that is delivering for my community.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for New England.
Here. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I don't quite know where to start on the paucity of this budget. As an accountant, I was always fascinated by two groups of people amongst the three. The one in the middle you didn't really worry about too much about. They never really went that far ahead and never really went that far behind. The ones at the bottom, I was always very interested in them. They went broke. I was always working out how they did it. They had some remarkable similarities, and the ones at the top made a lot of money. In life, here's the trick. If you want to get ahead in life, you buy and sell capital assets. You buy shares. You buy a house. You can go out and buy yourself a block of gold if you want. But you buy and sell capital assets. And ultimately, you will become wealthy, if that's what you want to be. If you want to be poor, then it's quite simple. You buy chattels, which we always say like dispensable depreciating assets, or straight out expenses, trip overseas, new stereo, cars, boats, bikes, all that type of stuff, and you will be poor. That's a very simple. Now, the people who buy capital assets do it by not spending their money on chattels. They've paid their tax, and then rather than go on a new trip to Sapporo to go skiing or go to Port Macquarie for the weekend, they put their money away and they buy shares or they buy a deposit on a house. Now, what this budget did, it says to those who are prudent, we are going to punch you. And it says to those who are spendthrift, we will reward you. And what it shows is no understanding whatsoever on basic business principles. This is a budget, to be frank, that is driven by one thing. The government's run out of money and they're desperately trying to find it. And they're moralising about how they get it. So here's another fundamental thing about economics. You have your balance sheet, your assets and your liabilities, and you have your P&L, your revenues and your expenses. What we've been seeing is a whole range of expenses making their way to the P&L. Cost of living measures, this measure, that measure, and they always come out as talking points from the Labor Party. Whenever you're in the media, out come the talking points. These are all the things we've done for you. As if they actually came out of the Labor Party's own personal pocket. They didn't. They came from the taxpayer. And then they've got to a point where they've gone, hang on, we can't pay for this. So rather than make the assets on the balance sheet work better, they go back to the P&L looking for revenues. And revenues on the government P&L are called taxes. So they increase their taxes to cover the trinkets that they've handed out. And to be honest, they should have told people when they were handing the money out that they were going to have to get it back. See, then we go, what a business actually does, it makes the assets on the balance sheet work better to earn more revenue in such a form as the assets create the revenue that by paying and therefore pay the taxes which go across your P&L. So what are the assets on the balance sheet? Well, there's two major ones. There's the actual seed assets that governments do have a role in. Ports, railway lines, freight railway lines, approvals for mines, streamlining things so that they can get going. Dams. Dams are a great seed asset. Have a look around. Where there's dams, there's wealth. You can't miss it. Where there's dams, there's wealth. And the other great asset on the balance sheet is the entrepreneurship of small business people. Now, small business people, by the very nature of being in business, take risk. They take risk. It's not like a salary and wage earner. They have paid tax on money, then they invest it in a business, which they may do their shirt on. They may lose money. And therefore, we are always mindful of that because we need these entrepreneurial people on to work our nation's assets on the balance sheet. What this budget does is says we're going to punish you for being entrepreneurial. We're going to go and say, well, if you lose your shirt, and remember we've had record insolvencies in small business and ASIC in the last 12 months, over 34% increase in insolvencies. Now, we're not going to give you anything back if you go broke, hard luck for you, but if you win, we're going to take 47%, 45% plus a 2% Medicare levy. We're going to take 45% and a minimum of 30% off you. This just tells people, why bother? Why bother? It'd be better had I just whooped it up, had a jolly good time. That would make more sense. I always wanted to go skiing in Sapporo. Why not go? Why not go? So we have, in this budget, I couldn't see anything that they're going to build a dam. There was a freight rail called the Inland Rail, and they just made up this fantastic figure, got rid of that. They are going to invest in a high-speed rail from Sydney to Newcastle. Now, here's the trick. That probably will cover about 30% of its running costs from the tickets, even if you ever build it, and will cost well in excess of $100 billion. Well in excess. And so you won't build the Inland Rail, which is freight rail, which actually pays for itself, but you will build a fast rail with an 80-kilometre tunnel, and you've put money towards it. An example of how freight rails just never wash their face, eat their heads off, is the one in Melbourne called the Suburban Rail Loop. It's going broke before it even starts, so they're tipping more money into it. Because that's what you do. If something's not working, obviously you go out and just put even more money into something that doesn't work. So they can find money for that. Another passenger rail. But they can't find money for the freight rail. What we've also seen is this statement, which is wrong, that this is somehow going to help people who rent. Okay. People rent because they can't buy. People don't rent houses because, there was an option that they could buy that they decided not to, so they decided to rent. Generally, overwhelmingly, people are in the rental market because they cannot afford a house. As such, they are a static block in the market. And that static block can be moved up, so there's more in houses, or down, so you're squeezing people at the bottom out to live in their cars. What you've done immediately with those people can be seen no clearer than on the clearance rates of houses in the member for Cook's great city on the weekend. It's gone down from, it was going around about 80%. It's down to about 54%. Down to 40. What that means, you see, it wasn't that a whole heap of first-home home buyers turned up and lo and behold, they all got themselves into houses. People just decided not to buy them and they were removed from the market. They were just removed from the market. So what you are seeing now is not a more fluid rental market where people are coming in. You're seeing the poor who are going to get pushed out. And you'll pick them up in their cars. That's where they're off to. That's what you've done. And the reason you've done it, and sorry, I'd hate to be tried, but so few of you have ever been in business. And you just don't get the fundamentals of how businesses work. Paul Keating actually had a crack at this. Should have read your history books at the very least. We've got a treasurer who did a PhD on Paul Keating and didn't realise about him having a crack at this. It was turned into a disaster. After 2 years, they had to reverse it. Why? Because they're just putting people out into the streets. And it's already started. It's amazing how quick the market reacts. They reacted within weeks of your budget. They've already reacted. What you'll see now is it's just going to be a more inflexible, static market that renters can't get into. Remember, the only reason you have an investment house is so you can put a rental in it. Otherwise, you can't claim it. You can't claim a house that you're not getting an income from, that you're not getting a rent from. Well, for a period of time you can, but ultimately it has to be an asset that is earning money so you can claim your expenses against it. And therefore, to claim the interest, you have to have the rent. To have the rent, you've got to have a tenant, a rental tenant. And in looking for that rental tenant, at times the market will drive the rents down so you can get that rental tenant in. This just is completely and utterly turned the whole logic on its head, because now, seeing I can't negatively gear it, the only way I can get my return is to put up rents. Put up rents. And if I can put up rents, I don't care about the negative gearing, I've made my money. See if I'm wrong. See if I'm wrong. Let's come back here. But the trouble is, to be proven right means that we've proven that we can really, really hurt people. And the people you will hurt are the poorest. Now let's go back to another issue. An issue out in regional areas where I live are people who, they wouldn't see themselves as poor, but in comparison to what you see around Canberra, they're poor. They're poor. They have a unique thing, a lot of them. They live in weatherboard 9 houses on what was allotted 5-acre blocks. The magical thing about 5-acre blocks is 5 acres is just slightly bigger than 2 hectares. What's magic about 2 hectares? Well, if you're on a block that's more than 2 hectares, you don't get to see that as your primary residence. It's too big. The block's too big under this. An acre is 2.471, so a hectare is 2.471 acres. So 2 times 2.471, surprise, surprise, is less than 5. So you've magically put all these poor people so that even they, in their primary domicile, don't get it tax-free when they sell it. Well done. Stroke of genius. Because there's nothing better than to go to poor people and make them poorer. That's how it works when you don't know what you're doing. So what we actually see now is the Treasurer, it's just panic mode, it's chaos. We really don't know what's happening. They're changing, they're carving things out, the Prime Minister's come in on the show, he's worried about votes. It's chaotic. You're running around, seeing what the Greens will vote for to try and get the most substantial financial document for the nation, responsible for the expenditure of well over $700 billion a year, and we're running around talking to the Greens about how you're going to change it all round. This is quite a remarkable state of affairs you got in. Now, I'm not saying that the coalition hasn't done bad ones as well. I was president of one. Joe Hockey's budget, that was a train wreck. This is up there with it. Absolute train wreck. Absolute train wreck. And what you hear all the time from wonderful colleagues on the other side, are people going through the talking points but absolutely no idea about how business works. So, here's a suggestion. If you want to make the assets on the balance sheet work, you must give a strategic mechanism that gives them an advantage. One of the great strategic mechanisms that gives them an advantage is the price of energy. To get the price of energy going, you have to have a continuous supply that's predictable and reliable, which was coal-fired power. You have to have the brains not to blow up Liddell Power Station, but to actually refurbish it and make it bigger and better and make it work. That's what brains does. That gives you a strategic asset on your balance sheet. Intermittent power, by its very nature, is unreliable and expensive because you have to get it to match up to 24/7 power. And people will quote you intermittent power prices, but they don't quote you the $42 billion for Snowy Hydro 2.0, or the batteries, or the transmission lines, or the disruption to rural communities that underpins it. So there's something that's just one thing. If you had the bravery to make and the brains to make your assets on your balance sheet work better, then you would actually earn the revenue to pay for the trinkets on the P&L. But where we are now is you're going to have neither. You're going to go to the prudent and say, if you're prudent and succeed, we're going to take half of what you made. And then you're going to go to the liabilities on your balance sheet and say, for what we can't rip off prudent people, we'll just borrow from other people, and a lot of them from overseas. That is an absolute fiasco of a situation you have put the nation in.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's interesting because I'm going to say that opposite what we see is someone pretending to care about poor people, when the truth is it is the Albanese Labor government that backed minimum wages. What we saw was the member for New England was a part of a government that deliberately wanted to keep wages low. That was a part of the economic architecture, and what we're seeing is cosplay, quite frankly, in the parliament of pretending to care about our most vulnerable people in our country. Absolutely ridiculous. And you know what this budget is about? It is a choice, and it is a choice about whether a first home buyer gets into their own home or someone who wants their third investment property. It chooses for people who want to live in a home over people who want to profit from homes. That is a choice that this government is proud to make. This is a government that is not afraid of reform, and this budget proves it. It's interesting because what I heard from those opposite is that renters don't want to buy their own home. What we're seeing across Australia is the number of renters increasing, particularly the age bracket, because they cannot afford to get into their own home. But the Albanese Labor government is indeed changing the system. At the heart of it, our housing system has been broken. And a part of that is because the Coalition did not have a housing minister for 5 of their 9 years. For too long, Australians have dreamed of owning their own home, and that has drifted further out of reach. Young people are paddling furiously and going nowhere. Since 1999, house prices have risen more than 400%. That is greater than twice as fast as incomes. That is a gap that this generation is being asked to close, and ARSA has locked too many out of home ownership. Too many young people in the past have not seen a pathway to create a deposit. Too many families wanting nothing more than to get a foot in the door of their own home. That's why the Albanese Labor government is coming at the housing challenge from every responsible angle. We are building more homes, we are making rent fairer, and we are also backing first home buyers. And now we're making the tax system fairer. Let me start with supply, because contrary to what those opposite believe, you can't fix a housing without building more of it. In my electorate alone, we are delivering 524 new social and affordable homes, 487 of those homes are coming from the Housing Australia Future Fund, a fund that the Coalition voted against, a fund they tried to stop. And now that fund is delivering homes for Australians who need them most, despite every effort that they used to try and block it. Last week in my electorate in Swan, in a suburb called Victoria Park, we did a groundbreaking ceremony for 15 new units with an organisation called Connect Vic Park, which is an extraordinary social housing organisation, and this is their first project in 37 years. I want to thank the CEO, Luke Garswood, for his amazing work and his entire team. 10 of these affordable homes will be built for older women over the age of 60 and those who are at risk of homelessness. This is the fastest growing rate of homelessness in our community. What the Australian Future Fund is delivering is real homes for the people who need it most, but we know we need to build more. So in this budget, there's an extra $2 billion in enabling infrastructure, $2 billion to put water in, the power, the sewage, the roads, that will unlock up to 65,000 homes across the country. We're also securing social housing for more than 4,000 young people at risk of homelessness, with an additional $59 million for states and territories. All of this takes our Homes for Australians plan to more than $47 billion. This is the biggest commitment to housing this country has seen in a generation. We are changing the way that capital gains tax and negative gearing works because it is the right thing to do. Negative gearing for residential property will now be limited to new builds, and the capital gains tax discount will return to the way that it was always meant to work. That is, taxing real gains after inflation, with a 30% minimum rate so that everyone pays their fair share of tax. I want to make something very clear. For too long, our capital gains tax settings has distorted the housing market, a market that is now heavily weighted against first home buyers. 83% of the current capital gains concessions goes to the top 10% of earners in this country, with over half of that gain going to the top 1%. In the past week, that top 1% have tried to drown out the positive generational tax reform. This reform that tips the scales back towards the average Australian. This 1% have the loudest voices with the deepest pockets. What they do not have is the right to lock out a generation out of a home. These are Australians I hear from every day. And of course, I hit the streets last week when I was back in the electorate. I spoke to a young man who was grateful for the 20% cut to HECS and recognised that we were trying to make the housing system more affordable for his generation. I also spoke with an older gentleman, Gary, who explained that he loved the changes and he wanted them to go further. Labor, indeed, is trying to govern for all. And then just yesterday, I spoke with Shane North, who called the office to say that he was absolutely behind our changes. He explained that for him, he worked hard and he bought his own home and he wanted this for the next generation. And not because he's a father, he said this because he sees it as fundamentally that it is the right thing to do. That is my community and I'm so proud to represent them. Let's be honest, Australians are not mugs. Australians who are struggling to buy a home to live in, not to hold as an asset. They want homes to live in. A house, first and foremost, should be a home. It's a roof, it's security, it is the place where you grow your roots and build a life. And every Australian deserves a fair shot at one. What the changes is it balances the scales. The system is tilting back towards first home buyers, back towards young families, back towards the generation that has been locked out. These changes will help 75,000 more Australians realise the dream of home ownership over the next decade. Now, some of these will say that these changes go too far, some will say they don't go far enough. But the test is not what the commentary says. The test is whether the system is fairer than what it was before. And under this government, it is. This budget is about continuing to strengthen Medicare as well. We are making urgent care clinics a permanent feature of the Australian healthcare system. Not a trial, not a pilot, permanent. In Western Australia, 14 of them are now operating, and since the network began, they have delivered more than 300,000 bulk billed visits. We are making it easier to see a doctor too. Since we began the bulk billing practice incentive program, there are now 234 fully bulk billed practices across WA, and in Swan, we've seen the number of bulk billing practices double. We are also making medicines cheaper through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, listing more treatments so that Australians can get life-changing care without being priced out of it. We are also making new investments in our public hospitals so that the system is there for you when you need it most. In Western Australia, this budget delivers $4.3 billion in health and hospital funding next year, rising to $5.1 billion by the end of the decade. This is healthcare that puts people before profits. This is what strengthening Medicare looks like. I want to spend a moment on something that does not make the front pages, but matters enormously to the people that it touches, and that's the child support system. When someone leaves an abusive relationship, typically a woman, the child support system can become another tool for their partner to control that person. It can look like refusing to pay, underreporting of income, or dragging out tax returns for years. It is financial abuse, and it keeps the cycle of coercive control going long after the relationship has ended. As of March this year, almost $2 billion in child support debts sat unpaid. That's money that's supposed to be used for children, money that pays for school supplies, uniforms and groceries. This budget delivers over $182 million to make the child support system safer and to help more children get the support that they are owed. Parents that move from private arrangement agency collect, so the government can do the chasing instead of the survivor. Services Australia will also be able to refuse applications that are clearly being used to harass previous partners. There will also be stronger actions against parents who delay their tax returns to distort what they owe. The ATO now has stronger powers. And to anyone that has a debt of more than $10,000 and keeps travelling overseas, they can now face a departure prohibition order. So idiotic parents who refuse to pay their fair share of child support will get stopped on their junket flights to Bali and other destinations. That's because we want to bring fairness to the system, and this is fundamentally about helping children. These reforms are about our government's broader investment to end family and domestic violence, $4.4 billion. Closing the loopholes that has ended financial abuse requires continued work, and this budget is a much needed step forward. Finally, the government has continued its commitment to our communities. As someone who loves riding to school with my kids, I was delighted to see that the budget delivered an extra $500 million for the Active Transport Fund, bringing our total investment to $600 million to build new and upgraded walking and cycling paths right across the country. In my community of Swan, the City of Canning received more than $1 million to build and upgrade paths connecting Metronet's railway with the Canning River through the City of Canning Centre. This rail-to-river pathway is funding that will make it a tangible improvement to my local community. It will also be safer for kids getting to school, easier for commuters, and better for families heading to Cannington Leisureplex. The Albanese Labor government is also providing $840 million in community infrastructure through programs such as Thriving Suburbs, Growing Regions and Stronger Communities. This funds things like libraries, parks, community centres, sporting and cultural facilities that make our community a much stronger place. In my electorate, Thriving Suburbs initiative is helping the City of Belmont deliver the Belvedere Street Revitalisation Project with $4.7 million from the Australian Government. This will transform Belvedere into an active main street that puts pedestrians and cyclists ahead of cars, with green space for markets and events, and a pocket park and better lighting and support for local businesses. It will be a safer, greener, vibrant heart for Belmont. The Albanese Labor government has continued to deliver for my community. There is a long pipeline of projects. The Boorloo Bridge is one of the most spectacular bridges that we have in Western Australia. It connects Victoria Park to East Perth. It is stunning, it is beautiful, and commuters, walkers, joggers, cyclists all have embraced it. I have to also say the upgrades to Metronet have been outstanding. I was not anticipating how amazing the new train stations would be and how much more productivity there'd be in our community. But I also have to say that Long Park, which is a 6-kilometre park, is outstanding. And I've been to at least 3 birthday parties at the train station now, which is something that I could not have imagined. We've also seen $5 million to upgrade Manyania Park, which is in Queen's Park, a community that has often been overlooked. And we've also seen $5 million to upgrade the Langford Netball Centre. These are tangible ways that the Albanese government is making a difference in the community of Swan.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased for the member for Swan that she's been able to have all of that funding through Thriving Suburbs. And I just want to point out that's been actually taken out of the Growing Regions funding and the Building Better Regions that we had installed in our period of time in government, likewise through local communities and infrastructure funding. These are devastating facts for our regional communities. Nice to see the suburbs are getting that funding. After 4 years of inflation under Labor, Australians are still waiting for this $275 energy savings that were promised 97 times. That promise has clearly not been delivered. Instead, energy bills have risen by thousands of dollars. Now Australians are facing what can only be described as budget shock, defined by broken promises and shifting excuses. On budget night, the Treasurer repeatedly pointed out to an oil shock as the explanation, but managing economic uncertainty is the fundamental responsibility of the government. Labor was simply not prepared, and the consequences are now evident. The situation resembles a ship heading straight for disaster, just like the Titanic. Labor had previously promised to act on fuel security, but only moved when the Strait of Hormuz closed. In this budget, the government has reverted to deflection, echoing its earlier response to global conflicts by blaming external factors instead of accepting responsibility. If this were a school assignment, the Treasurer would receive a failing grade. This budget reflects a clear agenda of wealth redistribution. While the government proceeds confidently, Australians who value aspiration and reward for effort are increasingly worried. With a large parliamentary majority, the Prime Minister and Treasurer appear determined to push through policies that risk alienating marginal seat holders while pursuing what many would describe as radical economic program, a socialist agenda. Labor has repeatedly sought to divide Australians. It attempted to do so along racial lines through a referendum, has presided over deep divisions in religious communities, and is now creating divisions based on age and postcode through this budget. Despite rhetoric about intergenerational equity, the reality tells a different story. younger Australians are being locked out of tax arrangements that older generations will continue to retain through grandfathering provisions. At the same time, the government is passing on approximately $1.5 trillion in debt to future generations. That means you kids and your kids after them. It raises serious questions about fairness. The budget also reduces private health insurance rebates for Australians over 65. This is presented as a measure to fund aged care, but the likely outcome is that many older Australians who have contributed taxes and paid for health cover for decades will find private insurance unaffordable. That is what I am being told. That will push them into an already strained public health system. This approach is neither strategic nor responsible. It reflects short-term politics rather than long-term planning. Aged care remains under severe pressure. Waiting lists continue to grow, with more than 230,000 people on waiting lists for aged care. Tragically, around 5,000 people have died on that waiting list. The system labelled support at home is failing to deliver that support in practice. Meanwhile, the lack of price caps has allowed some providers to charge excessive fees. Instances have been reported with Steve Wheelman in my electorate and in the town of Mildura has told me that he charges $75 for physiotherapy for a half-hour consult. The provider of his elderly client charged $215 for those repeated physiotherapy appointments. The client came in to tell him that he was ripping her off. When he looked at the statement, it became very apparent that the provider was ripping off the client. Now, the problem with this is that that lady's package dives very rapidly. She has no money left to continue the physiotherapy that she actually needs. This is rorting and it is wrong. In the electorate of Mallee, approximately 23,400 people aged over 65 hold private health insurance, representing around 59% of that age group. Nationwide, about 3.2 million Australians will be affected by changes to the rebate that Labor are bringing in. While the government suggests only a small proportion will drop their coverage, those projections rely on assumptions that many find difficult to accept. Members Health Fund Alliance says, for instance, that the supposed $482 million in savings from this measure will actually trigger a $547 million increase in public hospital costs. Where is the logic? Many older Australians are already reporting that the changes will significantly increase their insurance costs, contradicting official claims by the Treasurer. The issue of equity is not limited to age. Regional Australians are also being left behind. Inland rail funding has been cut by more than $4 billion, with the project now expected to terminate at Parkes rather than Brisbane. That's actually quite a gap for anyone who's geographically sensitive. At the same time, more than $3 billion has been allocated to the disgraceful and corrupt suburban rail loop in Victoria. Programs that once supported regional communities have been slowed, paused or cancelled. There is no funding in this budget for the Local Roads Community Infrastructure Program, which I mentioned earlier, which previously provided flexible support to councils, particularly smaller ones with limited revenue bases, many of the ones in Mallee. Communities in areas such as West Wimmera and Yarri-Ambiac relied heavily on this funding for essential infrastructure. Business owners have assessed the cumulative impact of new measures and described the Prime Minister as effectively becoming a silent partner in their enterprises due to the scale of taxation. This, of course, has been very evident in social memes, quite hilarious, except that it's true. This has raised serious concerns about respect for electoral mandates. Governments are expected to present their policy intentions clearly during elections. Instead, policies affecting negative gearing, capital gains taxes and trust structures appear to have emerged after the fact, despite prior assurances. Most people would call that broken promises, especially when the Prime Minister is noted as saying more than 50 times that he would not be introducing changes to capital gains tax or to negative gearing. This is flat out unacceptable. There is no mandate for the Prime Minister and his Treasurer to go forward with these budget changes. Earlier proposals to tax unrealised capital gains were defeated, but fresh measures targeting wealth have since appeared. These changes have significant implications, particularly for farmers in my electorate, whose returns are often weighted toward capital gain growth rather than income. As a result, they face disproportionately high impacts, with Australia now among the highest taxing jurisdictions in the world. The budget also introduces changes affecting trusts, including those established through wills. Discretionary testamentary trusts, commonly used by families and small businesses, will now face new tax burdens if distributions vary from year to year. Approximately 840,000 such trusts exist, with around 350,000 small businesses relying on them. It's no wonder these small business owners are worried. From 1st July 2028, income distributed through these structures may be taxed at 30%. This has been described by some as a form of death tax, affecting how families manage assets across generations, because of course you need to die to actually implement that discretionary testamentary trust. On housing, the government has adopted elements of the Coalition's previous infrastructure proposal, but at a reduced scale, committing $2 billion instead of $5 billion originally proposed. By contrast, the Coalition's Regional Australia Future Fund aimed to ensure a fair share of housing infrastructure investment for regional communities, something not clearly replicated in this budget. In response, the Coalition's budget in reply outlines a different path. Angus Taylor and Matt Canavan have committed to reversing the new tax measures. We will repeal them. The Coalition has also pledged to abandon net zero policies and halt major transmission lines to nowhere, as the Leader of the Opposition stated last week, such as the VNI West line. At community forums, including events in St Arnaud and Maryborough last week, local farmers, with me, have expressed strong support for these commitments. Many have described feeling heard and represented, particularly after years of uncertainty and concern over large-scale infrastructure projects. There were over 220 farmers and people in the farming communities who came together at St Arnaud last Thursday to meet with the Leader of the Nationals, the Deputy Leader of the Nationals, Darren Chester, and also the Leader of the Nationals in Victoria, Danny O'Brien. The community made it very clear there is no social licence for the appalling way the Victorian government has been treating them. The distress in that community has been palpable for years. I've been fighting and standing with them for years. I will continue to do so. When they heard Matt Canavan say that we have scrapped net zero and we will stop VNI West, I have had text after text after text from farmers so relieved that finally someone is listening to them and policy will change. Their futures are now back in front of them and in front of their children. They were so worried their futures were being ripped away. Finally, the issue of bracket creep remains significant. While the government offers modest short-term relief, the cumulative effect of tax settings will see workers paying substantially more over time. On average, workers may lose around $2,000 due to bracket creep, far outweighing the immediate benefit that the Labor government is saying $250 a year. I mean, seriously, that's probably, I haven't got a maths head quickly to work, but that's not many coffees. Just saying, it's not many coffees. The Coalition are saying we will deal with bracket creep and we will index income tax. It is genuine reform that small businesses, that people on incomes have been crying out for. In just 4 years, and it will continue to go on, people will be saving $1,000 a year. And it will improve over time. This pattern of the Labor government reflects a broad concern. Australians are being told they're better off, while their lived experience absolutely suggests otherwise.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Appropriations Bill 2025-26. I could not be prouder of the budget that my good friend the Treasurer has put forward. What the Treasurer has put together speaks to the heart of what it means to be a Labor government. It focuses on equity, on rebalancing the weights of the generations, and on helping ordinary Australians. This budget is the most important and fair budget in decades. It is big and it is bold, and it tackles long overdue reform to our tax system that will fundamentally change the future for future generations. This has certainly not been easy, but government isn't easy. For those of us who genuinely care about people, like I know the Treasurer and the Prime Minister do, these decisions are really tough, and that is the hard work of government. That's what it means to lead the country to a better and fairer future. We're focused on helping people in our community to deal with cost of living pressures and the uncertainty of the war in the Middle East. We're building a more resilient economy and putting money back into the pockets of Australians. And it tackles some long overdue reform. It's no surprise that those who like the system as it is, stacked against younger generations and working Australians, are working hard to spread misinformation and fear. When things are new or complex, opponents unfortunately use this as an opportunity to spread mis and disinformation. I've seen this in the offshore wind debate, and we've seen it for decades around immigration and refugees. And of course we experienced it around these very same issues back in 2019. But the community now understands more acutely than ever that these changes must happen, and the time is now. According to the 2023 Intergenerational Report, over the next 40 years, the rate of people participating in paid work is expected to decline from 66.6% to 63.8%. At the same time, the number of people aged 85 and over will more than triple, and the number of centenarians is expected to increase sixfold. If we don't take action now, we simply won't have the supports we need to deal with this shift. For too long, our tax system has been stacked against working Australians. It has incentivised investment in housing as a wealth generator, and it has given tax breaks to people using trusts and other mechanisms to reduce their tax burden unfairly. Housing affordability is one of the biggest challenges for our community right now. And just to be clear, this crisis is not just impacting young people, but we do see them being disproportionately disadvantaged when it comes to cracking into the housing market for the first time. And this is something that worries them, and it is something that worries their parents as well. I've heard too many stories of parents who are delaying their own retirement because they are still supporting their adult children at home. People want to be able to see their kids get the same leg up that they did, and in so many parts of our society this just isn't the case. No one wants to be the generation that leaves their kids worse off than they were. So let's talk about the capital gains tax and negative gearing for a moment as they relate to housing. Capital gains tax combined with negative gearing makes it harder for first home buyers to buy a home. The way the system is set up, investment into existing property is encouraged, and that investment is putting up prices and locking out first home buyers. And it's also pulling investment away from other productive parts of the economy. And this also impacts families and Australians who need to move for a whole range of reasons. Those who are looking to get back into the market after a relationship breakdown, or older Australians on lower incomes wanting to make a change for retirement, and many more. Investors have a tax system on their side, which means they can spend more than those who don't. We need to make it more affordable, more attractive to buy new homes that add to our housing stock and help to take the pressure off the existing housing market. And this means more homes for renters. It means more affordable homes for first home buyers. It means a rebalance in a system that rewards wealth. So what are we actually doing? When you sell an asset, you should only have to pay tax on the real gains that you have made, not on the inflation over the time you have held the asset. That's the purpose of the capital gains tax discount. When the system changed in 1999, instead of calculating the actual inflation of an asset, an arbitrary 50% discount was calculated. And this was billed as a simpler alternative, but it has helped make a two-class system when it comes to assets. For some assets, particularly high growth assets, that discount massively overcompensated for inflation, but some slower growth assets were instead taxed too harshly. What has housing been since 1999? A very high growth asset. Now combine this with negative gearing. When your rental income is less than your property expenses, these losses reduce your taxable income, meaning that if you spend more on your property, you reduce your overall tax burden. So investors pay less tax on high growth property gains than they might on slower growing assets, and they can reduce their overall tax burden if they spend more on housing than they receive in rent, overall giving them more money to spend. A system tipped out of balance. And how are we fixing it? From the 1st of July 2027, we're going to discount capital gains tax based on actual inflation, and we'll apply a minimum 30% tax to real gains to keep them more in line with the rate paid by an average worker. Some people will be better off, and people receiving means-tested income support payments like the age pension will be exempt from the minimum rate. These changes will not impact the properties you already own. Importantly, if you buy a new property, you can negatively gear that property just like you can now, and you can make a choice about whether to use the old or new capital gains tax discount system. Because we want people to buy new homes, and our changes incentivise that. As I mentioned, there has been a lot of disappointing misinformation about what these changes mean. We are not taxing 40% on real gains. Inflation remains discounted, so the effective tax rate will be lower than the nominal marginal tax rate. According to Treasury estimates, the average tax rate on gross capital gains will increase from 19.3% to 21.4% by 2036-37. We will also not be taxing your family home. We never have and we never will. And we are not implementing a death tax. And I've also heard a lot of talk about discretionary trusts. Around 90% of trust wealth is held by the wealthiest 10% of households. Using a discretionary trust helps those wealthiest 10% to manage their tax affairs in ways that are simply not available to most Australians. The number of these trusts has doubled over the past 20 years, once again disproportionately advantaging people who can use discretionary trusts and disadvantaging Australians living on a wage. And we are not saying that there aren't legitimate reasons to use a trust. There absolutely are. But this system should not be used as a way to simply pay less tax than you otherwise would. A 30% minimum tax will help ensure tax on discretionary trusts is more aligned with tax on wages and will help to pay for the $250 tax offset for 13 million Australian workers. And the changes also won't come into effect until 2028 to ensure people have the time to restructure. Are these changes easy? No. Are they necessary? Absolutely yes. And it's the fair thing to do. It is the right thing to do. It will tax every asset class more evenly on the real gains made, stop encouraging short-term speculation and encourage longer-term investment. The reforms to make our tax system fairer will help 75,000 more homeowners crack into the housing market over the next decade. And that's on top of our 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers, which has already helped 1,159 people in Cunningham. We also recognise that there are some local barriers to building more homes quickly, and that's why we're investing $2 billion in the infrastructure needed to build more homes. Our new local infrastructure fund will see roads, water, power and sewerage built to unlock up to 65,000 homes over 10 years. And this includes $500 million reserved just for regional Australia. At the same time, we're reducing red tape for faster approvals and providing new pathways for migrant workers who are already in Australia to get their existing qualifications and practical trade experience recognised, helping to address workforce shortages. We're coming at the housing crisis from every angle to build more homes, give first home buyers a fair go, and support renters with stable and affordable homes. Deputy Speaker, our tax reform is also benefiting millions of small businesses around the country. This budget invests $3.5 billion in new business tax relief to boost investment, increase cash flow and support growth. We're making the $20,000 instant tax asset write-off permanent to give more businesses more certainty to invest. Over the next 5 years, that will deliver around $890 million in cash flow support, save 366,000 hours of record keeping and around $32 million a year in compliance costs. Our permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with turnover up to $1 billion will start on 1 July 2026 and will help small businesses to return to profitability faster, give them the confidence to invest earlier and withstand volatility. We're helping startups to grow in their first 2 years by introducing loss refundability from the 1st of July 2028, providing a tax refund before they are profitable. We'll expand venture capital incentives from the 1st of July 2027 to help more innovative firms access the capital they need to scale and create jobs. We'll better target the research and development tax incentive from the 1st of July 2028 to unlock $400 million in additional R&D by young firms per year. There's a lot of research and innovation happening right across the Illawarra, and I know these incentives will help local businesses grow and shape the future made in the Illawarra. All up, the budget's productivity package cuts red tape and regulatory costs by over $10 billion. I am particularly excited about our new Tell Us Once approach. I can't tell you, Deputy Speaker, how often I hear from businesses and community organisations about their frustrations with filling in a new form with exactly the same information every time they talk to a different department, and sometimes even a different section of the same department. It's a waste of time and energy, and many just simply do not have the resources. So we're investing $654.3 million to expand the use of digital ID to safely verify identity, reduce data storage and improve access to government services online. By 2030, the Australian Public Service will work as a single unified enterprise to deliver simple, accessible services for people and businesses. This will revolutionise the way that government engages across the country and will transform the experience that I know so many people have. And these are just a few ways that the budget is supporting business. Deputy Speaker, I lastly want to touch on the massive and ongoing investment that this budget is making in health. I talk about this a lot, but it's worthy of another mention here. This budget has $3.5 billion in measures to improve access to healthcare across the country. Medicare urgent care clinics will become a permanent part of Medicare. These free clinics have been a huge success. In Corrimal, in Dapto, we've seen more than 68,000 free visits to these clinics, and I regularly hear positive feedback from people across the Illawarra about their experiences. They're delivering free healthcare closer to home when it's urgent, but not an emergency. And they're taking pressure off hospitals like Wollongong Hospital, where we know the emergency department is already under significant pressure. We're investing in more cheaper medicines for cystic fibrosis, chronic kidney disease, various cancers and more, and we're making the RSV vaccine free for people aged over 75, and that's just to name a few. The Illawarra has a critical shortage of aged care beds. It's one of the issues that keeps me up at night. In March this year, the member for Whitlam, Carol Berry, the member for Gilmore, Fiona Phillips, and I worked very closely with Minister for Aged Care, Sam Ray, to ensure that the federal government made the Illawarra one of its first priority regions to access $115 million under the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program. This will fund projects which can build and open more beds within 2 years. And this is great news, but I know it's not enough. This budget is also investing $3 billion in aged care to deliver 5,000 more aged care beds every year, significantly reduce wait times for support at home packages and provide better care for older Australians. At the same time, we've made personal care services like showering and dressing free to help people age in their homes with dignity. I know this one in particular is a really welcome change. Deputy Speaker, this is a big, bold and fair budget. It's a Labor budget at its core, putting fairness first and supporting Australians. And I'm proud to be part of the team delivering for the Illawarra, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And Appropriation Bill number 1, 2026-2027 is where the rubber hits the road. And this budget built on a budget of betrayal, I should say, built on Labor lies and broken promises, becomes clear to all Australians. And it has been sobering, to say the least, to listen to the stories of so many small business owners in my own electorate offering a vastly different perspective to the propaganda that we're hearing from government MPs at the moment as to what these changes will have on their small businesses. So today I want to share the story of Ian, who's written to me as a local Bunbury business owner who founded his own first small business 13 years ago at the age of 26. Subsequently, he's built that business to employ 100 people, and since taking on his first apprentice in 2017, has seen 33 young Australians successfully complete an apprenticeship and qualify as tradesmen. He's also founded a charity which was dedicated to raising funds for childhood cancer after losing his son at the age of 5 in 2021. These are the sort of Australians that I want to back, Deputy Speaker, that I think that the government should be backing, rather than attacking with this budget of betrayal and its taxes on aspiration. But here's Ian's story. He's lived in Bunbury most of his life and now is proudly part of a family of 5. Living a modest life as a sole income family, his dad worked at the Bunbury TAFE and then later for West Pine, something of a local institution as it has been for decades. He worked in a factory as a teenager, which was shut down shortly after the GFC, and his parents lost everything. This is a chap who's seen times when they're tough. Indeed, he founded his first business in 2013 with just $3,000 in the bank after being made redundant as a labourer on the construction of...
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to draw to your attention that the member opposite has used Labor lies, which the Speaker has ruled against, and I ask him to withdraw.
Member.
To assist the House, Deputy Speaker, I am perfectly happy to talk about the mistruths, the broken promises and all of the other ways in which the Labor Party are severely allergic to what the Australian people can see staring them in the face, which is, of course, the fact that they have been betrayed by a Prime Minister who looked down the barrel of the camera before the election and said, "I am a man you can trust because my word is my bond." And the fact that the Labor MPs in this place are now running a protection racket for this Prime Minister whose integrity has been shredded by his own deceit of the Australian people is a matter that they will be held to account for at the ballot box. But I return, Deputy Speaker, to the story of Ian, who, as I said, founded his first business with $3,000 in the bank after being made redundant. For the first 5 years, he paid himself a salary of $80,000 a year, which was his sole income whilst his wife was welcoming young sons into the family. And indeed, after 5 years in business, he was the lowest paid employee in his own business. It was hard financially, he wrote to me. It was hard on his wife. It was hard on their relationship. It was stressful, and he was regularly physically unwell from anxiety and stress. But his goal was to shift the future for his family and ensure that one day they would enjoy financial freedom. That is the story of which so many Australians have become successful, and indeed it's something that we on this side of the chamber want to see into the future. He wrote to me that across his business now, they generate literally millions of dollars in tax every year, across PAYG, GST, payroll tax, fringe benefits tax and company tax. Governments, both state and federal, are the largest benefactors of his business, receiving far more in tax than the profit that he and his wife are left with as business owners. His business was structured in accordance with the advice of a local Bunbury accountant, in that they hold shares in a trust and distribute some of the dividends that they receive through to his wife. The structure is legal, it was established within the rules, and they pay significant tax, as we have discussed earlier. His wife, he wrote to me, has been by his side the whole time, riding the highs and lows, supporting both Ian and their boys through this entire time, which, as I mentioned, including the tragic loss of one of their sons at the age of 5 to cancer. So the changes that are proposed by this government, which were of course not mentioned before the election, in fact quite the opposite, where the Prime Minister and the Treasurer repeatedly promised Australians that they would not change these tax settings. These changes mean that Ian and his wife face an assault on the aspiration with which they have built their business. Having turned 40 and looking to a better future, he and his wife were considering a sale of the business that they've invested heavily in for over a decade, sacrificed and saved, paid an untold price through the stress and the anxiety and all of the pitfalls that go with being a business owner in a volatile modern economy. But the government now tells them that their fair share needs to somehow be carved up. Be carved up with taxes on aspiration that leave he and his wife angry, frustrated and feeling betrayed that after 13 years of sacrifice and playing by the rules, somehow this Prime Minister, who seems unable to tell the Australian people what his plans are until after an election, when suddenly those solemn promises he made 50 times can be broken.
Okay.
And I know they're allergic to the L word over there, so we can use every other word for it. But Australians like Ian and his wife, they know what's going on here, they can see it, and they are angry. That's why we on the coalition side will be voting against these sorts of outrageous taxes, this assault on aspiration and this raid on the pockets of Australians, simply because this is a government that has run out of money. And when they run out of money, they come after yours. That's exactly what Ian and his wife have seen, and that their story, unfortunately, is far from unique. Ian wrote that he was unsure whether other people from
I interrupt the debate. As it is 1:30, the Federation Chamber is suspended until 4 p.m.
Thank you.
last minute.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the Federation Chamber that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Appropriation Bill number 2, 2026-27, and the Appropriation, a Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2026-2027, and I give the member for Richmond the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak in support of the debate on the appropriation bills. And in fact, our budget, this Labor budget, is focused on relief, resilience and reform that delivers for all Australians. And that's why this budget is delivering more tax cuts, a stronger Medicare and a fair go at home ownership. It's delivering more cost of living relief, helping build an economy that works for more people. Now, we know that people are doing it really tough right now. And of course, cost of living pressures have been compounded by the conflict in the Middle East, while at the same time we face long-standing challenges when it comes to productivity, intergenerational equity and access to housing. Over the past 2 decades, house prices have risen by around 400% and incomes have not kept pace. We just can't ignore this problem at all and the impact that it's having on Australians, particularly young people with aspirations of home ownership. So we are taking action and overhauling the rules for negative gearing and capital gains tax. These changes have been carefully designed to help more Australians into homes and encourage the kind of market activity that leads to more supply. We're also making other very important changes to Australia's tax system. The package of tax reform and relief in this budget will reduce the tax burden for over 13 million workers, support 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market, deliver over $3.5 billion in new measures to lower taxes for businesses and reduce compliance costs by $540 million a year. Deputy Speaker, this is an ambitious Labor budget because the Albanese Labor government is committed to building resilience, bolstering the economy and delivering for businesses, first home buyers and future generations of Australians. The budget's about more cost of living relief, more Medicare, more aged care and more housing. The budget contains the most significant tax reform package in more than a quarter of a century. This package of tax reform and tax relief is about making our economy work in the interests of more Australians, more Australian businesses and all those future generations. It's a package that's pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. The budget delivers a new and permanent tax cut for Australian workers. Every working Australian will benefit from the $250 Working Australians tax offset, along with the $1,000 instant tax deduction. The Working Australians tax offset will begin to apply for income earned from work for the second half of 2027 and will automatically reduce workers' tax liability for the 27-28 income year. It will lift the effective tax-free threshold for eligible workers by almost $1,800. This is the largest permanent increase of the effective tax-free threshold since 2012-13. This new offset will provide responsible cost of living relief and help make the tax system much fairer for workers. It will help Australian workers to keep more of what they earn, incentivise participation for lower income workers and, very importantly, help with the cost of living. The $1,000 instant tax deduction will allow workers to deduct up to $1,000 off their taxable income without having to keep receipts, and what a big difference that will make. These measures all build on the legislated tax cuts starting in July 26 and July 2027. The combined benefit to an Australian worker on average earnings of our three tax cuts, new tax offset and instant tax deduction, will be up to $2,816 from 2027-28. We're also making changes to ensure more equal and sustainable treatment between workers earning a living from wages and those with income from assets held in trusts. Currently, discretionary trusts allow some Australians, often high-wealth individuals and families, to plan their tax affairs in ways that aren't available to most people. From 2028-29, a minimum 30% tax rate will apply to discretionary trusts. This will make the tax system fairer and more sustainable by aligning tax paid by trusts more closely with the income tax rates paid by the very vast majority of Australians. Importantly, primary production income earned through discretionary trusts will remain exempt, recognising the unique income volatility and seasonal nature of farming businesses. In this budget, we're creating a fairer system for first home buyers and future generations. And our reforms are about helping more Australians buy a home, encouraging investment in new housing supply and helping to fund new tax cuts for workers. Fixing the tax treatment of capital gains is necessary so that it operates as originally intended by helping to ensure investment flows where it's most productive. We're replacing the 50% capital gains tax discount with inflation-adjusted indexation to restore the taxation of real gains. We're also establishing a minimum tax rate of 30% on realised gains. Importantly, income support recipients, including pensioners, will be exempt from the minimum rate. These changes apply from 1st of July 27 to all assets except new builds, where both new and old arrangements will be available to choose from. Any gains made up to the 1st of July 27 will be treated under the old rules. We know that early stage and start-up businesses, particularly in the tech sector, have unique features, and further consultations being undertaken with stakeholders to clarify the details for implementations for these kinds of businesses. We're also limiting negative gearing for residential properties to new builds that add to the supply of housing that we desperately need. For properties purchased after the 12th of May 2026, negative gearing can be used until 27-28. For all existing investments made before 12 May 26, negative gearing arrangements will remain absolutely unchanged. These changes to the tax system will help around 75,000 Australians to get into the market over the next decade. This is the equivalent to reversing around a decade of decline in Australia's home ownership rate. All of this, when combined with our other massive housing reforms in the budget, these changes will boost supply of housing by another 30,000 homes over 10 years, which are all desperately needed. The budget, really importantly, also includes an investment of a further $2 billion in a new local infrastructure fund for enabling infrastructure. The enabling infrastructure, of course, refers to roads, water, power and other systems required for all these housing projects to go ahead. And this funding will be provided to local governments and state utility providers responsible for this infrastructure. And access to the fund will require state-based reforms to improve productivity in the housing sector. This means faster and simpler approvals, freeing up more land to build new homes and the delivery of a consistent national construction code. The local infrastructure fund will support up to 65,000 more homes over 10 years, and reforms to cut red tape have the potential to support tens of thousands of additional homes, as well as reducing regulation costs by up to $3 billion a year. This brings the value of our Homes for Australia plan to more than $47 billion, a massive investment. We're also committing $59.4 million of funding to community housing providers to help secure social housing for more than 4,000 eligible young people at risk of homelessness. Now, Deputy Speaker, very importantly on this budget, we did as we always do, strengthen Medicare and deliver better health outcomes, because we're committed to delivering on all of our plans like cheaper medicines, a stronger Medicare, more bulk billing, more doctors and nurses and more urgent care clinics. In this budget, we've committed $1.8 billion over 5 years and more than $500 million ongoing to make urgent care clinics permanent, a great initiative. These clinics provide fully bulk billed and accessible care, taking pressure off hospitals and making life easier for so many Australians that use these services. And in my electorate of Richmond, more than 5,400 people have visited the Tweed Heads Medicare Urgent Care Clinic since it opened in December last year, delivering vital reform for access to health care for locals. We're also, as part of this budget, delivering a landmark $25 billion in additional funding for state and territory hospitals to reach a record $220.3 billion over 5 years. We're investing $5.9 billion in this budget to list new medicines on the PBS, including treatments for cystic fibrosis, chronic kidney disease, some cancers and many more. And since July 2022, our government has funded over 430 new or amended PBS medicines. And when it comes to cheaper medicines, across my region, we've had more than 2.6 million scripts for cheaper medicines that have been filled. That's making a huge difference to so many people in my region. Also, Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, our government took immediate and effective action following the outbreak of the crisis in the Middle East and the absolute disruption of the global fuel supply. We cut the fuel excise by more than half, reduced the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months and doubled penalties for major breaches of consumer laws. We've also secured more than 1 billion litres of extra fuel from March to June by relaxing the minimum stockholding obligation, underwriting additional cargoes and adjusting fuel standards. And now we're focused on building up reserves for the future and ensuring Australia's energy sovereignty. And in this budget, we saw our government establish a $3.2 billion government-controlled Australian Fuel Security Reserve and increasing Australia's diesel and jet fuel reserves to 50 days. It's so vitally important that we do that. And we're also taking action to secure more gas for Australian homes and businesses through a domestic gas reservation scheme. And this scheme will require gas exporters to supply around 20% of exports to the Australian market. This will put downward pressure on domestic prices while shielding our market from global price volatility and making us more resilient to any potential supply shortfalls. And of course, Deputy Speaker, as in all budgets, we're backing businesses and backing small businesses with this budget. We know that the key to higher wages and higher living standards is lifting productivity, and small businesses and start-ups are an important part of that. And this budget contains $3.5 billion in new measures aimed at lowering taxes for businesses, increasing cash flow and supporting growth to boost investment. New measures include making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent. This will give businesses more certainty and allow them to invest in themselves with confidence. It's anticipated this change will slash compliance costs for small businesses by around $32 million a year, saving over 350,000 hours on record keeping, and deliver around $890 million in cash flow support over the next 5 years. And of course, Deputy Speaker, there's so much more in this budget in providing assistance to Australians right across the board. So many measures that we do have, particularly indexation of many social security payments, and of course more than $3 billion for aged care, including more beds and more packages. We know how vital this is, particularly in my electorate, particularly with the large number of senior Australians that we have. This is an issue, and we've responded to that with more beds and more packages as well. We've also, of course, got over $180 million in this budget to make the child support scheme safer and fairer, helping to ensure single parents and their kids get the support they need. Also in the budget, more than $27 million to reduce prices for essential groceries across remote Australia. So right across the country, wherever that need is, we have really addressed this with this budget. And this really is a Labor budget built for resilience in incredibly uncertain times and incredibly uncertain global times. Yet at the same time, we are reforming for the future and addressing particularly that intergenerational equity that we've spoken about and that people raise all the time. And we've done that through our reforms with negative gearing and capital gains tax. And this budget recognises the absolute pressures that Australians are facing today, while we're also taking on the long-term challenges that have in fact been ignored for too long, particularly when it came to housing. We saw the previous government that just ignored the housing crisis, and it built up worse and worse for years. And since day one, since we've been in government, we've invested a massive amount in all areas of housing, whether it's that 5% deposit or whether it's now making these important reforms, plus our massive investment in social and affordable housing and our massive building right across the country. We are absolutely committed to making sure that Australians, particularly young Australians, can access home ownership. And we are in this budget delivering cost of living relief without losing sight of productivity, housing supply, energy security, as I mentioned, and that really important intergenerational fairness. And this budget invests in workers, backs small businesses, strengthens Medicare, one of the biggest issues in my electorate, accessing healthcare. And we've seen almost over 30 now GP clinics that are now fully bulk billing. It's making a huge difference to locals. This budget also supports vulnerable Australians and really, at the end of it, also helps more people achieve the security of their own home. Because we want to build an economy that works for everyone, no matter where you live, and particularly for areas like mine in regional Australia, this budget really provides a lot of assistance. And we want to build an economy that's stronger, that's fairer, and really importantly, more resilient to the many global shocks that we have seen. And we're building that economy, not just for today, but for future generations of Australians, particularly through our housing reforms to ensure there's an even playing field for younger Australians. And the response to this has been overwhelming because young people have had so many difficulties in accessing housing. But this is a government that acts right across the board in terms of providing support now and building for future generations.
I thank the member. The member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and it's good to follow someone else speaking on regional Australia and the impact of this government's budget. We are on a unity ticket. This is very much a Labor budget. Speaker, I'm going to address some of the issues that I have with this budget, and I think it is important to reflect on both the local impact and the broader one. Obviously, I'll start locally. The news we had dropped 2 days before this budget was announced that the government would not be pursuing inland rail into Toowoomba, which has a huge impact on our local economy, upon local confidence. This was a promise that this government had made, that the Labor, when in opposition, had made that they would maintain. We were never under any doubt that this project would be delivered. This was a project that was going to deliver huge benefits to our region. It was something that we were looking forward to. And as I've mentioned in other speeches before you, Speaker, we invested, locally I can speak to one project where over $50 million of private investment was made in preparation for inland rail coming in. There are other sites as well that have made those sorts of investments. So to us, to have that project taken away from us, it was a big hit. It was a big hit. It's a big hit to our plans for the future, to our future economy, and it's one that we are going to fight to try and maintain. It's a project that we think still stacks up, and we hope very much, Speaker, that the government will listen to our pleas to bring that inland rail to Toowoomba. We still think there's plenty of benefits that can be achieved for my region and for the nation by doing so. One thing, before I go to more details, I want to speak on one issue that this budget does address, which is, I think, a worthy point of conversation. What an East Coast gas reservation might look like. And I think this is an important conversation. We're going through a period of time where it's very clear that in terms of our resources, self-sufficiency is something that has a heightened level of acceptance that we need to address in this country. And the government to their credit, have started that conversation. I think they have some issues to address. And I want to lay that out in the practicalities of what it takes to establish an East Coast gas reservation. 90% of the gas on the East Coast comes from Queensland, but 90% of the usage on the East Coast is in the southern states, and mostly in Victoria. That gas travels through a pipeline from Queensland to Victoria that is currently at capacity. There is no more reservation. There is no more room. It's at capacity, Speaker. To have an East Coast reservation, you're either increasing the number or the size of that pipeline, or you are opening up new gas projects down south at the southern end of that pipeline. That's what an East Coast reservation actually practically looks like. To talk about it in terms, I think people have this idea that the government's proposing to build these tanks or some sort of storage capacity that's going to be around. No, there's a pipeline that's already at capacity. You can't push more gas through it. We're already at capacity. So to actually address this requires some significant change, far more than what the government has envisioned in this budget. And, Speaker, I think that shows the lack of practical understanding of what it takes to do things by this government. You can talk about a gas reservation all you like. This will not create that. This will not create that. So it's a challenge to the government. Can it put on paper something that can actually solve the problem it seeks to address? I look forward to that, Speaker. I look forward to it. But to the budget itself, this is the highest taxing budget ever. Goodness me. Speaker, in this economy, at this time, the highest taxing budget ever. What a challenge for future treasurers. How do you address the impact that this will have? Because what this budget does, in addition to being the highest taxing budget ever, it banks in 10 years of deficits. And, Speaker, when you talk about the performance of a treasurer or a government, the economic credibility, its legacy, one would think that the economic situation it leaves after it is the most important factor in determining that legacy. And a government that leaves you a decade of deficits, after having delivered the highest taxing budget ever, that's an incredible legacy and one that this government should be ashamed of. Because, Speaker, it is also the highest spending budget in 40 years outside of the pandemic. We heard for the first term of this government about restraint, about spending restraint from the Treasurer. And I'm not sure that the word was being used as it is commonly understood. We have the highest spending budget in 40 years. There is no restraint. There is no spending restraint here at all. And, Speaker, if you look back to 2019, last budget before we hit the pandemic, since that time, we have seen spending almost double. So we went through the pandemic, we agreed. Labor, then in opposition, supported and in fact wanted us to spend more on multiple occasions, pushed us to spend more than we were spending in our pandemic response. And having gone through that, Speaker, we haven't reduced our spending at all. That spending hasn't come down. We've actually continued the same heightened levels. We didn't come down afterwards, and I can't find the justification for that. I can't. In the pandemic, it was the decision of the government of the day to provide support to the states to allow them to manage individually how they responded to the pandemic. We provided that. We made that decision. What is the justification for keeping spending at that rate now? And I think that's an important conversation for us because it does have an impact. It does have an impact. And there is no surprise that in a period of continued heightened government spending, we are seeing inflation continue to stay high. In fact, homegrown inflation is confirmed in this budget will be 5%. That's domestic inflation. That's not imported. So that's what we're doing here. That's the result of domestic issues. We can't blame wars overseas for this. And that 5% is above every other developed nation. Speaker, there is a long-established link between government spending and inflation, and sadly, we're seeing it here again. Speaker, back in 2024, I decided to raise my voice, much to the chagrin of the leader of my party of the day, in the public, that I thought that we needed to address the growth of NDIS spending. And I made the argument then that this was becoming a very bad way of doing a very good thing. There's not a single Australian, and I stand very strongly with them, who feels that we should be spending some of our tax dollars looking after our most vulnerable and disadvantaged people. No question whatsoever. I'm proud of that. It makes us a good nation. It's something that we should always strive to be able to achieve. However, it was clear, it's been clear for a long time, that the growth of the NDIS has been at an extraordinary rate. And I'm very happy and I'm very comfortable looking back at my public comments at the time, which I then doubled up again in 2025, repeating my calls for the government to look at reforming the NDIS. Again, much to the chagrin of the leader of my party of the day. And I recall very clearly, Speaker, being absolutely shut down by Labor when I dared to raise that issue, to say that it was worthy of reform, that it was worthy of keeping, and to keep it we required reform. And I was the subject of something of a scare campaign, that it was my intention, according to the scare campaign, to kill the NDIS, to cut services. Absolutely not. What I was concerned about was that there was a program in place that was disincentivising care and support for the most needy. And we have seen that time and time again, Speaker. If you have a provider who has the option of giving care at the same rate to someone of high needs versus someone with mild autism, they are going towards the mild autism. And the person who has the high needs, and I'm talking about personal, intimate care that is required to be provided, the service provider is choosing that one. Because why would they not? It's a much harder job, but they're being paid at the same level. And I've seen that over and over again. We are disincentivising, through this scheme, care towards those who need it most. And sadly, Speaker, I saw that firsthand. Residents in my electorate made me acutely aware of that, and I thank them for doing so. So I'm glad that we are finally addressing the growth of the NDIS. I think it's an important step. I would point out that most of the steps that have been put forward by Labor are steps that were previously put forward by the opposition, and indeed some by the crossbench, steps that have been quite reasonable. They were subject to scare campaigns then. Government is now putting them forward. Unlike the government, I won't fight back. I'm very happy to engage in that. I think it's an important conversation. It was important when I was saying it then. It's still important now. Speaker, the other issue I want to talk about, and this has been, I think, the subject of much conversation with regard to this budget, the changes to tax settings, particularly if I refer to housing, negative gearing and CGT. And for a long time, Speaker, both sides have argued that, based on evidence out of New Zealand and a certain study, that to make these changes would result in a reduction in supply of housing, that there was evidence of that. And that's always been offered as reason not to make changes. Again, Speaker, much to the chagrin of the leader of my party of the day, I said I was always open to these conversations. I think we should look at it. We should always have a discussion about it. But I had always had the proviso that we do so in a way that never puts a downward pressure on supply. That was my obvious proviso. If you want to talk about these changes, we must maintain supply. Clearly, at a time when supply is at some of its lowest levels in our history, any changes can't negatively impact supply. And so, Speaker, when the budget paper came out, I got to page 158 of budget paper number 1 and read very clearly that the result of the government's changes, taxation changes, would be 35,000 less homes built by the private sector. Exactly as everyone had been concerned that if done in a inaccurate way, the result would be a downward pressure on supply, and that's exactly what we have, Speaker. 35,000 less homes will be built by the private sector as a result of these changes. There is nothing that can make that a good news story. Absolutely nothing. And I think, Speaker, when you frame this within the context of a budget that was trying to be sold as one that addressed intergenerational equality, the disparity between those who have and those who want to have, this is a laughable attempt at addressing the concerns of young people who are trying to get into property, because what it is doing is reducing the supply of housing. It is reducing the supply of housing. A basic entry-level view of any economic theory will show that if you maintain demand, reduce supply, prices will go up. But, Speaker, it is much worse than that for young people. It's much worse than that, because what this budget confirms is that there will be 2 million people arrive in Australia during the first 2 terms of this Albanese government. And, Speaker, this is an issue of mathematics. It is an issue of simple mathematics. Not only are we reducing supply of homes, we're increasing demand. You add both of those things together, the mathematics go one way, prices go up. And that's, sadly, Speaker, there is no moral outrage one can apply to mathematics. It simply is. That is what will happen. And those are the courses that this government has chosen to take, to reduce supply, to increase demand. Prices will go up. So I think on any assessment of this budget, does it help young people? No. It reduces their opportunities to get into affordable housing. It will not help them. But, Speaker, the one thing I think that really rubs people who I've spoken to about this budget, the idea that we would be introducing a death tax in 2026 is extraordinary. And I think that hurts people a lot, particularly young people who are looking ahead. Speaker, young people in my electorate, they want to have the opportunities we have. They wanted to have the pathway to prosperity that was created for my generation. They want to have that pathway for them. It'll have to be a different pathway, sure, but we have to create it. That's our job. We have to find that, and this budget does not find that. There is no new pathway to prosperity. All there is closing a door to the young generation who are looking ahead and saying, I wanted that, and now they can't have it.
Thank the member. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This is a government that has, I think, been characterised by the fact that it has made hard decisions. It makes the hard decisions. And we're making the hard decisions because they're the right decisions to make. And you see that in the debate around this year's budget and in our record of delivery over a period of time. Because we are focused on helping workers, we're focused on helping first home buyers, we're focused on helping small businesses so more Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn, and also get into the housing market and get ahead. So the tax package is pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. And that is very good. It is very good for my incredibly diverse and aspirational community in my electorate of Wills. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've had a quarter of a century now of a tax system that has encouraged the misallocation of investment and resources in our economy. And we've had a 2.5-decade productivity problem in our economy as well. It may be that on the other side of the aisle, it's all too hard and it's just too difficult to take those tough decisions or make those hard decisions to try and make sure that we have a better future. But we want to encourage people to make investments because there are good economic outcomes that flow from that, not just good tax outcomes. That's why the government is cutting taxes for workers 5 times and in 3 different ways. That's what we've done, Deputy Speaker. We cut taxes in our first term, there's another tax cut in July and another one the July after that. And this week we will introduce a legislation to cut income taxes further, including a $1,000 instant deduction and also the working Australian tax offset of $250. Now, we're reforming the tax system to support 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market. That's significant. And investing an extra $2 billion for enabling infrastructure to support up to 65,000 more homes, taking our Homes for Australia plan to over $47 billion in investments over our time in government. And we're also helping to secure social housing for more than 4,000 eligible young people at risk of homelessness, with a $59.4 million package for states and territories. Now, it may be the case that those opposite are unaware of history, but they risk repeating the same mistakes and repeating the same history that they've made in the past if they don't support these tax reforms, if they once again vote against tax cuts and they vote against aspiration. The aspiration of home ownership is at the heart of the budget that we delivered recently, Deputy Speaker. House prices have risen over 400% over the last 2 decades or so. They've gone from 4 to 8 times incomes over the past 20 years, and ownership for young people is down by 7%. These are all facts that they can't hide from. And our reforms, frankly, will be helping levelling the playing field for first home buyers and ensuring investment flows where it's most productive, including new housing supply. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, in the information landscape that we all operate in, there's been a lot of misinformation about the recently announced changes to the capital gains tax discount. Let's just have a bit of clarity and facts. Under the Howard government, a 50% capital gains tax discount was applied to the sale of all assets that had been held for more than 12 months. So basically cut it in half, give them that discount. That system distorted the market by encouraging people to invest in established houses, not units or shares. And on average, the 50% discount tends to overcompensate investors in housing for inflation and undercompensate investors in units, especially in the regions and shares. The return to indexation will mean in future that only real capital gains are subject to tax, supporting investment in assets like shares and medium and high density housing. We are replacing, the announcement that was made at the budget was to replace the 50% CGT discount with inflation-adjusted indexation from 1st of July next year to restore the taxation of real gains as well as a minimum tax on realised gains. It's all about fixing the tax treatment of capital gains so that it operates as originally intended, Deputy Speaker, helping to ensure investment flows where it's most productive. Returning to indexation will mean in the future only real capital gains are subject to tax, supporting investment in assets like medium density housing, thus ensuring everyone pays a fair share when they make a capital gain. Income support recipients, including pensioners, will be exempt, and there will be a grandfathering of gains made before the 1st of July. As we go through this process of consultation as well, before the implementation, there is a lot going on in consulting with business to make sure we get all of this right. And there's been a lot of discussion as well, Deputy Speaker, about the negative gearing changes that we've debated. Our negative gearing changes put homeowners first and will help more Australians get a foothold in the housing market. Going forward, we're limiting negative gearing for residential property so it can only be used for new builds. You can still negative gear, you do it on a new property and it stimulates new home builds. We knew and we know that something had to change, that too many people had been locked out. Too many young people had been locked out from owning property by the fact of the distortions in the systems for the last several decades. But we're making these changes in a very responsible way. And what's disappointing is partly the misinformation that has flooded the information landscape, conflated with rather, I think, deceptive messaging around what's actually happening and a misunderstanding of what's happening to confuse people and to scare people. We heard the previous speaker talk about scare campaigns. Well, this has become almost a kind of a characteristic of our current information landscape that it's almost expected, but that's not good enough. This might not reach many people, but at least we can actually debate in this place what we're actually doing and why we're actually doing, and hopefully people can see and hear that and understands, because Australians who are currently negatively gearing will not see any change to their arrangements. That's just a fact. They'll continue to be able to negatively gear. Nothing changes for properties purchased before the budget. This includes contracts entered into. And if you want a negative gear going forward under the new system, you can. You absolutely can. And we ask that you contribute to the national goal of building more homes by negatively gearing on new builds. That's a fact. And so for those of the people out there who've been online recently, they're seeing all these AI-generated images of the PM as a silent partner taking 47% of profits from a small business or startup. I'm sure this has been spread around everywhere by bots and others who want to create mischief and further misinformation. Well, these posts are referring to 47% marginal tax rate that has existed for more than a decade. Doesn't change in this budget at all. And you've got all of these memes going around and all the rest of the social media campaigns by the proponents. And one of them said, and I want to quote this, one of the main proponents of the social media campaign actually explained the issue with the memes by saying, and I quote, "Unfortunately, the more nuance you have, the quicker someone will scroll past and not really care about what you're saying." That's the motivation for putting information out to misinform the Australian people. It's remarkable. So let's not scroll past right now. I've got a small audience here, maybe a few more people that might watch this if I put it up on social media. Let's not scroll past. There are 4 key capital gains concessions for businesses that are unchanged in the budget. We're supporting small businesses to get ahead, and it's a big focus of this budget, and we're actually consulting and working with the sector on how the new rules will actually apply to startups. As I mentioned, there'll be a consultation process going forward on some of this. The fact is we're delivering $3.5 billion to new businesses for tax relief, which includes the 20,000 instant asset write-off becoming permanent. That's going to wipe away around $890 million in cash flow burden. And we're delivering a permanent 2-year loss carryback so that small businesses can return to profitability faster and have the confidence to invest earlier and withstand volatility. We're introducing loss refundability to help startups grow in their first 2 years. We're expanding tax incentives for venture capital to help unlock more investment in young and expanding businesses, in startups, in transforming ideas into great businesses that can be productive in the economy. How come there's no memes on that? How come no one's putting that out on social media in the same way and spreading that information? Because guess what? If anyone knows anything about investing in small businesses, you know that up front is where you need that support. When an idea is just an idea, when there's the passion of the entrepreneur. So all of the things I've just talked about, the $3.5 billion in tax relief and tax measures to help small businesses and startups is actually what matters. And then we've got all this misinformation about, on the back end, there will be these, the discount through indexation will somehow is going to be terrible for the investor down the end. Well, I'll tell you what, some of these businesses will actually benefit from an indexed tax discount, depending on inflation rates. So there's a lot of misinformation in the atmosphere, in the ecosystem, but we know this: small businesses are the backbone of the Australian community and of employing people. And this government will continue to support them through all this noise, through all this white noise and this smoke and mirrors by delivering through these bills into law the support that they need to be able to be successful in small business. So we change the culture and the distortions that have occurred for decades, which have funneled people away from investing in small businesses. And as you would probably know, some of the people on the other side would know that there's exemptions all the way through already for businesses under turnover of 2 million or assets less than 6 million. So 90% plus of small businesses are not affected by any of these changes. Some people have also online have said, oh, this is unfair. It's so unfair to young people who are trying to save a deposit by investing in the share market. But the truth is that most young people, just take a walk down your local electorate, certainly in mine, they don't make income from capital gains, buying and selling assets. They make it from working. Taxpayers aged between 18 and 34 account for, wait for it, 4% of the total value of capital gains declared by all taxpayers. Let's say that again, 4% of 18 to 34-year-olds represent capital gains declared by all taxpayers. Let's quote the Batuta Advocate, that's a good one. Said it with their headline, and I quote, "Regional supermarket employee has no option but to walk away from her diversified share portfolio thanks to Labor." It's funny, but it's true, right? Now, young people who can't afford to own their own home should not be subsidising the underperforming investments of the asset-owning class. That's just a fact, and I think it's an important one to put out there. It's unfair, and that's why we're changing it. And I know it's hard, and it's been difficult for previous governments of other political persuasions to make these tough decisions, but we're doing it because it will make a difference in the future. I guarantee you, in 5 years' time, we'll look back on this and think, oh my God, look at all that crazy misinformation that was flying around. These changes were so important. Every year, Deputy Speaker, there are almost 40,000 children and young people who have nowhere to live across this country. And I want to talk about the vulnerable, the really vulnerable now. They're certainly not part of that 4% making income through assets. They have nowhere to live. 40,000 too many. Behind every statistic on youth homelessness is a young person who deserves stability, opportunity and hope. Every night, thousands of young people across Australia face uncertainty about where they will sleep, and that is simply unacceptable. We're having a debate about young people are going to be impacted by these CGT discounts and so on. 40,000 of them haven't even got a place to sleep. So let's talk about what really matters right now. Early intervention and community support can change the trajectory of a young person's life. That's why this government, the Albanese Labor government, is investing $60 million, 59.4 to be exact, in case I'm accused of misinformation, to help vulnerable young people access stable housing and avoid homelessness. That's the National Youth Housing Incentive, which fixes a structural flaw in Australia's housing system that has discouraged providers from offering tenancies to young people and disadvantaged youth housing proposals in funding rounds. That flaw, known as the youth housing penalty, makes young people financially unviable tenants. We're changing that. We're changing that. It's meant in the past, generations of young people haven't been able to access social housing to escape homelessness. We're changing that. Today, only around 2% of social housing tenants are under 25, despite young people making up almost 15% of Australians experiencing homelessness. So this is it's a smaller, in the grander scheme of things, in this big budget. I talk about billions of dollars supporting small business, but this investment is really important for 40,000 young people who can't find a home or find a place to sleep tonight. That's the culmination of years, I should say, of work, and I want to congratulate them of advocacy by the Home Time campaign, who elevated the voices of young people and who've experienced homelessness. That's an investment in the youth of this country. That's what matters. This whole budget is about what matters for the Australian people.
Member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, there was a gas tax-shaped hole in the budget, dear Liza. A $17 billion per year sized hole. We could all see it. We were all disappointed by it, because in the lead up to this year's budget, Australians of all political persuasions, people across my electorate and across the entire country, were hoping that this would be the budget where we finally secured a fair return on our natural resources. These resources are owned by the public, and yet they're given away, often royalty-free, on minimum tax to multinational and Australian corporations that rake in literally billions of dollars every year. And unfortunately, this budget does nothing to change that. Since 2022, the absence of a 25% tax on gas exports has cost us over $70 billion. This is a missed opportunity of outstanding proportions. $17 billion a year is around $50 million a day, more than $2 million an hour, or $577 a second. All that revenue is flowing to corporate coffers instead of the public purse. Now, these figures sound large, but what do they really mean in practice? What could we do with an extra $17 billion every year? Well, the budget papers make that really easy to put these numbers into perspective. $17 billion is around $1.5 billion more than the cost of the entire childcare subsidy. It's $4.5 billion more than the total federal funding for public schools. It's more money than the Commonwealth provides to the Army, the Navy and the Air Force. With an extra $17 billion, we could make meaningful improvements to any of the public services, or we could choose to do something else, to invest in some of the things that we all want, but we're so often told what we can't afford. To fund some of the nice things that other countries have, like free dental care, or free university, or a film and television industry that's properly supported by this government. The list of possibilities is considerable. And although $17 billion won't fund everything on the list, it would allow us to fund pretty much anything and to improve countless lives across the country in the process. But that remains out of reach so long as we continue to let gas corporations off the hook. The Australian Council of Trade Unions, alongside think tanks like the Australia Institute and advocate Conrad from Punter Politics, so many others have worked really hard over many years to bring this issue to the fore. They've helped build this into a movement that now extends right across the country. Today, everyone knows the government gets more money from students repaying their HECS debt than from the petroleum resources rent tax. Everyone knows that the government pulls in more cash from taxing beer than from the PRRT. And everyone knows that the system is broken and isn't delivering for everyone except for the gas lobby. And the government knows this as well. They're just choosing to ignore it, and the longer the wait, the clearer the polls become. Now a majority of voters across the spectrum, from Labor, Liberal, Greens, One Nation, Independent, all support a 25% tax on gas exports. There is a clear and growing consensus that Australians should receive a fairer return on our publicly owned resources, and yet the Australian government continues to dig in its heels. It claims that the industry already pays its fair share, but uses statistics derived from the gas lobby to support these claims. It says our gas is keeping the lights on in Tokyo, but neglects to mention that Japan resells vast quantities of gas than it does import from Australia. And Japan makes even more money by taxing the gas that they import from us than the money that we make by taxing our own exports to them. Time and time again, the government repeats lines from the gas lobby. And it's just undeniably clear the case of vested interests versus public interest in this situation. And the government continues to wonder why its primary vote is consistently declining. In the lead up to the budget, the Prime Minister dismissed this reform as populist. This is a mistake. When the Prime Minister calls this proposed reform populist, he's seeking to diminish your valid concerns. He's trying to convince you that it's unreasonable to desire a fair return on the resources that you own. He's trying to persuade you that you simply can't ask for more of what's already yours. And when he blocks this reform, he's not just disregarding the will of the people, he's hamstringing his own government's ability to deliver the services and cost of living support that we all so desperately need. Because that's exactly what we saw in the budget. We heard two things from the government in the past weeks. First, we heard about the need to find savings wherever we could. And second, we heard that this budget would be all about tax reform. By deciding to leave a gas export tax off this budget, the government has directly undermined both of these goals. If the government chose to raise that extra $17 billion, it would be under far less pressure to reduce funding and cut valuable services. We would not, for example, be forcing people with disabilities to bear the brunt of government savings through NDIS cuts. And if this budget was focused on tax reform, why did the government leave the most obvious area for reform untouched? In fact, the budget shows revenue from the existing tax on offshore gas, the PRRT, is actually going down. It's going down from $1.9 billion this year to $1.25 billion in 2029-30. This projected decline is coming despite high international gas prices caused by the wars in Ukraine and Iran. It's coming down despite huge increase in gas export volumes, and it's coming down despite the changes made to the PRRT in 2023, which the government claimed would increase revenue. In light of this, you'd be thinking the government would be chomping at the bit to secure an extra $17 billion a year. Although it's chosen to let this opportunity pass, I've got to say the fight is not over. The budget is not the only window for reform. The government could turn around tomorrow and announce a 25% gas export tax if it so chose to. And I believe the pressure will continue to grow. My colleagues on the crossbench and I will continue beating the drum on this issue. We'll be keeping your voice alive and loud. We'll be giving voice to your demands, and with your help, it won't be long before the government simply can't afford to ignore us anymore. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When Australians talk about cost of living, they want to know if they can afford to see a doctor, if they can afford to fill a prescription, access mental health assistance, age with dignity, put a roof over their heads, keep the lights on and pay the bills. And that is why this Labor government's priorities matter. We stand for strengthening Medicare, strengthening public hospitals, making medicines cheaper, supporting older Australians, investing in mental health and building a cleaner energy future that lowers bills for all Australians. And that's what we are delivering. Labor believes all you need to access healthcare is your Medicare card, not your credit card. And that's why we delivered the single largest investment into Medicare in Australian history through our bulk billing reforms. For too many Novocastrians, seeing a GP had become harder and more expensive. Bulk billing rates had been in decline for years. People were putting off appointments because they simply could not afford them. The Labor government stepped in because universal health care is not something you should allow to slowly disappear. It is something you fight for, and in this budget we are delivering 6 new fully bulk billing clinics across Newcastle, the Hunter and Central Coast regions. And that means more families able to see a doctor without worrying about the bill at the end of the appointment. More pensioners getting care earlier. More people being able to take sick children to the GP before conditions worsen. And that's what Medicare is supposed to do. And we are not stopping there. We've made Medicare urgent care clinics permanent. These clinics are changing lives, and across Australia, 136 urgent care clinics have opened their doors. In our own community, almost 30,000 Novocastrians have already visited the Charlestown Clinic since it opened in November 2024. Think about what that means. Nearly 30,000 people who got urgent medical attention free of charge and without having to sit for hours in an emergency department. But it's not just the convenience of not sitting in the department that's important, it's the fact that we don't want people who need primary health care presenting at a tertiary health institution like a hospital. Nearly 30,000 people have received free care close to their home. Nearly 30,000 people who avoided the stress of unnecessary hospital visits. This is practical reform, and that is what investment in healthcare looks like. And while we're expanding access, we're also strengthening the backbone of our healthcare system, our public hospitals. Labor has delivered an extra $25 billion into public hospital funding. And that funding matters in communities like Newcastle. It supports frontline workers, it helps reduce pressure on emergency departments, and it helps hospitals deliver the care Australians deserve. We also know that affordable healthcare means more affordable medicines. And that is, there is not much point in getting a prescription if you can't afford to fill it. And that is why Labor cut the maximum cost of medicines on the PBS to just $25 a script and only $7.70 for concession card holders. And in my community of Newcastle, there's been almost $3 million that people have saved in cheaper medicines administered since those changes were brought in. That's $3 million sitting in people's pockets that they wouldn't have otherwise had. And this is real cost of living relief. It means that someone managing diabetes, heart disease, asthma or chronic pain can save hundreds of dollars a year. And it means older Australians are not forced to choose between groceries and medicines, or petrol and rent and groceries and medicines. That is the difference Labor governments make. And we're continuing to modernise Medicare for the way Australians live today. And so through 1800 Medicare, Australians can access free 24-hour telehealth advice and care right from their own home. For regional communities, for busy families, for people who cannot easily travel, that service is incredibly important. Healthcare should not stop at the door of a clinic. It should meet Australians where they are. And Deputy Speaker, one of the areas where this government is driving the most significant change is around women's health. For far too long, women's pain has been dismissed. Conditions went undiagnosed. Essential treatments were unaffordable. Women were just told to put up with it, or it's really not that bad. Well, this government has said that enough. And that is why Labor delivered the biggest investment in women's health in Australia's history. We've opened 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across the country. And for the first time in more than 30 years, new contraceptive pills have been added to the PBS. We've reduced the cost of menopause and endometriosis medicines to just $25 a script. And we expanded bulk billing for long-term contraceptives like IUDs, saving women up to $400. These reforms are not symbolic, they are practical, they improve lives and they restore dignity. And they send a message that women's health matters. Mental health matters too. And after years where Australians struggled to access support, Labor is rebuilding mental health care, backed by Medicare. We are investing in more than $1 billion into mental health services. We're opening 92 Medicare mental health centres across Australia, including one in Charlestown. We're upgrading the Newcastle Headspace into a Headspace Plus service, and through the Medicare mental health check-in, Australians can access free therapy and support from their home. Because mental health care should not be available only to those who can afford expensive private treatments. Every Australian deserves support when they need it, and every parent deserves to know that their child can get help early. Labor also believes that Australians deserve dignity as they age. Older Australians built this country. They raised families, worked hard, paid taxes, volunteered in their communities and helped shape the nation that we are today. They deserve respect, and after a decade of neglect in aged care, Labor got to work. We put nurses back into nursing homes. We've delivered the biggest aged care reforms in a generation, and we're now building on them with more home care packages, more aged care beds, and more choice for older Australians and their families. Because if older Australians want to stay at home for longer, and many do, they should be supported to do so safely and independently. We listen to concerns around dignity in care, and we're delivering reforms that put people first. Australia is also facing another challenge that goes right to the heart of cost of living, and that's housing affordability. For too many young people, home ownership has felt further and further out of their reach. People who work hard, they're saving hard and they're doing everything right, have felt that they've been locked out of the market. And this government understands that frustration. Indeed, it's not just a frustration of younger people, as important as that is, because their parents, indeed their grandparents sometimes, are coming to me sharing that frustration, that worry and concern about their children or their grandchildren not having the same kind of opportunities that they've had in life. And so it's really exactly the reason why Labor's pulling every lever available to us as a Commonwealth government to make home ownership a reality again. We're increasing housing supply, we're building more homes, we are supporting renters, and importantly, we're delivering tax reforms now that create a fairer and more efficient system that actually helps first home buyers compete. Young Australians should not feel like the system is stacked against them and that when they are trying to buy their first home, and these reforms are about restoring balance. About making sure that the dream of home ownership is not reserved for those with wealth behind them, but remains achievable for teachers, nurses, tradies, retail workers and young families. For first home buyers, this matters. It means a system that works better for the people trying to get into the market, not just for the people who are already deeply invested in it. It matters, it means more opportunity, more fairness and more confidence that hard work can lead to security. Labor knows that there is no single fix to the housing challenge, which has been built up over many decades. But we know also that doing nothing is not an option. And that's why this government is tackling the problem from every angle, boosting supply, investing in infrastructure, supporting affordable housing, and reforming the tax system so it works for the next generation, not just the last one. Because home ownership should still be part of the Australian dream. And now I want to turn to another issue that affects every household every day: energy bills. Australians want lower prices, power prices. They want reliability, and they want a government prepared to invest in the future rather than argue about the past. That's exactly what Labor is doing. And one of the practical ways Labor is doing this is through the solar share offer, helping households benefit from cheaper, cleaner energy. And this is about making sure Australians can benefit from the massive growth in renewable energy, even if they don't own rooftop solar themselves. The idea is simple. During the middle of the day, when solar energy generation is high and electricity is abundant, households can access periods of free daytime power. And this means that families can run their dishwashers, their washing machines, dryers, hot water systems, electric car chargers and other appliances during those hours where you're getting free electricity and save money on those bills. And this is about sharing the benefits of Australia's renewable energy success more fairly. And it's part of Labor's broader plan to deliver cheaper, cleaner and more reliable energy. It's important. The evidence is already coming through. Just yesterday, new figures showed that Australia has hit 50% renewable energy and we're leading the world in battery deployment. This record renewable energy generation is helping drive power prices down. Across New South Wales, my home state, household electricity prices are forecast to fall by another 3.4%, with even bigger reductions for small businesses of up to 20.9% reductions for small businesses in rural New South Wales. And that matters enormously for families and local businesses doing it tough. Labor understands that the transition to clean energy is not just an environmental policy, it's an economic policy, it's a cost of living policy, it's an industry policy. And for regions like Newcastle and the Hunter, it's also a jobs policy, because our region has always powered Australia. From coal and steel to clean energy and advanced manufacturing, Newcastle has never been afraid of hard work or big transitions. And under Labor, Newcastle and the Hunter will continue to play a central role in Australia's economic future. Deputy Speaker, the measures I've spoken of today are united by a simple principle. Labor believes government should make life better for ordinary Australians. Not harder, not more expensive, not more uncertain, not dragging us back to the last century. Whether it's strengthening Medicare, making medicines cheaper, expanding mental health care, supporting older Australians, or investing in cleaner, cheaper energy. These are reforms designed to improve people's lives. They are reforms grounded in fairness, grounded in opportunity, and grounded in the belief that no Australian should be left behind. And that's what this government is delivering. And that's why these investments matter so deeply to communities like Newcastle and the Hunter.
Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tonight I rise not just to speak about the appropriation bills, but to give voice to the concerns, the frustrations and the hopes of the communities that are too often left behind, communities in the electorate of Lyne. Because let's call this budget what it is, a patchwork of blunders that, when woven together, form a tapestry of neglect for rural and regional Australia. And the consequences are not abstract. They are lived, felt and endured by families, workers and small business owners right across our electorate and beyond. Before this budget was handed down, I made a detailed pre-budget submission. I spelled out in no uncertain terms the urgent needs of communities and for the people of the Lyne electorate, for our roads, for our telecommunications, our water security, our seniors and our children. A submission that I worked closely with communities and organisations across the electorate. Well, what was the Albanese government's response? Well, we did get 3 things from the submission, and I'm grateful. Another round of Stronger Communities program, the funding for the Growing Regions program, and funding to enabling infrastructure to unlock development-ready land for housing. One of the key issues that was raised with me in a housing forum I held last year. No one raised changing the CGT or negative gearing settings. What people were talking about were things like investing in power, water and sewerage enabling infrastructure. All in all, Deputy Speaker, just 3 items from Lyne's wish list were addressed, which I think most here would agree is pretty paltry in the scheme of things. It is pretty unsatisfactory for the hard-working, tax-paying people of Lyne to think that is all they are worth. Taken as a whole, this budget lets rural and regional people down big time. It's a budget that defunds regional Australia. It's as though Labor has drawn a line around metropolitan Labor seats and said, the rest of you, you'll have to make do. Well, take a look at our roads. Not a single cent for the critical upgrades and interchanges on the Pacific Highway our communities rely on for safety and growth. Telecommunications, stripped of over $21 million in funding, making it even harder to fix mobile and internet black spots. The National Water Grid, slashed by $103 million, money that could secure our water future with projects like the Kaiwarik off-river water storage. And let's talk about health. You know I like this topic. The Albanese government has all but abandoned regional health care. From a $1.8 billion commitment to urgent care clinics, Taree, despite repeated evidence-based requests, gets nothing. Zero, zilch. Our aged care system, already stretched to breaking point, receives a pittance that won't even make a dent in the supported home waitlist or fix the workforce crisis. Worse, our older Australians, those who've worked hard all their lives, are hit with a higher tax burden, their reward for decades of contribution, to be punished for aspiration, for paying off their homes, for doing the right thing. But it doesn't stop with today's seniors. The door is closing on the next generation's hopes for investment and a secure retirement, thanks to the changes to capital gains and negative gearing. I've heard from constituents of all ages, outraged, anxious and disillusioned. In my opinion, every regional Australian is a loser in this budget. For older Australians, the reduction of the private health insurance rebate has been nothing short of a stab in the back. Constituents in my electorate feel utterly betrayed by the government that has changed the rules mid-game. Joanne, who lives in Bulwarra, cannot fathom why, in a cost of living crisis, this government is making it harder for older Australians to access affordable health care. Lorraine said, this country, but especially the health system, is going backwards very quickly, and we need to stop this decline before it gets to the point that to live in this town, or indeed Foster Tuncurry, is a danger to your life. I thought I was doing the right thing by always having private health insurance, but now feel totally betrayed and misguided by this government. For many, private health insurance isn't a luxury. It's the only way they can get the surgery, the specialist treatment and the procedures that restore quality of life. The Howard government understood this, which is why it increased rebates for older Australians. Now the Albanese government's cuts means couples over 65 could pay an extra $1,600 a year, a 21% increase, and that's on top of a 4.4% rise in premiums for everyone. This is the largest premium hike in 8 years, and it comes as Australians face the highest out-of-pocket costs to see a GP in Medicare's history, over $50 on average. All this in the midst of a cost of living crisis made worse by budget mismanagement. And the result? Every Australian forced out of private health puts more strain on our already stretched public hospitals. Manning Basin Taree, Port Macquarie, Maitland and John Hunter hospitals. These hospitals are the lifelines for our region, and the immense pressure they are already under has just been made much worse thanks to Labor. Labor says these cuts are about fairness, but where's the fairness in punishing those who've paid taxes their whole lives, who took out private cover to ease the burden on public hospitals? Where's the fairness in driving up costs, pushing more people onto waiting lists and shifting the financial burden onto taxpayers and state governments? It is not just, it is unjust, and it's deeply wrong. Now let's turn to trusts and tax changes hidden in this budget. The government says it's about fairness again, stopping trusts from distributing income to family members. But for many Australians, for many families, for farmers, for small businesses in regional Australia, trusts are not a loophole. They are a legitimate way to protect assets, to plan for the future, to pass on a legacy. Many people in Lion have spent decades building a small business, running a farm, paying off a home and saving carefully so they can leave something behind for their children and grandchildren. They've worked long hours, taken risks and gone without, all in the hope that the next generation might have a better future. Now, before the election, Labor promised it wouldn't touch key tax settings like negative gearing and capital gains. Now those promises are gone. There is no fundamental difference between the challenges that existed at the last election just 12 months ago and the challenges that exist today that are barriers to young people getting into housing. So Labor's argument that you had to change your position is a big fraud. You said for the 50th time, we won't make changes. These words of convenience, these were just words of convenience at election time. I'm going to have to say, Deputy Speaker, that this broken promise has done immense damage to the trust that Australians have in our democratic institutions and the processes at a time when they need to be able to trust government more than ever before. I say that most sincerely. Labor, you have done immense damage to the trust that Australians have in our democratic institutions and processes at a time when the Australian people need to be able to trust government more than ever before. This budget is a warning. When government runs out of money, they come after yours. They're chasing you down the street for the last $2 in your back pocket. Regional Australians deserve better. You cannot keep treating working people, small business owners and farmers as cash cows for Canberra. I've heard from local business owners, constituents who have contacted me about the impacts on their business of high taxing governments who break promises. One in auto electrics and air conditioning who is closing his business after 21 years because Labor's taxes have made it too difficult to operate. He's instead closing shop to take his skills and resources to Canada. Owen and Lynn and my electorate emailed me to share this. The Labor Party continues to target and destroy small businesses. Our son, who now runs our joinery company after our retirement, is disillusioned and considering moving his business and family to a place where they can thrive and are appreciated. Our business has been operating for some 49 years and contributing to our community with quality products and services, and this would be a great loss. We are so frustrated by the constant attacks on small business and young entrepreneurs. The budget was the last straw for many people and the defining factor that has led to this decision. We sit here and ponder how we, the people, can revolt against this evil government and cause an early election to rid ourselves of such a corrupt regime. This is not just a fiscal issue. It's a question of values. Do we want a country that rewards hard work and aspiration, or one that penalises it? And while we're talking about hardship, let me remind this House that it's been a year since the devastating floods on the mid-north coast, especially in the Manning Valley. The scars are still visible. Recovery is far from over. Roads, homes, businesses are still being rebuilt. People are still carrying the emotional and financial toll. We've heard a lot from government about resilience. Popular among agency officials and bureaucracies, locals just roll their eyes when the word resilience is used, as they are sick of being told that resilience is the government's objective. The PM said in June last year, Whether it's helping families get back into safe housing or supporting local businesses and farmers to clean up and keep going, we're standing with communities every step of the way. Well, here's the news. No, you haven't. Where is the funding for house raising and buybacks? Where is the funding for community infrastructure like Wingham Pool? Where is the revitalisation for Taree and Wingham CBDs smashed by the floods? For road repairs? For just simply being there and helping people? This week I've heard that potentially the recently announced package is not going to be fully fulfilled. I mean, I was with people only this weekend who were in communities of Croci and Bonnick, people that lost everything. I was with them in the mud. I was with them in their homes when they were trying to find those family heirlooms, those photos that were their connection to the life they once had. And then they stand and they hear the words from the Prime Minister and then they don't see the follow-through. Can you imagine what it feels like to be those people? This is the things that we need the government to remember when they make the grandiose commitments to the people of Australia, that there are real people that listen and expect delivery when they need it most. Deputy Speaker, when governments make promises when the TV cameras are rolling, but when the spotlight fades, the support disappears, and we are left fighting tooth and nail for every scrap of assistance. Right now, Australians are seeing a clear choice. Labor's vision is to tax more, spend more, and hope the numbers add up. They talk of intergenerational fairness, but the reality is uncertainty, higher taxes, and less incentive to invest or innovate. Business leaders warn these policies will stifle ambition and investment, especially among the young. Contrast this with the Coalition's approach: growth, lower taxes, rewarding work and aspiration. We will tackle bracket creep, index tax brackets to inflation, and repeal Labor's changes to negative gearing, capital gains and trusts. We'll link migration to housing supply and infrastructure, and we will invest in regional Australia. Because communities like mine are feeling the strain on roads, health, aged care, water, telecommunications and housing. For too long, governments have failed to plan for population growth, failed to deliver the infrastructure and services that make growth sustainable. And abolishing the mobile black spot program and reducing funding for regional tech hub, that's proof positive that Labor couldn't care less about regional needs. Families in line are at breaking point. Rising energy and fuel bills, soaring insurance, expensive groceries, mounting pressure on household budgets. Small businesses and farms need certainty, not the constant threat of new taxes or spending blowouts. This year's budget debate is about more than numbers. It's about the kind of country we want to be. A country that backs the people who grow our food, build our homes, care for our sick and educate our children. A country that rewards effort, supports resilience and honours the regions as the wealth creation centre of this nation. This year's budget debate showed Australians there is now a very clear choice about the direction of the economy and about what kind of country we want Australia to become.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And in a calm, measured response, I'll just repeat these words. No cuts to education, no cuts to health, no cuts to SBS, and every single one broken. Carbon tax, and we all remember that great lie. And that can be said a lie because the then Chief of the Staff to Prime Minister Abbott, Peter Credlin, that great lefty, got up and admitted on Sky TV their whole campaign was a lie, an absolute lie. But it was put onto the Australian people. So you can't take the words of those opposite to be genuine and fair income when they come here with probably the greatest hypocrisy of events that we've seen in a long, long time. It's just not right. But I'll tell you what is right. What is right is about building a budget and building a nation's future. It's about picking up the pieces after 9 long years. We were told we would have a budget surplus in each and every year. We were told we're going to have the debt cut. But it went to, what, $1.2 trillion. We've paid down debt, billions of dollars being saved in interest, billions of dollars in debt, billions of dollars being saved. It means that we can put those into the things that matter. The things such as housing, such as education, such as health, such as investment in roads. You know, the last election, we had the Liberal candidate stand there, come out and, you know, get stuck into us because we hadn't finished building a road project that had been on the cards for 10 years. 10 years it hadn't been built. We were actually in there doing it, standing knee-deep in mud. It was great fun. They came out and celebrated, standing there next to the brass plaque that said, this footbridge was opened by Fran Bailey and John Howard in 2003. Imagine that, you're coming out to a marginal seat, the seat that you went to the election saying, this is our number one target, and the only thing you could celebrate was something that happened 22 years ago. 22 years. In fact, over the 9 years of the Liberal National Coalition, not $1 on road projects. Lots of press releases. Damien Drum out there flicking press releases, gonna do this, gonna do that, gonna do this. Apparently they were going to duplicate 20 kilometres of the Hume Freeway. Both sides, under bridges, over roads, $50 million. $50 million. A tenth of what they gave the Great Barrier Reef Foundation in a promise that was made to them that the Great Barrier Reef Foundation didn't even know about. That was a government that could not deliver a pizza, let alone a road project, a hospital, bulk billing, anything. But our government, when we came to power, had to turn that around, and we're playing catch-up. Remember, Victoria only received $7 out of every 100 in road infrastructure funding across the nation under the former government. But we're addressing that. We want to make sure, and what we've done is our budget is about delivering for families, for young people, for working people, and those who rely on our safety net. It's a fair budget, a budget that faces the challenges we face today. When you work hard and you save, you should be able to buy your own home. But right now, first home buyers have been priced out of property by investors where the tax department is on their side. We are on the side of Australians. We want to see people in their own home. So no more do you go to an auction and see investor versus investor versus investor because they can use tax breaks to get through. We want to make sure that the families that are working hard, trying to build their foundation, get someone to settle down, somewhere to settle down, has the opportunity to buy their home. And that's the distinction between us and those opposite. We talk about housing, about homes, putting people into homes, people fleeing domestic violence, people on low incomes, first responders, healthcare workers. It's about getting them a home to live in. Whereas you listen to the language of those opposite, it's about houses being an asset. All they're worried about is a taxation break. You can still do that. And I think the decision that was made on housing and homes has been sensational. You want to get the full CGT, then go out there, negative gearing, sorry, and buy a new home. Get a new house built. Put one into the country and the stock to help the biggest issue we have. You'll see a lot of deflection from those opposite about what's happening in the housing market, and they'll try and blame every migrant, every excuse under the sun. But you look at any major piece of work that's been done on housing, shortage is the number one issue. So having a government focused on getting homes built, places for people to settle down, and also increasing stock is the way to go forward. Not giving tax breaks to people who have got 10, 20, 30, 40 properties to be able to work off. Not making sure that the people that go to work every day are carrying the burden of the tax system. We had the visit from Joe Hockey this week. Remember Joe Hockey, who stood in this parliament and said, we've got lifters and leaners. The people that are doing the hard work of the lifting are those that come to work and use manual labour to get things done. They're the ones covering the burden system. Those sitting at home that are able to invest in properties because they've had the opportunity to build wealth, well, it's about time you chipped a bit in. It's about time the tax system worked for people trying to get ahead. And right now, our first home buyers are being priced out of the market. There's no ifs and buts. But the tax reforms are all about reducing the gap between how Australia's taxes income from work and income from wealth or investment. If we think about a worker who's earning $120,000 in wages, has generally paid a full marginal income tax on every dollar earned, while investors are able to reduce tax through concessions like negative gearing and the 50% capital gains discount. The reforms aim to narrow down that difference so workers are not effectively shouldering the load and subsidising the investment losses of others. Redirecting tax incentives for investors towards newly built homes, as I said, is the way forward, and that's what we're doing. Investments that add to housing supply rather than increasing prices on existing homes. 4 years ago, we inherited a broken taxation system, and we've been focused and determined on fixing it. So the concessions favour those who produce in our economy, and it couldn't come at a better time. A global oil shock, a housing crisis, we are delivering tax relief. We are building an economy that works for people. An economy begins with home ownership. A dream of home ownership is part of the Australian story. Sadly, as I said, right now it's just too hard for many Australians to get into their own home and get ahead. A decade of coalition government let these conditions take root. In recent weeks, the opposition made much of the aspirational Australians budget. But it's a very, very narrow, limited view of the world. Why should aspiration be limited to people who can afford to trade assets? Aspiration should extend to the childcare worker, to a nurse or to a teacher that's working hard and trying to get ahead. We know this. That's why these landmark reforms are being introduced. Reforms to capital gains tax and negative gearing. Happy to be on the record, even as late as last year, saying that I had discussed the Treasurer my support for restricting tax breaks for housing investors to brand new properties and grandfathering the existing changes to existing landlords. I was clear that I'd certainly support changes to capital gains tax and I would support changes to negative gearing. And now budget night has come and gone and we are getting on with the job and cleaning up the mess that was left to us by those opposite. For these reforms, we'll get 75,000 extra homes on the market. I want to emphasise the scale of that assistance. 75,000 families in their own home who can feel secure and realise an Australian dream. Labor is leading from the front by putting money back in the pockets of regular working people. 3.5 million Victorians will benefit from our new $250 working Australians tax offer. That's just the latest step in Labor's track record of tax relief. We're not the party of vested interest, we are the party of the fair go. On top of that, the Albanese Labor government is introducing a $1,000 instant tax deduction next financial year. So around 6.2 million workers are set to benefit directly from that. Charitable donations and other non-work related reductions will continue to be claimed on top of the instant tax deduction, as will union and other trade or business or professional association memberships. It's simple. With Labor, Australian workers can earn more and keep more of what they earn. In total, the average worker should benefit by up to $3,000 in their pockets by 2028. Let's be clear, it's about helping everyday Australians. We look at local investments in our community, and I was just shocked before listening to the tirade about investments in infrastructure and black spot programs, because we know how they were absolutely set up in such a way that a fair go was not a fair go under the previous system. We've seen with black spots programs you had three major things: rural and regional areas, prone to major disaster and near transport routes. Somehow, the One Neuron member got 28 towers in their electorate of New England, but the seat of McEwen, which is at 83% of it, burnt out in the last few decades, 200 lives lost during fires, and has the Calder and the Hume Freeway got 1.5. You've got to sit there and say that was not a program that was treated fairly and equally and based on the criteria that those put forward actually told us to go by. But what we've done also is delivering in roads, and delivering in roads is something I'm very proud to see us doing. Donnybrook Road, we are delivering that, something that was neglected. Since 2004, not a piece of road work was done on that road, but we're delivering $175 million into a new overpass on the Hume Freeway and the first stages of the duplication. We couldn't be prouder of this, and joint with our state government, $7.7 million. The much-needed upgrades will make a real difference to the people who live in those communities who have to suffer every day with the traffic. And as our Minister for Infrastructure put it best, it's an upgrade people living in Melbourne's outer north have called for and deserve. We're a peri-urban electorate. We're situated on the city's biggest growth corridor. We are growing like topsy. It's clear. Investment in McEwen is investment in our future. If it doesn't live there, if it doesn't end there, in Wallen we took on the Watson Street interchange, the one that was promised and never delivered. The Northern Highway intersection is now going ahead as stage 2 of those 3-stage projects. The Watson Street upgrade completes the Diamond interchange for Watson Street and the Hume Freeway. New ramps giving drivers direct access to Wallen, north and south on the freeway bound, ending congestion, improving traffic flow. We've got the Yan Yean Road commitment of stage 2 to see the duplication of that going as well. Because these are the important arterial roads that carry us around. The Hume Highway also not only carries people to Melbourne, but across Victoria and across regional communities. It's also where we've delivered the Camerons Lane interchange. Nearly $1 billion investment to build the Beveridge Intermodal Precinct. That's the Melbourne end of the inland rail, the rail that was multi-billions of dollars overdue, multi-years behind. We've fixed that, got that on track, and we've got shovels in the ground actually seeing this delivered. Not talked about, not, always going to do it, but we're actually getting on with the job and getting it done, and you can actually see it in the ground now. And we think about 9 years of previous government, not one drop, not 1 cent of infrastructure funding going into our region. So with over $1 billion in roads, the old Sydney Road promise, again, something else that's been neglected for a long, long time. But we're getting on with that. We've got bulk billing rates going up far in excess of what they were, even under the period of COVID when people, when bulk billing rates went up, then people could go get their vaccination for nothing. But we're also backing small businesses because we know the importance of that. And the recent reform direction set by the Treasurer's Economic Reform Roundtable, delivering a significant package of practical reforms that will meaningfully boost productivity growth. The $20,000 instant asset write-off will be permanent from next year. That is so important. It was a great Labor policy that we kept on to make sure that we help supported small businesses to give them a fair go and the confidence they need to invest. We're sending a message. We will give you a fair go. We're cutting red tape, reducing the fine actor sector compliances by $780 million a year, progressing 14 legislative reforms, reforming the research and tax incentive to unlock $400 million per year in additional R&D by young firms, and expanding tax incentives for venture capital. These are the changes we're building on from our previous budgets to help actually make life for small businesses in the northern suburbs of Melbourne better. We've been working every day since we came to government to help with the cost of living. And already 3 rounds of tax cuts, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines, free TAFE, cheaper childcare, more support for parents, all these things. In an uncertain world, we're making sure Australia is prepared for whatever comes next. And it's not just members of the government praising the budget. I'm constantly hearing from locals, especially young people, that we are doing the right thing by them. Whether it's in Woodend, Wallen, Doreen, Diamond Creek, McEwen, residents are in a better position for growth. In this parliament, we've already weathered global headwinds outside the control of one government. But with this budget, we can improve the lives of Australians, even in the face of international challenges.
I thank the member. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Gippsland and the Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I must say, for anyone listening at home, you must feel like you're in a parallel universe when you hear contributions from the government saying that everything's rosy, everything's great, Australians never had it better. No, and the real world, you get out there and you talk to Australians, they're angry, they're frustrated, and they've been left behind by a government which has made them worse off in just 4 years. And the message I get, Deputy Speaker, everywhere I go, is Australians want their country back. This week's Mood of the Nation poll found 66% of Australians believe the country is heading in the wrong direction. That's 66% of Australians believe our nation is not on the right track, and who can blame them? They have experienced a declining standard of living. They have seen over the last 4 years 15 interest rate rises. The average Australian mortgage holder now is paying $25,000 per year more in interest than they were before the Albanese government came to power. And up against those headwinds, families would have turned on the TV on budget night and found out they had been misled repeatedly before the 2025 election. And the voters won't forget, Deputy Speaker, because the Prime Minister The Prime Minister himself, in a very snippy little interview when his glass jaw broke in front of the assembled press gallery, the Prime Minister said, I've told you 50 times that he was ruling out changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing. After the federal election in May last year, the Prime Minister continued when he said, and I quote, "We have a mandate for what we took to the Australian people. That is our mandate." In his own words, Deputy Speaker, we have a mandate for what we took to the Australian people. That is our mandate. The Prime Minister has no mandate for the changes announced in the federal budget, which hit small business owners, which hit our farming communities, and he knows it. The Prime Minister knows that he's broken his word. He likes to say now I've changed my position or some other little weasel word to try and get around it. It's a fundamental broken promise with the Australian people, and they won't forget it. Why can't this Prime Minister just be honest? Just be honest with the Australian people and say, I did break my promise, but these are my new policies and I'm going to take them to the next election and give you a chance to vote on them. That's kind of how democracy is meant to work, Deputy Speaker. You have a policy position, you take it to the voters decide, and you get a winner. What you don't do, unless you're a little bit gutless, what you don't do is mislead voters and tell them 50 times you're not going to do something, and the first available opportunity, break your word and give no one a chance to vote on it. No one a chance to vote on it. This is going to hang around you, those opposite, like a dead albatross, all the way to the next election. And the member chiefly shakes his head, and they've got every right to be confident because they've got 94 members of the House of Representatives. They think they're on a winner. They think they're on a winner. I can tell you, get out in the streets, you listen to people, and they know they have been misled. They have been deceived by a Prime Minister who cannot be trusted with anything he says going forward, because he told us 50 times he wasn't going to change capital gains tax or negative gearing, and he's done exactly the opposite without having the fundamental decency to take the Australian people. In his own words, we have a mandate for what we took the Australian people. That is our mandate. He has no mandate for what he's done in the budget. The Prime Minister also told Australians, this is probably the funniest line I've heard out of him in recent times, quote, "My word is my bond. I believe that when you go to an election and you make commitments, you should stick to them." It's good advice. Good advice for any leader. My word is my bond. I believe when you go to election, you make commitments, you should stick to them. He also said, I will lead a government that keeps its promises. So why would any Australian believe him in the lead up to the next election when he rules out other tax changes? Because they know he would just conveniently change his mind after the election and do what everyone in the first place. This is Bill Shorten's 2019 election campaign being delivered by the current Prime Minister. But at least Bill Shorten had the guts, the intestinal fortitude to take it to the voters. We even had the member for McMahon saying, if you don't like our policies, don't vote for them. Australians didn't need to be told twice. They didn't vote for them. That is why this is such a fundamental deceit of the Australian people, because you didn't actually seek a mandate for this. Because the Labor Party knew if they'd sought a mandate, what happened in 2019 would happen again. Because if you don't like our policies, you won't vote for them. And they always plan to do this. That is a disgrace that is at the very fundamental core of the budget that was delivered by the Treasurer only a couple of weeks ago. So instead of a plan for the future of regional Australia, in the budget we saw more broken promises, higher taxes, more debt, lower living standards and fewer homes for Australians. The budget papers themselves say under the changes being delivered by this government, 35,000 fewer homes we built. That's in their own budget papers. We're facing a decade of deficits worth $150 billion, but the greatest deficit isn't the $150 billion, it's a deficit of trust that now exists between this Prime Minister and the Australian people. The $150 billion is a lot of money, but the deficit of trust that exists now between this Prime Minister and the voters of this country has been widened in a manner which is unprecedented in my time in this Parliament, and that's 18 years, to see a Prime Minister so deliberately mislead the Australian voters and then pretend nothing happened is quite extraordinary. Now, Deputy Speaker, the deceit which goes to the very heart of this budget is these mealy-mouthed sort of claims from those opposite that it's about intergenerational equity, when it's actually about intergenerational fraud, and they know it. The negative gearing treatment in the budget and the way it's been grandfathered to protect people like me, and people like the Prime Minister, but then pull up the ladder opportunity for young people in this country is quite extraordinary, Deputy Speaker. Again, when you acknowledge that no one took it to the election in the first place. So the Prime Minister, like me, has worked for a long time, purchased a family home, and then been in a position to invest in investment property and have that needed the gear and have the benefit of that tax treatment. But what happens now, Deputy Speaker, is people who hadn't made those investments prior to budget night no longer have that opportunity in the same manner to which the Prime Minister and I have enjoyed throughout our working careers. And while the member opposite is wrong, well, the member opposite says wrong. When he stands up, he can explain to Australian people who want to buy an existing home, can they need the gear like the Prime Minister? Oh, no, you can't. No, not existing. Exactly. You change the rules. You change the rules. You change the rules. Come in, spinner. You change the rules. So young people don't have the same rules that I have access to and the Prime Minister have access to, and you're too gutless to take election. You are so gutless. You're so brave now. Why wouldn't you take to the Australian people at election?
Order. I'll remind members to address their comments through the chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I remind those opposite that interjections are disorderly. So instead of helping young Australians into their own homes, the Treasury itself has acknowledged the tax change will result in 35,000 less homes being built and rents are expected to increase. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've seen in regional Australia a government which constantly punishes the people who live outside our capital cities because, by and large, they don't vote for the Labor Party. We've seen it with water buybacks in the Murray-Darling Basin, which strip water out of productive use, and from the communities which feed and clothe our nation. We saw it with the cut to the Inland Rail project. It's quite extraordinary to cut the Inland Rail project in the very next breath, throw a few $1 billion at the suburban rail project in the Melbourne metropolitan area. A project which has been part of Victoria's big build, which has been exposed as a home for rorts and corruption involving the CFMEU and bikie thugs to the tune of $15 billion per year. A big build program that independently has been assessed as having people working as the traffic coordinators and then performing as strippers for the CFMEU members in the workers' hut at night. What steps has the government taken to ensure that no federal taxpayers' dollars are going to assist the rorts and corruptions on that big build program? Because I can tell you in Victoria today, Deputy Speaker, when they see the reports of $15 billion being wasted on CFMEU rorts and bikie thugs, they know that's hospitals that weren't built, schools that weren't built, roads that weren't fixed. That is the lost opportunity when $15 billion of taxpayers' money is wasted in this manner. And now we find out this government is throwing more money at the suburban rail project, a project that has not even been assessed by Infrastructure Australia. So sadly, Deputy Speaker, this budget was one which divides Australians more than ever before. I want to refer to the situation with capital gains tax and how it will impact on many of our farming families. And I can promise you, Deputy Speaker, that out of the 150 members in the House, probably about 145 of them have no idea what it means. I know from my own perspective, having given some advice today and over the last couple of weeks trying to understand how this will play out, this is so complex and so damaging to Australian farming families that the government has no idea what's just done. Because, as the Victorian Farmers Federation has pointed out, more than half of the farmers in Australia, the farming families, will miss out on any concessions under these changes, and they will face massively higher tax bills at the time they try to transfer their properties within their families. Succession planning is hard enough as it is, Deputy Speaker, when you have an asset-rich business and quite a cash-poor business in many cases. I don't think the government understands what it's done here. We want to see more families taking up life on the land, and these changes will lead to more corporate farms. So today I visited a farm at Bungendore with the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Nationals. Paul, he's about 70 years old, I think, and his daughter Hannah run a mixed farming enterprise and a local butcher shop. They're worried about the capital tax arrangements on their family farm, which has been in the family now for 3 generations. Now, the Minister was asked about this in question time today, and she clearly doesn't understand her own government's changes, which do, once again, represent a broken promise to all Australians. So, as I said, the Victorian Farmers Federation has publicly warned the government that more than 50% of farmers will not receive a capital gains tax concession because the concession thresholds have not been adjusted. So they will pay massively higher tax bills when transferring their farm ownership to their children. What this will mean, Deputy Speaker, is some farming families will have to sell off parts of the property just to pay the tax bill, or perhaps even worse, they won't make any succession plan at all. They'll wait till the farmer dies and then won't transfer the property in an orderly way. So they'll seek to avoid the changes altogether. So the VFF Acting President, Peter Starr, said the current thresholds no longer reflected the reality of modern farming businesses. He said, and I quote, "Family farms are being locked out of concessions that were specifically designed to help them transition between generations. Farmland values have increased dramatically over the past 20 years, but the thresholds governing access to capital gains tax concessions have stayed frozen in time. We're working off a framework that is no longer relevant." The government has been told that by the Victorian Farmers Federation and hasn't acted. The Minister today, in her answer, demonstrated she has no idea what this is going to do to farming families, more than 50% of farming families, when they try to undertake succession planning in their businesses. Deputy Speaker, budgets are always about choices. Budgets are all about choices. And in this budget, the people in my community, the people throughout regional Australia, know the Albanese government just didn't choose them and didn't choose our farmers. There's a $52 million cut in this budget to the Future Drought Fund. Maybe the government believes we'll never have another drought, I don't know, but $52 million cut to the Future Drought Fund. At a time when the global conflict is driving up fertiliser prices, increasing diesel costs and putting pressure on food production around the world, the government has failed to provide a single new dollar to implement the unfinished National Food Security Strategy. Not a dollar to implement it. It's quite extraordinary. They're clawing back funding from the Pest and Disease Preparedness Response Program as part of more than $104 million in agricultural grant reductions. At the same time, the government has allowed the Federal Feral Animals Pest and Weeds Program to lapse without any replacement. Budgets are about choices, and the government didn't choose regional Australia and certainly didn't choose our farming communities. Farmers are already battling exploding populations of deer, wild dogs, feral pigs, invasive weeds and growing biosecurity threats. But Labor's response in this budget is to cut the preparedness funding and walk away from coordinated pest management. And I accept, I'm the first one to acknowledge that state governments have a major role to play when it comes to natural resource management and feral animal control. But federal government has a critical role to play as well in terms of controlling invasive species. And everyone accepts that invasive species are responsible for more extinctions in Australia today than climate change or any other issue. That's accepted by everyone who works in natural resource management. And yet here we have a government which is cutting funding to practical environmental management and invasive species control. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to finish where I started. There is a growing mood for change in our nation, and we see it in the opinion polls, and everyone acknowledges these are very volatile times in the Australian electorate. The mood that I'm hearing in my community is Australians feel like business as usual in Parliament, in this place, under this Prime Minister, business as usual is just more broken promises and they want their country back. After 4 years of the Albanese government, Australians are worse off and they know that our nation is heading in the wrong direction.
I thank the member. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Chifley.
Deputy Speaker, I had a whole speech I wanted to roll through, but instead I've decided I'm going to respond with gusto to the member for Gippsland, and who I had to sit through a canard of falsehoods, and I figure it's important to actually respond to some of the stuff that he said, because it's a very seductive suggestion that has been put forward by him, which is don't make changes on negative gearing and capital gains tax. Go to an election, put those changes then. Don't listen to the fact that people want to have a roof over their heads. I believe firmly housing is a human right. People do a lot better when they are comfortable, assured, confident, they've got a roof over their heads and they don't have to worry about being homeless. And so what we did is we made changes, particularly for first home buyers, to give them a chance to be able to buy an existing home. If you listen to the member for Gippsland, if you listen to the Coalition, They say it's not important enough that we make those changes now, and that what we should do is put it to an election. And here's the seductive element to it, because what they would do if we were in some bizarre world inclined to accept that, what he had just put to this chamber, it would mean we would basically have a scare campaign from now until the election of overblown claims that don't actually stack up to reality and would force, from their perspective, this change to never happen. It would go to that election with them claiming all those falsehoods. Now, they will react, no doubt, to me putting that claim forward, but I've got to say, in the space of just a couple of weeks, boy, have we seen the outrage machine generated by those opposite crank overtime, and some of the claims that are being put forward, even in social media by some who even admitted that their claims were misleading, weren't tethered to truth, and tax accountants had said were also misleading as well and not tied to truth. That is what the member for Gippsland, that's what the coalition want. They want 2 years of misleading claims. We don't want that. We want people to be able to get a roof over their heads. We want to make these changes in terms of negative gearing and capital gains tax, so when a first home buyer, like what I have in my neck of the woods, turn up to an auction, they have previously turned up and faced a wall of investors that have driven up auction prices for homes in my part of Western Sydney and shut the door on existing or first home buyers that want to buy existing homes. And we're saying no. We want better for first home buyers. We want them to get a foot into the door. What we also are saying, and I'll be completely honest to the chamber, yes, I've absolutely had people contact my office opposed to the changes. Or opposed to the budget, opposed to the negative gearing changes and CGT changes. Why? Because of the whole lot of hot air and misinformation that's been put out by either, frankly, the coalition or enabled by elements of the Murdoch press that have decided that they will paint, for example, our Treasurer as a massive communist and mislead people in terms of the stuff that's been done. And when you go to explain, negative gearing can still happen. It's just going to happen differently. And by that I mean, if you want to build a nest egg for yourself, you want to negatively gear, what you do is you buy a new home. You buy that new home, you invest in it, you build wealth for yourself, but you also build a new home for the country and, importantly, add to housing stock. And that's the big challenge, Deputy Speaker, in this nation. I don't need to tell you this because you are fully aware of this. We need to build more homes quickly, and we want to be able to do that on top of everything else that we're doing. I've argued for this change. I argued well before the budget we needed to do this, and it is important for us to go through. And if I may find some sort of agreement with the member for Gippsland, the previous coalition speaker, I will say this: budgets are a reflection of values, and we absolutely, in this budget, demonstrate values. Values of fairness for first home buyers who want to get a foot in the door. Values for better health care for people. Investing in Medicare, which I think Medicare is a great reflection of Australian values, that we all chip in to make sure that when people are in need and when they need help with their health, they are not dependent on their wallet, that we will all chip in to provide a quality universal healthcare system that when you compare us to the United States, one of the biggest causes of bankruptcy is medical costs. We don't have that here. We provide now, under this budget, cheaper medicines. We make permanent urgent care clinics, Medicare urgent care clinics, like the one we opened up in Rooty Hill in 2023, that has seen nearly 23,000 people out of hours and given them urgent health care, and all they needed to bring to get that help was their Medicare card. A terrific development. We have also made sure, in a time of cost of living relief, again our value is to help working Australians. We've provided tax cuts. There'll be 5 tax cuts. There's an instant tax deduction that will be provided for working Australians, tax offset. The tax cuts that we're putting forward will deliver just over $2,800 of tax relief for people. And this is hugely important, particularly in my part of Western Sydney. So I'm really happy that we've got a budget that delivers in terms of housing. We'll put more money to help homes be built, on top of everything else that we're doing to try and increase housing stock. What previous coalition speakers have failed to talk about in their tirade against the changes that we've made to make it easier for first home owners or first home buyers to get in the market is they've never really reflected on their own record on building homes. They've opposed everything that we have done and put forward in this massive ambition to build 1.2 million homes by 2030. It is a big target, a hard one to reach, but one that is absolutely worth pushing for because, as I said, housing is a human right. We should be able to give people the confidence and assurance of a roof over their head, and we should be pushing and working as hard as we can. Our side of politics have those plans, the other side of politics have opposed, and the other side of politics have hidden the fact that during their time in government, all that time that they were in government, from 2013 to 2022, they built the grand total of 380 plus homes in this country. Not good enough, and then refused to actually back in what we're doing. I think this has been a really important budget, particularly for my part of northwestern Sydney. I do want to see, and I have argued rather robustly about the need for us to get more money into New South Wales so we can see infrastructure projects like, for example, the extension of the Sydney Metro from Tallawong to St Mary's. I think that is an important project. There are people spread across 5 electorates, both Labor and Liberal, that will benefit from that major infrastructure project that needs to happen. I do think that we need to see that. I would also love to see some of our infrastructure and some of our long-term good in this country, the long-term benefit for this nation in finding a better way for us to get a stronger return from our natural resources. I'm a firm believer that we should be taxing gas exports and using that money to build a stronger economy into the long term, to build resilience, sovereign capability, and get us standing on our own 2 feet. We have been ripped off for too long in terms of our natural resources, and I genuinely, with my full heart, believe that we should absolutely get a better deal on our natural resources. It should make us into an energy superpower and confer on us huge economic and commercial strength. And that's going to be a debate that will be ongoing, but I absolutely want to assure people that I stand for that, and I do think it's a debate that will continue. But I must say, and I reflected on this earlier, Deputy Speaker, and some of the debate that we have seen. We have seen some truly off-the-charts behaviour by the coalition. A bit of Marga Minor behaviour, I might add, too. We saw one coalition speaker in this chamber call for a revolt, an uprising against the government, and we've seen some other really peculiar rhetoric that's been used, even by, I might add, coalition front benchers who should know better. I've heard, I sat in that chamber and listened to the Leader of the Opposition effectively write a budget and reply off the back of the dog whistle, try and target permanent residents, suggest that they had done something wrong by answering the call to come to this country on skilled visas to fill jobs we couldn't find people for. They're apparently now a bad thing under the coalition. The coalition also talking about ramping up resources to drive these permanent residents out of the country. Now, I think that smacks of the type of Trump approach, what we've seen on American streets with ICE, the type of driving out people based on who they are as permanent residents, believing that they're doing the wrong thing, kicking them out of the country, this type of divisive behaviour. It didn't work well for the former Leader of the Opposition, and in a moment of startling logic has decided that the new opposition leader would re-embrace that and use some of that rhetoric in what they're saying. We've also seen people like Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg has described our budget as a communist tax plan by a communist government. I mean, imagine for a moment if I had decided, based on what I had just described to the chamber about some of the deportation mentality that they're trying to unleash on us, the coalition, if I'd described them as fascists, if I had used that type of phrasing, I'd be condemned, no doubt. but they feel free to use that. But not only that, and this is a person, by the way, Senator Bragg, who calls us a communist while also writing a book that wanted to nationalise superannuation and default retirement savings and put them into a government-run investment fund. He calls us a communist, but he wants to do that. He's sort of like the Kim Philby double agent of political ideology. On the one hand, a mass capitalist, on the next, raving communist in terms of nationalising savings funds. But he also, on Instagram, back on May 17, Deputy Speaker, this is Senator Bragg saying, just remember, taxation is legalised theft. This is a frontbencher of the coalition saying taxation is legalised theft. Now, he draws his salary from Commonwealth revenue that has been generated by that legalised theft. I don't know if he's going to donate his salary back because he believes that in some way, shape or form, these are the proceeds of crime. If he would like to do that, I'd more than welcome him to do that. But this is the kind of out there mentality that has been used by people like Senator Bragg to try and undermine this budget. He has drawn the support of the same person who ran this campaign that suggested that the government was now going to become an owner in startups. And on his post where he said this was legalised theft, taxation is legalised theft, this is a coalition frontbencher, mind you, who wants to form a government. Now, unless they are saying they will no longer tax people at all, which I don't suspect is the case, but this coalition frontbencher got support from someone else who has run a social media campaign that has been shown to be grossly misleading, that they even admitted wasn't the truth, and that tax accountants said didn't stack up. And they got the great approval of that person for their statements. This discourse is nonsensical. And if you want to talk about undermining democracy, you can either see what coalition the MAGA minor are saying in terms of calling for revolts, using lines like taxation is legalised theft, describing what's being done as communist. That's what coalition frontbenchers are doing. Now, if this is the standard by which the coalition's opposition leader believes is acceptable, then that is showing us what is undermining democracy in this country. Because I believe that regardless of the differences we have, particularly between major parties, that we would conduct ourselves responsibly. We're not expected to agree on everything. But we do, I think, have to agree on facts, not the notion of alternative facts, as has been described by some in other arenas in different parts of the world, but that facts matter, that the way you put things forward matter, and that importantly, in a pitch for their own survival, the coalition will not become MAGA minor. They will not try and out one nation, one nation, that they'll do the right thing, and that they may even, if I may just end on the words of late Senator Ron Boswell, recognise that if they preference and if they support a party like One Nation, they are legitimising them and delegitimising themselves. The coalition deserve to be better, or should be better, than what they are doing, but instead they're into theatrics and over-dramatisation.
I thank the member. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the bills that give effect to the government's fifth budget. These bills facilitate appropriation for government expenditure. They do not, of themselves, implement the policy and legislative changes announced in the budget, and that's important to remember. However, in bringing the budget into effect, these bills reflect the priorities of the government and how it will fund the delivery of essential services and investments against revenue. Every year I work with local governments, health services, tourism bodies and others to develop a budget submission for Indi, which I take directly to the Treasurer. I want to acknowledge the many individuals and organisations across Indi who contributed to this budget's submission. Across regional Australia, including in my electorate of Indi, people are experiencing growing challenges, from access to healthcare, housing and childcare, to infrastructure, disaster recovery, following devastating bushfires and floods. At the same time, global instability is causing tidal waves domestically for supply chains and uncertainty for key industries like agriculture, manufacturing and construction. And together these pressures are being felt acutely in the hip pockets of everyday Australians. That's why the key message from the people of Indi was that in these uncertain times, the budget needs to respond with targeted investment and meaningful reform. I want to touch on the regional budget statement because once again, sadly, Deputy Speaker, I was underwhelmed by it. I was less tactful on budget night when I said it could have been a post-it note. But the truth is, it contains an awful lot of repackaged information and very little new spending or dedicated support for regional Australia. And this does very little to address the deep satisfaction felt towards governments by the third of the population living in regional Australia. The third of the population who are so often the last to get and the first to lose. In this budget, the government has taken steps towards addressing intergenerational inequality and housing accessibility. And I welcome the government committing to action, and I acknowledge the ambition it reflects. At the same time, though, there's no doubt that further work is needed. The tax changes announced in the budget will go beyond the expectations the government set in the lead-up to the budget and beyond the original framing of these measures as part of a housing response. Tax reform, of course, requires careful design and very detailed consultation. And I urge the government not to rush these changes, but to undertake a genuine and comprehensive process through Parliament and with stakeholders so that the legislation works as well as possible and avoids unintended consequences. This will help Australians understand these changes, whether and how they will be affected, and how the government sees these reforms delivering a fairer and more effective tax system in the future. If ever there's a potential remedy or some way of addressing misinformation, then surely bringing people along through consultation and genuine engagement is part of that remedy. It's important to consider the full impact of these changes, and it's particularly important to understand what the full impact is for small businesses and for primary producers. And I'm reaching out to my electorate, and I'll be listening carefully to the feedback I receive. On aged care, I was pleased to see the government reverse its stance on personal care services. When the government introduced its aged care reforms in 2024, I raised serious concerns about the co-payment. Basic care, like help with showering, eating and getting dressed, well, it's not a luxury. It is essentially, actually, clinical care that underpins the dignity, health and quality of life. So this is the right outcome. It shows yet again that when communities speak up and their voices are championed by the crossbench, we can find meaningful change. And I congratulate the government on changing their mind on that particular element of the aged care reform. So this budget, though, provides $1.7 billion over 5 years and $110.9 million ongoing to delivering a really important plank of what we seek from government in looking after the most vulnerable in our community, and that's the Securing the NDIS for Future Generations package. It's important to note that this is not new funding, though. It's not. This is a reallocation of unspent funds. Following the budget, the government introduced legislation to implement this package, and I've spoken in detail on the NDIS bill, and I've spoken in detail about the serious concerns that I have, in particular the ones that have really been brought to my attention by my constituents. Deputy Speaker, I've consistently pushed this government to invest further in the critical enabling infrastructure that unlocks housing. I welcomed the Prime Minister's announcement of the Housing Support Program in 2023, 1 week after I met with him to make my case for this funding. In this budget, a further $2 billion is allocated through a new local infrastructure fund. And that's designed to help councils and utility providers roll out the paths, the poles, the pavements that are holding back new housing, and most particularly holding back new housing in regional electorates such as mine. Now, I have argued long and hard for a fair share of housing investment for regional Australia. And at the last election, my costed policy reflected the need for, in fact, $2 billion in enabling infrastructure investment for the regions alone. There is a gaping hole out there. So while there's plenty more to do, it's good to see, though, that the government have now committed 1/4 of the local infrastructure fund to the regions. And it remains incumbent on the government to ensure this funding is fairly distributed to regional communities. I welcome further funding allocated to the Growing Regions Infrastructure Program. However, the decision to bundle this funding announcement with a suburban program without certainty on regional allocations raises a really key concern that a program that's been relied upon by local communities as a merit-based, competitive funding stream will be lost to metropolitan priorities, and I'm really concerned about this one. Deputy Speaker, one positive for farmers in Indi is the $7.5 billion fuel and fertiliser security facility. And I hear directly from primary producers that rising costs and uncertainty about supply of both fuel and fertiliser are making it difficult to sustain their operations. With the sowing season for broadacre crops well underway, access to fertiliser is critical to the success of this year's harvest. So I welcome the government's recognition of this vital input and its inclusion in this facility. While I acknowledge the government for some of these reforms, they can and they should do more to address the deep-rooted inequities facing regional and rural Australia. And this is not just a question of fairness. It's about setting our nation on a path to greater productivity and long-term prosperity. Regional Australia consistently demonstrates strong productivity outcomes with a track record of outperforming our share of the population. Deputy Speaker knows this. To realise our full potential, though, we need strong health services, we need sound infrastructure, and we need policy choices that back in the ambition of regional communities and invest in our future. Healthcare remains the #1 concern right across the length and breadth of the electorate of Indi, and indeed I know it is a key concern right across rural and regional Australia. And so while this budget touted an extra $25 billion for hospitals, let's be clear-eyed about this. This is predominantly made up of the increased base funding agreed with states and territories last year. This is not new funding over and above what the Commonwealth has already agreed to pay. And importantly, it does not address the pressing need for investment in infrastructure for rural and regional hospitals. Last year, I moved a motion calling on the government to deliver a $2 billion Building Rural and Regional Hospitals Fund, a fund that would provide an open, transparent and needs-based program for health services like Albury-Wodonga Health, Alpine Health, Corryong Health, Mansfield Health, to apply for infrastructure funding that they absolutely desperately need. Deputy Speaker, it's not too late to address the fundamental issues driving disquiet in rural and regional Australia, and action on the very real frustration that's felt by underinvestment in the most fundamental of things, healthcare infrastructure. And if the government would do this, it would show communities that they are actually listening. There's a compelling case for the government to expand the Commonwealth Paid Prac program to include all allied health and medical students. These students are required to complete hundreds, often thousands of hours of unpaid placement. And it is critical and important training, unpaid training, and it puts many students in the most precarious of financial situations. As a result, students are skipping meals, delaying their degrees, and in some cases considering dropping out altogether because they simply can't make ends meet. Expanding prac payments is a targeted, non-inflationary reform that invests in the future productivity of our country. And the success of schemes like Thriving Kids will rely on a strong allied health workforce. And that workforce depends on students being supported through their training, not pushed into placement poverty. Deputy Speaker, the essential role of telecommunications and the role they play in regional Australia, despite the absolutely critically essential role they play, this budget not only fails to announce any new funding for regional telecommunications, but in fact, it has reprioritised millions in funding previously allocated to the Regional Connectivity Plan. In this budget, regional communications have actually gone backwards. And this absence of action on regional telecommunications is why I introduced a private member's bill earlier this week to strengthen our communications in natural disasters. It just beggars belief to me, this one. I mean, it absolutely beggars belief that the government have not put the investment towards this on the back of the summer bushfires that we've just had, on the back of everything that we have learnt through Black Summer, through cyclones, through devastating floods. And I'm never going to let up on this. The government has to invest in regional telecommunications in a way that is meaningful and in a way that will actually save lives. Local governments face serious and systemic financial sustainability issues, yet this budget offers no long-term certainty nor any confidence for the hundreds of rural shires and city councils. The bring forward of financial assistance grants payment is a welcome short-term measure, but it's an accounting fix and it shouldn't be necessary. What is necessary is meaningful action between the Commonwealth and the states to sustain regional councils, to put them on a more certain footing for the long term. Because without financially sustainable councils, we can't hope to build the strong regions for our future, nor address the core needs of these communities. And one of these core needs, I have to say, is the upkeep of our roads. Now, the government loves to spruik increased funding for the Roads to Recovery program, but the problem is the government is giving in one hand and taking away in the other. The planned growth in Roads to Recovery funding in the next financial year is significantly outweighed by the winding down of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, representing a more than $400 million shortfall between this financial year and the next. The reality is that funding for roads infrastructure is largely stagnant at an aggregate level under this government. However, you don't need to comb the budget papers to know this. You just need to take a ride down a regional road. Another glaring hole in this budget, biggest pothole you might want to see, is the lack of further funding for early education and care wages. The government has been touting its 15% wage rise for early educators, but it's now leaving the sector in the lurch, with no clarity on how future wage rises determined by the Fair Work Commission will be funded. For smaller rural providers of childcare in my electorate, it's keeping them awake at night. Many are not-for-profit operators already under strain, so the falling away of the government support could not come at a more challenging time and put centres across Australia truly at risk of closure. It's a nightmare for parents and carers struggling to balance parenthood and work, and for the centres in thin markets. And Deputy Speaker, as I finish, in the agriculture portfolio, I want to call out that savings are being scrapped from a number of programs that are critical to my electorate, including the Wine Tourism Cellar Door program and the Pest and Disease Preparedness and Response program. Now, these are critical. The Wine Tourism Cellar Door program has benefited 15 wineries across Indi, and we know in Indi that outbreaks of things like avian influenza are just devastating. And it may seem easy for the government to cut small ag programs like this, but mark my words, they have a huge impact on local communities. And the government might ask how I would fund the policies that I put forward. Well, let me just add my voice to the millions of Australians who say one clear opportunity is to tax our gas exports and use that revenue to invest in regional Australia.
Indi, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This budget is a responsible and forward-looking plan that recognises the pressures people are under right now while making our economy fairer into the future. Canberrans are feeling the pressure right now, and this budget meets those pressures head-on. It delivers targeted cost of living relief, strengthens essential services like health and housing that people rely on, supports Australia's transition to clean energy, and reinforces a more resilient economy. Importantly, it reflects Labor values of fairness, opportunity, and ensuring that no one is left behind. And for the ACT, it continues a strong record of investment in our services, infrastructure and national institutions. It ensures that Canberra remains a great place to live, work and raise a family. We are delivering further tax cuts from the 1st of July this year for every Australian taxpayer, helping ease the pressure of the cost of living. More tax relief is already flowing. This means lower tax bills for working Australians with permanent relief that puts more money back into people's pockets year after year. For many, that is hundreds of dollars return, making a real difference to household budgets. We are also making it easier to claim deductions, introducing a simple $1,000 instant tax deduction with no receipts required, cutting red tape and ensuring more people can access what they're entitled to. Taken together, these changes mean meaningful relief for workers and families with an average benefit reaching about $3,000. And that is before you factor in our fuel tax cuts, helping Australians save every time they fill up. For small businesses, we are cutting red tape and boosting cash flow by permanently extending the $20,000 instant asset write-off. This gives many thousands of businesses, including around 60,000 businesses here in the ACT, the confidence to invest, to grow and to create jobs in our community. Deputy Speaker, for too long, young people and families have been priced out of the housing market, forced to compete with investors benefiting from tax concessions like negative gearing and the CGT discount. It is an issue that comes up frequently for me when I'm talking with my constituents here in Canberra. That is why we are committed to delivering a fairer system, one that gives first home buyers a genuine opportunity to get into that market. We also know that improving affordability means increasing supply. We need to build more homes and we need to build them faster. Negative gearing will be limited to only new builds from July next year, and we are delivering 1,000 homes set aside specifically for first home buyers, creating more opportunities for people to secure a place of their own. We are delivering practical support right now. Our 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers have helped more Australians take that step sooner. Since coming to government, around 1,600 people in my electorate alone have bought their first home through this scheme, creating real outcomes for first home buyers and local families. Shortly after the budget, I joined the Prime Minister, Treasurer and Housing Minister to meet with two of my constituents, Mika and Matt, and their dog Pikelet in the Canberra suburb of Kingston, thanks to Labor's 5% deposit scheme. Mika told us that it would have taken many more years of renting and saving before they would have been able to afford their own home had they had to have a 20% deposit. And Labor is not stopping there. We are making sure new homes can actually be built. Through the ACT share of the Local Infrastructure Fund, we are investing $50 million in the essential infrastructure that unlocks development, including roads, power and drainage, the building blocks of new communities. We also recognise that not everyone is in a position to buy yet. And that's why we've created increased Commonwealth rent assistance by more than 50% since 2022 to help ease pressure for those doing it tough in the rental market. Through the Housing Australia Future Fund, we are investing in long-term solutions, supporting more social and affordable homes and ensuring that those most in need can access stable and affordable housing. This includes women and children at risk to ensure that they have access to safe and secure accommodation. We saw a $60 million investment into housing for those struggling with youth homelessness. This is about fairness, it is about opportunity, and it is about building a future where every Australian has the chance to get ahead. Since coming to government, we've committed more than $4 billion to the ACT, ensuring our city receives the investment it deserves. This budget continues that strong trajectory with practical measures that support households, strengthen services and invest in the future. Canberra's national institutions will receive over $20 million in additional funding to continue their essential work preserving and sharing Australia's history. This includes nearly $10 million for the National Film and Sound Archive and $3 million in the Museum of Australian Democracy as it prepares for its centenary. And this is such a loved institution in our community. In science and innovation, the CSIRO will receive almost $390 million, building on last year's $278 million investment. This funding supports world-leading research and reinforces Canberra's role as a hub for scientific excellence. We are also contributing $30 million to deliver a new RSPCA animal welfare campus in Pieligo, supporting better care for animals and strengthening services for the region. We are working with the ACT and New South Wales governments to improve rail connections between Canberra and Sydney, helping deliver more reliable and efficient travel. And this is something that has been a long time coming and many people have advocated for, including people who were part of the inquiry I chaired last term into fostering the significance of our nation's capital. And it was great to see another recommendation of that report delivered on in that investment into the rail between here and Sydney. This budget has a really strong investment for Canberra. It strengthens the services people rely on and helps build a more resilient and inclusive economy for the future. Deputy Speaker, every budget since the Albanese Labor government came to office has included a women's budget statement, providing a clear view of how our investments support women, strengthen women's economic security and advance gender equality. This continues to be a proud Labor legacy. Gender-responsive budgeting and women's budget statements were first introduced by the Hawke government in the 1980s and restored by the Albanese government in 2022. And I know that in opposition, we continued to put those out as well in between that period. This budget delivers for Australian women. We're continuing to invest in women's safety and we're making the child support system fairer and safer so more families get the child support they are owed. We're investing almost $183 million to make the child support system safer and fairer. Currently, there are more than 1 million children in the child support system and women make up 83% of recipient parents. Currently, almost $2 billion is owed in unpaid child support debt in Australia, even more when private arrangements are included. That's $2 billion that children are missing out on. The average debt is nearly $8,700. We know that for many families, this amount could enable a parent to pay for the braces for their child, fund club or representative sport, go on school excursions, or learn a musical instrument. Our reforms will crack down on financial abuse and strengthen the child support system against weaponisation to ensure more children and families get the child support they are owed. These are the most significant changes to the child support system in nearly 20 years. These important reforms will both help keep children out of poverty and ensure government systems are not weaponised when relationships break down. Our majority women government will continue to deliver better outcomes for women and girls. Since 2022, we've made significant progress towards gender equality. Women's average weekly earnings have grown by almost $300 per week. More than 1 million families have benefited from cheaper childcare. Australia has recorded its highest ever international ranking for gender equality, 13th this year, up from 43rd when we came to government. Women have saved more than $47 million across almost 139 million prescriptions, including those expanded through the expanded access to contraceptives and menopause therapies. In the health portfolio, this budget delivers real practical improvements to healthcare for Canberrans, strengthening Medicare and making it easier for people to get the care they need when they need it. We are making free urgent care clinics a permanent part of our health system, and that includes investment in a new urgent care clinic to be opened in Woden and investing in the 5 existing nurse-led walk-in centres that people know and love here in the ACT. These clinics are already easing pressure on our hospitals and helping families access care quickly without the worry of the bill. We are also expanding access to primary care with 3 new fully bulk billed GP clinics and stronger incentives to support existing practices right here in Canberra. This means that Canberrans will be able to see a doctor without reaching for their wallet, and this is in direct response to the fact that bulk billing in Canberra has been historically low and among some of the lowest rates in the country, and something that my constituents raised with me, and I'm really proud that our government has responded in this way to deliver that really practical support to get these new clinics up and running. This budget continues our strong support for public hospitals. with an additional $4.1 billion over 5 years to ensure the ACT has the resources it needs to deliver high-quality care. We are also building on our work to make medicines cheaper. Millions of scripts have already been delivered at a lower cost, putting money back into the pockets of families, ensuring they do not have to choose between their health and their finances. Importantly, we are investing in the well-being of our young people. This includes targeted funding to strengthen youth mental health services, including to close gaps and ensure support is available earlier when it can make the biggest difference. We are improving preventative care, from expanding access to dental services for children to strengthening immunisation programs for older Australians. Taken together, these measures reflect a clear priority, a stronger, fairer health system that delivers for every Australian. Climate and energy issues are consistently among the most important concerns raised by my constituents with me. Many residents are increasingly focused on the transition to affordable, reliable and sustainable energy, as well as the need for practical policies that both reduce emissions and support local jobs and industries. I'm proud that our Cheaper Home Batteries program is delivering real and measurable benefits for households and for our energy system. Since the program began in July last year, more than 414,000 batteries have been installed across the country, including nearly 7,000 here in the ACT. This effort has effectively doubled Australia's total battery capacity and builds on our world-leading adoption of rooftop solar, which is now installed on around 1 in 3 homes. Together, these changes are transforming how energy is generated, stored and used in this country. Households are seeing meaningful savings on their power bills, and there are broader benefits as well. By reducing demand during peak periods, batteries are helping to ease pressure on the grid and put downward pressure on electricity prices for everyone. Across Australia, we are already seeing the impact. The recent release of the final default market offer reflects a significant structural shift in the energy system, driven by increased battery uptake and reduced reliance on fossil fuels such as coal and gas. And there is always more work to do. Over 130 renewable projects have been approved. Already, over 50% renewables are supplying Australia's grid and growing. In contrast, the coalition left behind chaotic energy policies and opposed cost of living support when Australians needed it most. The Albanese government is taking a different approach. We are focused on practical reforms that provide immediate relief for households while laying the foundations for a stronger and more sustainable energy system. Our budget also supports cleaner and more affordable transport. Fringe benefits exemptions for electric vehicles have been extended through to 2029 and beyond, making these vehicles more accessible and reducing exposure to volatile fuel prices. I know this is very popular in my electorate, which has some of the highest uptake of EVs around the country. At the same time, we are strengthening energy security. We're increasing national fuel reserves by lifting coverage to 50 days and requiring gas companies to reserve 20% of supply for the domestic market. We are also investing to expand our reserves of jet fuel and diesel. By keeping more fuel here and ensuring reliable domestic supply, we are better prepared for future shocks. No matter what is happening around the world, the Albanese Labor government is taking action to support Australians at home. This is a budget that is delivering a fair go for all Australians.
Thank the member for Canberra, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bills at a time when Australia stands at a crossroads. Across the world, we are seeing uncertainty, instability and conflict. The global order is shifting, supply chains are fragile, the strategic environment in our region is deteriorating, social trust is under pressure and families are being stretched. Businesses are questioning whether this is still the country where effort is rewarded and risk is worth taking. Australia itself is not experiencing conflict, but we are living in a world that demands preparedness, discipline and leadership. This should have been the moment when the government used its time in office to strengthen our economy, harden our national resilience, rebuild trust in our institutions, and prepare Australia for the challenges ahead. Instead, Labor has turned this moment into tougher times for Australians. This is a government with a leadership deficit. It talks about responsibility but refuses to lead by example. It talks about fairness but divides Australians against each other. It talks about security but does not fund the capability required to keep Australians safe. It talks about aspiration while punishing those who work hard, save hard and take risks. Australians are not stupid. They know what's happening in their own lives. They know whether the weekly shop costs more and whether the mortgage is harder to pay. They know whether their rent has gone up and whether their business is being buried under taxes, wages, regulation and uncertainty. And they know that after years of Labor government, life has not become easier. It's in fact become harder. The first failing of this budget is economic. Before the latest global instability and conflict had fully flowed through to prices, inflation was already going the wrong way. The ABS reported annual CPI inflation at 4.6% in March. That's up from 3.7% the month before. Interest rates remain painful for Australian families, and the RBA cash rate's 4.35%, which means Australians are paying more, borrowing more, saving less, and falling further behind. Yet, what is Labor's answer? More taxes, more spending, more debt, more intervention, more government. And because Labor cannot manage money, it's coming after yours. This budget attacks capital gains, negative gearing, and discretionary trusts. It limits negative gearing, it changes capital gains tax arrangements. It introduces a minimum tax on discretionary trusts. These are not abstract accounting changes. They hit people who have done the right thing. Small business owners, mum and dad investors, retirees, young savers and families who are all trying to build a future without depending on government. This is not tax reform, it's an assault on aspiration. I'd like to read to the House a message that I received from a local business owner. These are their words, not mine, and I quote, "Hey Leon, I'm sure you're hearing this plenty, but this budget killed me. I've already taken steps to close a new business that I was launching here and I'm shifting it home to New Zealand. The CGT greed and attack on bucket companies is the last straw. I know I'm not the only one. Both of my mentors left Australia 3 years ago and warned me. I went to Dubai last year after Albo tried to push for unrealised gains tax, and I met with an accounting firm. When the accountants entered the room, they said, and he quotes, "Sit down, we know why you are here. Every new customer since your budget has been an Australian." This government has destroyed business opportunity. Wages are going through the roof, and now the shameless grab for 47% has broken me. I've been on call 24/7 for 20 years while I built a business and jobs. We were already taxed too much, but I stayed anyway. I'm furious. If this gets through, my wife and I are likely to pull the kids from school and start again in New Zealand. This is just greed and mismanagement on an epic scale. Deputy Speaker, this is the human consequence of this budget. This is what happens when government treats aspiration as a problem to be taxed rather than a virtue to be encouraged. A business that shuts its doors employs no one. A family that leaves Australia takes with it skills, capital, jobs and confidence. And a young person who sees effort punished will eventually stop believing that the system is fair. Government does not create wealth. Businesses do. Families do. Workers do. Entrepreneurs do and investors do. Labor's role is to create the conditions for them to succeed. But Labor's instinct is quite frankly the opposite, to regulate more, tax more, spend more, and then act surprised when ambition leaves our shores. The second failing of this budget is defence and national security. For years now, the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister have told Australians that we face the most complex and testing strategic circumstances since the end of the Second World War. And on that, they are right. But words are not capability, Announcements are not deterrents, and press releases alone do not defend a country. The government points to additional defence spending over the decade, but the question every member of this place should be asking is really quite simple. Can Australia stand on its own 2 feet under this government? The answer is no. Our alliances matter. ANZUS matters. AUKUS matters. The Five Eyes matter. Our partnerships with like-minded democracies matter. But partnerships are not enough alone. We must have the domestic preparedness to defend our national interest. We must have sovereign industry, fuel security, and a defence force that's properly equipped, properly supported, and ready for the realities of the decade ahead. This budget does not meet that test. It does not provide the urgent, credible, and meaningful plan required to keep Australians safe. It does not move with the seriousness that the strategic environment demands. And it does not send the message to our region, nor to our allies or our adversaries that Australia is prepared to do what is necessary. Deputy Speaker, my view is clear. Defence spending must rise to at least 3% of GDP. We need a whole-of-nation national security defence strategy. We need serious investment in capability, and we need to back the Australian businesses, including on the Gold Coast, that are building the next generation of defence technology and not punish them with tax settings that drive them offshore and disincentivise their need to innovate. Fuel security is national security, and economic resilience is national security. Sovereign manufacturing is national security, and social cohesion is national security. The government does not seem to understand that all of these things are connected. The third failing of this budget is social cohesion. Australia's social fabric is totally being pulled apart, and we are seeing this in our electorates across the country. This is a government that talks about inclusion, but it plays the politics of division. And right now, it is pitting young Australians against older Australians. It pits renters against mum and dad investors, and it pits workers against small businesses. It pits people who have served and people who have sacrificed against those who are told that their challenges can only be solved by government, and not just by government, but by government punishing someone else. That is not leadership. That is division that is dressed up as fairness. Labor's tax changes are presented as intergenerational fairness, but let's call them for what they are. They are intergenerational fraud. Young Australians who cannot afford to get a home are doing the responsible thing. They're saving, they're investing, they're trying to build a future through shares, ETFs, small businesses, or other assets. But now Labor wants to punish them for doing exactly what previous generations were encouraged to do: work, save, invest, and get ahead. The same is true in housing and migration. Migration's been one of Australia's great success stories when it's well managed, when it is in the national interest, and when infrastructure and housing keep pace. But under Labor, migration is running ahead of housing. It's running ahead of infrastructure, and it's running ahead of essential services. By the end of Labor's first 2 terms, Australia is on track to take in around 2 million migrants, while home building remains nowhere near what Australians need or what new migrants to Australia needs. That does not strengthen social cohesion. It strains it. It puts pressure on rents, it puts pressure on roads, it puts pressure on schools, on hospitals and communities. It makes it harder for young Australians to buy their first home and harder for families to find a rental. It diminishes the very settlement success that made Australia a strong multicultural nation. A government serious about social cohesion would not govern by wedge. It would not tell one group of Australians that their hardship is caused by another group of Australians. It would, however, bring people together around shared values: responsibility, contribution, fairness, opportunity, and respect for the country that we are all blessed to call home. Deputy Speaker, in my first speech in this Parliament, I spoke about the need to look beyond the next election cycle and ask what Australia should look like in 100 years from now. That is the test of serious government. Not what headline can be won today. Not what political advantage can be seized tomorrow. But what kind of country we leave to those who come after us. Deputy Speaker, this budget fails that test. But there is another way. The Coalition has put forward a plan for a freer, a fairer and a better Australia. We will end Labor's inflation tax through a tax-back guarantee, indexing income tax thresholds to inflation so Australians can keep more of what they earn. That is generational tax reform. We will link migration to housing supply so our intake is sustainable and in the national interest, and we will put Australians first by ensuring that essential welfare and the NDIS are preserved for Australian citizens. We will establish a Future Generations Fund to bank resource windfalls, pay down debt and build national infrastructure. And we will deliver more fuel, more storage and more security. We'll back small business investment with an instant asset write-off of up to $50,000 and strengthen Australia's security with a whole-of-nation national security strategy and defence spending of at least 3% of GDP. That's the difference between short-term politics and long-term responsibility. Deputy Speaker, Labor believes that government should take more, that it should spend more, and that it should control more. Those on this side of the House, the Coalition, we believe that Australians should be trusted to keep more of what they earn, that Australians should be trusted to own their homes, to build their businesses, to defend their country, and to shape their own future. Deputy Speaker, Australia is not a nation that is destined for decline. We are not a people who need to be managed by government into lower expectations. We are a country of builders, of workers, of families, migrants, entrepreneurs, volunteers and quiet Australians who ask for very little but give so much. Our task, Deputy Speaker, as I said in my first speech, is not to manage decline, but to shape destiny. It's to restore the promise that effort will be rewarded, that freedom will be protected, and that opportunity is not the privilege of the few, but the inheritance of all. This budget does not do that. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will.
Thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is a simple question at the heart of these appropriation bills. What kind of future are we choosing to build, and who gets to share in it? The Albanese government's budget answers this question clearly. This budget is focused squarely on levelling the playing field in our tax system, in our economy, and in the services and infrastructure that underpin a good life. It is about our people, the families I meet across the Bellarine, the young workers I speak to in the Surf Coast, the retirees I visit in Ocean Grove, the small business owner in Leopold, and the TAFE student from Grovedale, Newcombe, Queenscliff, and the towns right across my region. It is about building a future that works for all of them. This budget will strengthen housing, health, energy security and opportunity at a time when we have global uncertainty, supply chain pressures and ongoing cost of living challenges are being felt in every household. It delivers cost of living relief now while investing for the long term, and there's no better investment than education. From early years education to TAFE and university, this is where people build the skills, knowledge and experience to get ahead. and that's why this budget includes investment in education. Deputy Speaker, this budget backs working Australians and it backs the future they are trying to build for their families. And a centre pillar of this budget is redressing the imbalance in our tax system so that Australians know that if they work hard, they can achieve. And our government knows that to do this, we must make change. It's about real reform. It's not about taking the easy road. It's about setting our nation up for the future and ensuring that people, Australians in the future, will continue to have a fair go. We are a hopeful nation, and this budget is about ensuring that hope endures. Deputy Speaker, from July 1, every taxpayer will receive further tax relief, including a permanent additional tax offset worth $250. We're also introducing a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses, cutting through unnecessary complexity and putting money back into the hands of working people. Across all of our tax cuts, the average working Australian will be up to $2,800 better off each year. That is 13 million workers getting meaningful tax relief. So for a teacher in Leopold, a nurse in Geelong, a cleaner working early shifts in Torquay, or a tradie on the Surf Coast, this is practical relief that matters. These are people who are working hard, often across multiple responsibilities, and trying to keep up with rent, mortgages, groceries and bills. Deputy Speaker, we are also continuing to target fuel relief with measures and strengthening domestic energy resilience, including measures designed to reduce exposure to volatile global energy markets. For a regional electorate like mine, where families often travel long distances for work, school and healthcare, that matters every single week. This is a budget that recognises pressure and responds with action, not rhetoric. And there's no clearer example of this than the housing measures we're putting in place. Deputy Speaker, home ownership has always been central to the Australian story. It is not just an economic outcome, it's about security, stability and belonging. It is about knowing you can build a life in the community you grew up in. But too many young people are now finding that foundation increasingly out of reach. In towns like Torquay, Ocean Grove, Drysdale and across the Bellarine, young people are being priced out of the communities they call home. They are turning up to auctions and being outbid. They are watching homes in their neighbourhood, homes that once symbolised possibility, slip further beyond reach. Deputy Speaker, this is not just a housing issue. It is an intergenerational fairness issue, and it is one this budget takes seriously. Right now, the system makes it easier to buy your 10th home than your first. House prices have risen about 400% over the last 2 decades, and fewer young people own homes today than at any point in living history. We cannot stand by and let this keep getting worse. That is why this budget changes the rules on negative gearing and capital gains tax. From now on, negative gearing for residential property will only be available on new builds, homes that actually add to supply. Investors who already own properties will not be affected, and investors who buy new builds can still use negative gearing. But we are no longer allowing the current tax system to give investors a leg up over first home buyers competing for the same established properties. By directing investment into new builds, we are also helping build the homes Australia needs. These changes are expected to help around 75,000 Australians buy a home of their own. On capital gains tax, we are moving back to discounting gains based on actual inflation, the system that was in place before 1999, rather than a flat 50% discount that overtaxes some people and undertaxes others. These changes only apply to gains made from July the 1st next year. Existing gains are not affected. Family homes are not affected and never will be under these changes. For many people investing in shares and managed funds, the new system could be as good or even better than what is in place today. We are also making the tax treatment of discretionary trusts fairer. Right now, a high-income earner using a family trust to split income can end up paying a fair, lower effective tax rate than a nurse or a teacher earning a similar amount from wages. Under our changes, from July 1, 2028, trust income will be subject to a minimum 30% tax rate, the same rate paid by an average middle-income worker. More than 95% of individual taxpayers will not be affected by these changes at all. For small businesses, the vast majority will not be affected either. The capital gains tax concessions that most small businesses rely on are not changing. And we are making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent, so small businesses can continue to invest with confidence. These are changes grounded in fairness. The vast majority of Australians go to work every day, get paid and pay their taxes. This budget makes sure those workers are treated equitably, not disadvantaged by a system that was skewed against them. We're continuing large-scale investment in social and affordable housing after years of underinvestment. We are working with state and local governments to speed up approvals and unlock land supply. And we are supporting pathways that give first home buyers a fairer chance to compete, including the First Home Super Saver program and support for people to buy with a deposit of just 5%. We are choosing to build, not wait, to invest, not ignore, because young Australians who work hard, study hard and contribute to their communities deserve a genuine opportunity to put down roots where they grew up. This is not an aspiration for a select few. It should be a national expectation. Deputy Speaker, healthcare is one of the clearest expressions of fairness in Australia. Across my electorate, from Armstrong Creek to Indented Head, from our growth corridors to coastal towns, people want to know they can access quality healthcare when they need it, without cost determining whether they can seek treatment. This is why this budget is all about. It strengthens Medicare. We are making Medicare urgent care clinics a permanent part of the health system. This includes the Torquay and Belmont clinics in my electorate. These clinics are already making a real difference in our region, reducing pressure on emergency departments in Geelong, shortening wait times and ensuring people can get treated quickly and locally. We are continuing to strengthen bulk billing incentives, which are already improving access across the region and our surrounding communities. And we are ensuring that GP visits become more affordable and delayed care can become more serious if people do not go to their GP, more expensive and more distressing for the individual. So strengthening bulk billing is good for people's health and it's good for the health of the economy. So we are also reducing the cost of medicines to $25 per script, and for concession card holders, it's now $7.70. These are real savings that make a difference to pensioners, families and people managing chronic conditions across our community. We are also investing in the health workforce, doctors, nurses and allied health professionals, because growing communities like mine require sustained investment in staffing, not short-term fixes. This is what a strong Medicare system looks like: accessible, affordable and universal. Deputy Speaker, my community cares deeply about our environment and its future. From the Bellarine coastline to the Surf Coast and inland farming communities, people see the environment not as an abstract debate, but as a place to live, work and raise their children. They see the impacts of changing weather patterns, coastal erosion and pressure on ecosystems that underpin tourism, agriculture, local identity and jobs. this budget invests in Australia's clean energy transition, not as an ideology, but as a commitment to the next generation to deliver jobs and reduce emissions. We are investing in renewable energy generation, battery storage and transmission. We are supporting clean manufacturing and supply chains. And we are ensuring regional and peri-urban communities are not left behind, but are active participants in the jobs and industries of the future. For my communities, this means opportunity. It means secure long-term employment in emerging industries. And importantly, it actually means a healthier environment for our children and for their children. This transition must be fair, orderly and forward-looking, because it is so important that we continue to strive towards our net zero target. Our government has committed to this. Many across my communities have advocated for it, and I will continue to work with my colleagues to ensure we do our very best to meet those targets. Deputy Speaker, this budget also continues the government's commitment to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Across my region, families value the NDIS for essential supports that enable independence, participation and dignity. That responsibility of government is to ensure that the scheme remains strong, fair and sustainable into the future. Deputy Speaker, this budget is also about trust. Trust in a government that delivers, and trust that people's taxes are being invested responsibly, effectively and fairly. This budget strengthens systems that must endure, and it ensures that essential programs are not only funded today but remain viable into the future. Budgets are not just about economic documents. They are building blocks to a good life. They are statements of values. And this budget makes the Albanese Labor government's values clear. We choose fairness over inequality, investment over neglect, long-term stability and prosperity over short-term politics, practical solutions over slogans. Deputy Speaker, Labor's budget backs working Australians, not just in principle but in practice. It supports families under pressure, it strengthens Medicare, it builds housing supply, it makes the tax system fairer, and it invests in clean energy and our environment. Deputy Speaker, this budget moves us in the right direction, a direction grounded in fairness, in opportunity and responsibility. It recognises the pressures people are under, and it responds with practical measures that make a difference. It invests in the future, not just in the present, and it ensures that Australia remains a hopeful nation that continues to believe in a fair go for all, where opportunity is not determined by postcode, background or circumstance, but by effort, contribution and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak to the Appropriation Bill 2026-2027. Labor's budget of broken promises and higher taxes destroys any concept of a fair go for the people of Hinkler. I was on the road only last week for my mobile offices, straight off the bat. And at every stop on the map, from Fisherman's Park at Urangan to Pyelba, the foreshore at Bagara, Woodgate Beach, in the bustling main street of Childers and then across to Bundaberg. In every location I've heard loud and clear, confidence is low, and so too is the trust in this Labor government. The lack of a fair go for veterans, the unfair private health insurance rebate removal for our over 65s, despair over Labor's toxic taxes, and crippling conditions for small businesses. After 5 Labor budgets, Australians are paying more, working harder and going backwards. We are faced with more debt, lower living standards and fewer homes for the people of Hinkler. Less than 2% of new infrastructure pipeline projects outlined in the budget are for the regions. That's less than 2% and nothing at all for Hinkler, 0. The Labor government is cutting infrastructure payments to the states and territories by $4.7 billion over the budget forward estimates. But it did manage to find an additional $3.8 billion for the Melbourne Suburban Rail Loop. Convenient timing in an election year for Victoria. And then there's a $3.9 billion cut to road funding. With a massive cloud of uncertainty hanging over major projects in Hinkler, local councils and state government MPs are calling on this federal government to do more to help get boots on the ground. I back those calls for more action and less talk, as costs for these projects rise and indeed threaten to blow out. Hinkler projects with previously committed federal funding are now sitting in limbo. As an example, what's next for Paradise Dam on the Burnett River? Will it be repaired, rebuilt, or left as it is? Long-term water security remains critical to the future of my region, and I'm committed to seeing the original capacity restored. And we must not forget it was a state Labor government that built this dodgy dam in the first place. And now we must make the right decisions, provide some real certainty to farmers and fund the fix appropriately. And downstream, just 2.5 months since the Burnett River's major flood that inundated hundreds of Bundaberg homes and businesses. What's the next step for flood mitigation for Bundaberg? Locals have been waiting for something, anything, for 13 years. As our Hinkler population booms, our road network is under significant pressure. But this Labor government is ignoring the fact that projects like the Maryborough-Harvey Bay Road and Pyalba-Burham Heads Road intersection upgrade are going nowhere. And the costs just keep climbing and work is still yet to commence. I thank the State Member for Harvey Bay, David Lee, and State Member for Maryborough, John Barunas, for their interest in this project as we work together to see some action fast. I also recently met with the full Fraser Coast Council to talk about the challenges facing our region considering the high population growth. And in Bundaberg, there's money set aside for the Key Street Revitalisation Project. Let's see some of these funds get spent and work commenced. Hinkler needs certainty, not broken promises and lost funds, especially at a time when costs are on the rise. Don't forget the regions like Hinkler. A fair share is what we need. Support for health services, cheaper electricity, cutting red tape. Yet, as these issues are pushed to the side under Labor, they will still find a way to spend another $18.2 billion on net zero. $18.2 billion. And while I talk about big ticket items such as roads and infrastructure, it's often the smaller projects that mean the most. Those opposite are quick to announce projects for their electorates, but the regions represented by the Coalition are being conveniently forgotten. Last September, I wrote to the Prime Minister. I outlined the commitments which I made prior to the election, and while these were promises from opposition, they are desperately needed now more than ever, and they would support vital community and sporting upgrades across Hinkler. The projects include an upgrade to amenities at the ISIS Cultural Centre in Childers, Harvey Bay Basketball Association's complete fit-out of its new home, including canteen and office and accessible change rooms, Bundaberg Touch Association's upgrade to lighting and bathrooms, a new LED sign for the Woodgate and District Residents Association, upgrades to accessible bathrooms, kitchen and electrical systems at the Fraser Coast Swim Club, accessible bathrooms and a ramp at the Begowan Bowls Club, installation of an automated irrigation system at the Burham District Golf Club, and lighting upgrades for the Bundaberg Hockey Association. Funding of these Hinkler projects would play a key role in building stronger and more resilient regional communities. These projects were identified based on demonstrated community need, regional growth and their ability to provide long-term benefits. While these initiatives would not be considered costly, they would be welcomed for the betterment of the respective groups and organisations. Again, Hinkler just wants a fair share. Meanwhile, I've been advocating strongly that specialist palliative care, fee-free, continues to be delivered for local families. The Fraser Coast Hospice, originally funded with support from a previous coalition government, needs further assistance, including community and business support. The shortfall is around $750,000 per annum. Fraser Coast Hospice is a 6-bed short-stay facility where people spend their final days and weeks surrounded by comfort, dignity and the people they love. This is something everyone deserves. Meanwhile, I recognise the efforts of the Bundaberg Community Hospice Group in their bid to build a new hospice. We must do more to help people in their final moments receive dignified care. Earlier this year, here in Parliament, I joined the calls for more support to be delivered to neighbourhood centres. In regional Australia, in electorates like Hinkler, neighbourhood centres are an essential service, the heart of our communities. They foster safety, connection and social capital. They're the places where community connection happens. The Burham Heads Neighbourhood Centre services a small but rapidly growing coastal community, and it has outgrown its home. Powered largely by volunteers, the team delivers outreach, counselling, training, sewing classes, a library, community transport, an op shop, community markets and so much more. And I thank the Burham Heads Neighbourhood Centre's Julie, Kathy and Lynn for updating me on their situation and sharing the story of the centre's growth over the past 15 years. Centres like this are especially called upon to stand up and support communities during times of crisis. So now more than ever, we need to provide them with adequate support. To further break down the failures of this budget from Labor, I note that mining investment is collapsing to zero growth in 2027-28. Labor is prioritising gas market intervention and red tape over new investment, risking jobs, investment and future tax revenue. Then tourism. As the whale watching season draws closer, Tourism Australia is being cut by $49.4 million over 4 years, including a $15.1 million reduction in 2026-27, at the worst possible time for regional tourism operators already battling soaring costs. However, hard-working bodies like Bundaberg Tourism and Fraser Coast Tourism and Events are doing all they can with what they have, but as fuel prices impact forward bookings and the cost of doing business skyrockets, cuts will make it even harder to survive. Then there are already infamous toxic taxes. Labor's broken promises will hit regional Australians in places like Hinkler the hardest, with the proposed capital gains tax changes set to damage Australian agriculture and family farms. ABARES data shows the average broadacre farm achieved just a 0.6% rate of return on capital in 2023-24. with most long-term returns coming through land value growth rather than yearly income. Average broadacre land values have risen 9.8% each year over the past decade, meaning Labor's CGT changes will punish farmers for long-term asset growth, while discouraging younger Australians from entering agricultural pursuits. Combined with Labor's attack on negative gearing and trusts, these changes further undermine investment confidence, intergenerational family farming and regional small business. Staying on farming, the lifeblood of Hinkler, Labor is cutting $191.6 million from the agriculture, fisheries and forestry portfolio over 5 years, with ongoing cuts of $30.5 million every year thereafter. More than $104.6 million is being stripped from regional and agricultural grant programs, including pest and disease preparedness. More hits for Hinkler. And another major issue is Labor's cap on Hinkler veterans' allied health services. I've been very vocal on this, and I'm simply urging the government to remove the uncertainty and reverse the decision to impose the $5,000 annual cap. Veterans should not be asked to bear the cost of Labor's budget repair. And while the Labor government has dealt Hinkler a budget of broken promises and toxic taxes, in stark contrast, the Coalition has an alternative plan, a plan for a fairer, freer and better Australia. Only the Coalition can deliver a fair tax-back guarantee. From 2028-29, a Coalition government will index the bottom two income tax thresholds to inflation. This will fully protect around 85% of income earners, with a relief of around $250 in year one, growing to more than $1,000 a year in year four. From 2031-32, the Coalition will index the top two thresholds as well, fully protecting all income earners from inflation, or what many know as bracket creep. This is generational tax reform that is fair, simple and honest. Only the Coalition can fix the migration and housing crisis. We will ensure Australia only brings in as many people as it can house. Under the Coalition's pledge, net overseas migration will be capped each year at the number of new homes completed in Australia. The pledge will be backed by a housing supply package, including a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund to unlock up to 400,000 homes by funding critical last-mile infrastructure such as water, sewerage, power and access roads. Only the Coalition is putting Australians first. We will reserve welfare payments and future eligibility for the NDIS for Australian citizens. From 1st of July 2028, access to 17 welfare payments and benefits will be limited to Australian citizens only. Future eligibility for the NDIS will also be limited to Australian citizens. If you commit to Australia, Australia will commit to you. Only the Coalition will deliver a Future Generations Fund to ensure resource windfalls are used responsibly. Where resource windfalls are higher than forecast, the Coalition Government will bank 80 cents in every dollar into the Future Generations Fund and quarantine at least 25% of that fund for regional Australia. The fund will help pay down Labor's $1 trillion of debt and invest in nation-building infrastructure. These windfalls will help build the roads, rail, hospitals and schools our country needs. Only the Coalition can be trusted to deliver more fuel, more storage and more security for Australia. We will reduce pressure on families and small businesses by scrapping Labor's safeguard mechanism, a carbon tax on business that will cost refineries around $165 million by 2029-30. A Coalition Government will keep pushing for a daily public fuel dashboard so Australians can see supply levels in real time. The Coalition will also unlock Australian fuel supply by reversing regulatory barriers, reforming the EPBC Act, fast-tracking national significant projects like Queensland's Taroom Trough, not far as the crow flies, just inland from my electorate. If fuel stops, Australia stops. And importantly, only the Coalition will boost small business investment. The Coalition will back small businesses to invest with a permanent $50,000 instant asset write-off. The Coalition will also continue to fight Labor's changes to capital gains and trusts, which are an attack on small business. I'm conducting a small business survey in Hinkler this month, and so far 59% of respondents are not confident with how things are travelling. And when it comes to strengthening Australia's security, only the Coalition will make Australia stronger and safer in the face of global threats, with a whole-of-nation national security strategy and real increased funding for defence. By increased defence spending to 3% of GDP, the Coalition will provide real increases to defence spending. The Coalition will back Australians who work hard, save hard and want to get ahead, because our country is worth fighting for. The Coalition will ditch Labor's capital gains tax and negative gearing changes. We will scrap net zero and deliver the lowest possible power prices. Australia needs to be a country that uses its land, its resources and its people. Labor may have given up on Hinkler and regional Australia, but the Coalition never will. We are just getting started.
The member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the most significant budget to be brought before the Parliament in many years. It seeks to address the many challenges that are being thrown our way, whilst also tackling the much-needed reforms to help level the playing field for Australians. The tax reform package at the heart of the government's fifth budget is focused on three clear objectives: making it easier for Australians to buy their first home, cutting income taxes for 13 million Australian workers, and ensuring a fairer alignment in the tax treatment between people who earn income through work and those who derive income through other legitimate means. A really important part of that budget is targeted towards workers, with the most meaningful permanent increase to the effective tax-free threshold for a long time, and since Labor last increased it more than a decade ago. But it's not the only way that we're cutting income taxes. We're cutting income taxes 5 different times in 3 different ways. We've got the tax cuts already legislated, including another round in July this year and another round after that in July next year. Those opposite voted against those measures. The last time this Parliament voted on tax relief for working Australians, they opposed it. They not only voted against it, they also promised to repeal it if given the opportunity. Had they succeeded, they would have taken money out of the pockets of working Australians. We've got a $1,000 instant deduction next financial year, and now we have the Working Australians tax offset announced in the budget. Altogether, our 5 different tax cuts will mean the average worker will benefit by up to $2,816 in 2028. We are also supporting the productive side of the economy with more than $3.5 billion in new measures to reduce taxes on businesses, and reforms that reduce regulatory costs by more than $10 billion. It's tax reform designed to lift productivity and investment in productive assets. Deputy Speaker, growing up in the outer suburbs of Melbourne, I've always been determined to fight to ensure that aspiration is afforded to everyone who works and contributes, not just an exclusive realm for people who already own significant wealth, while leaving policy settings in place which serve to leave the many behind. This is what this budget is fundamentally about: rewarding work, aspiration, and restoring fairness. This budget shows ours is a government determined to tackle the problems facing this country. It is a calm, thoughtful response to a generational problem decades in the making. I fail to understand the purpose of those opposite as political parties and as an opposition. To come into this chamber and argue and fight for the status quo. The most futile approach at an attempt at progress and delivery by demanding Australia stand still. Racing ahead on neutral, and that's the good bits. All too often their policies are in reverse, as though we're back to the future. This is not a budget that will fix every problem for every person. No budget will, nor will any single policy lever. But it is a budget delivered by a government determined to throw everything to keep us on the course of delivery that this government has already started. For decades, thanks to a legacy of Liberal Party rule for 20 of the last 30 years, Australia has been shaped by an economic agenda built around privatisation, economic rationalism, and the view that Australia should remain nothing more than a quarry. The Liberals told us that governments need to get out of the way, that governments need to step back, governments need to leave essential parts of our society and economy solely to the private sector, and that if we did this, the natural neoliberal order of things would deliver prosperity. They even had robots chasing our most vulnerable people. Such is the contempt they have for ordinary Australians. But if we look around, the consequences are visible right across Australia. Entire industries that once provided secure, dignified employment were hollowed out. Manufacturing, once the backbone of working class communities, delivering on aspiration, uplifting communities, were pushed to the brink. Good, secure, well-paying jobs that allowed families to buy a home, raise children and build a future were increasingly replaced with insecure work, stagnant wages and rising costs of living. At the heart of this is an economic philosophy that treated markets as the single sole solution to every problem, where Treasury and government's role was to deliver the axe for cuts and reversal of the role of government. This ideology that put forward that government had to step away from actually functioning as a government, that an unfettered economy would somehow regulate itself in the interests of working people with no role or recourse for government. We saw it in their inability to even bother to appoint a housing minister for most of their decade in power. Energy generation was increasingly privatised with the assumption that competition alone would deliver affordability and security. So they allowed our refineries to close. They allowed our national strategic reserves to be held in Texas, the other side of the world, which means not here in our nation and not here in reserve. That's the strategic prowess of those opposite. So instead of progress and a future that delivered for working people, what Australians have experienced are soaring rents, increasingly impossible house prices and rising power bills. And the irony of the former Treasurer under the Abbott government, Joe Hockey, who was on his way out, said negative gearing should be skewed towards new housing so that there is an incentive to add to the housing stock rather than an incentive to speculate on existing property. The difference is we've got a government with the guts to actually do something about it, to budget it, to deliver it, as tough as it is, so that the odds are not increasingly stacked against Australians, especially younger Australians, for forever and a day. And that very same former Treasurer today talks about domestic innovation, forgetting his record of trashing and decimating the very industries that help power science and innovation in this country. He spent most of his time chugging at cigars, budgeting and subsequently celebrating the demise of our manufacturing industry on the balconies of Parliament House. So rather than actually offering something to the Australian people, rather than actually having a policy alternative that we can even begin to work with and debate, The opposition resorted to their last and what could possibly be their last refuge, that of dividing Australians. Migrants and Australians, whatever that means, permanent residents and citizens. Deputy Speaker, the 2.7 million small businesses in Australia are the backbone of the Australian economy and are the heart and soul of local communities, economies in communities like mine. That's why this budget is backing them in. This budget will make the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent. It will give businesses more certainty to invest and grow. Not only would this change bring around $890 million in cash flow support over the next 5 years, it will slash compliance costs for small businesses. This change will also save hard-working business owners 366,000 hours on record keeping. This budget will see permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with turnover of up to $1 billion from the 1st of July. It will help ensure that small businesses can return to profitability faster and have the confidence to invest earlier and withstand volatility that may come their way. Our small business tax cuts will also look towards helping new and innovative businesses with the introduction of loss refundability to help startups grow in their first 2 years, expanding tax incentives for venture capital to help unlock more investment in young and expanding businesses. Speaker, this budget continues the massive investments our government has undertaken when it comes to healthcare. One of the proudest things I speak about in this government's delivery is in the area of healthcare. Making sure that healthcare is accessible and well-funded makes the world of difference for so many in my community. Sorry. In just this term of Parliament, the number of Medicare bulk billing practices in our area increased to 46. With our bulk billing rate going from less than 40% from when I was first elected to more than doubling to over 90%. Our health investment is not only breaking down barriers when it comes to seeing a doctor, but also when it comes to getting the treatment one needs as well. We've capped the cost of medicines on the PBS to $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders, whilst continuing to add more medications to the PBS. I'm pleased to inform the House that 2,198,573 is the number of cheaper pharmacy scripts issued in our community. This investment has already made a positive impact on my community. That's why I was pleased to see this budget go even further. In particular, with the $25 billion in additional public hospital funding, which will go a long way to improve hospital wait times, reduce emergency department crowding and free up hospital beds. Speaker, I welcome the government's implementation of a domestic gas reserve, requiring LNG producers to reserve 20% of exports to the Australian market. This is important reform. Manufacturers in my electorate know that putting downward pressure on domestic gas prices will support local industry and better shield Australians from global price volatility. The reality is the conflict in the Middle East is affecting communities here at home, from the Bowser to the factory floor. It's our job, one that has been a focus of this government, that Australians should not continue paying the price for instability overseas. That's why the budget's $3.2 billion investment in an Australian fuel security reserve is so important, strengthening our national fuel security by increasing diesel and jet fuel reserves. There is a clear difference between this government and those opposite. We want to see the issues in the housing market for young people and we want to fix it, rather than absolutely doing nothing about it. We see the rising social and economic and political division and dislocation around the world, and we want to shield Australia from it, while all three arms of those opposite want to import it, copy it, fuel it, and ultimately be consumed by it. Because when young Australians lose faith that hard work will lead to stability, security and opportunity, the social contract itself begins to fray. This moment calls for courage, It calls for reform, and it calls for governments willing to recognise that economic policy must serve people, not just markets. We have before us a generational opportunity born from a generational necessity, an opportunity to rebalance our economy towards productive investment, to make housing accessible again, and an opportunity to rebuild industries, to strengthen public infrastructure and restore the principle that prosperity should be accessible to all Australians. Most importantly, it is an opportunity to restore a fighting chance for younger Australians to own their own home, a fighting chance that secure work can deliver a decent life, and a fighting chance that there is a generation that will not simply just inherit rising costs and shrinking opportunities, but a country that invests in its future, and a government to do what is necessary to adjust the policy settings that have long held Australians back and left them behind. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Moore.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye, against say no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Moore.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder?
I second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.